If the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Good morning. I sound very, very loud. Goodness me. Oh, that's very loud. I'm loud enough as it is without having a microphone up full bore. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Evening. Good day. Good night. Wherever you may be, may your true crime run free. Sorry, that was on the fly. Welcome to the Defence Rests. I do not mind whatsoever if you're an OG, new G, MG, even a BG. Haven't quite made up my mind about PG. But other than that, you're all welcome. So, welcome to the Defence Rests. We cover all aspects of true crime. Good morning, Christine. Good morning, Dylan. Hope you're all well. On this Trash Tramp Tuesday, I've called it. Yes, I think that's appropriate, given the trial that we're actually covering at the moment. But yes, if you're new to the Defence Rests, we have a little bit of everything for everyone. We cover live trials, we cover old trials, we cover medium trials, we cover archive trials, and we even cover really famous trials, especially from Melbourne, Australia. And it just so happens that today is the actual anniversary of the day that Lindsay Chamberlain was wrongfully convicted of the unaliving of Azaria Chamberlain. This is a picture of them. So the simple story is that 3 people heard the cry of Azaria on the night she disappeared from the tent in the camping ground at Ayers Rock, Uluru. Lindy saw a dingo coming out of the tent, and dingo tracks were seen around and inside the tent. Blood from Azaria is found in large quantities for an infant on the tent mattress and other items and the tent itself, near the carry basket she'd been sleeping in and next to the dingo tracks. And I just thought I would include a couple of the Sun was a newspaper that was back around in those days. It then got amalgamated with the Herald, so it became the Herald Sun, which it still is today. I don't think anyone reads the newspapers anymore. They just download them. And these were some protesters back in 1982. So wonder how they feel today. And this is Lindy as she is today. So I will be covering that story over the Christmas break, like once courts settle down for the year. Good morning, sweet cheeks. How are you? We all good? Did we have a good rest? Yes? Did you have a good sleep? Or was you up at 3:30 again? Dear, I really should put a stream on. Now, update on speaking of streams, the burnt husband in the burn pile trial, the one that's been going forever. It's day 16 today. The judge last night said that he expects the defence to rest at the end of proceedings today. Tomorrow, they've given the jury the day off. They're going to have a charging conference to go through all of the jury instructions and motions and whatever. And up at 2. So it's late afternoon really for you. You poor bugger. I'm not sure if that one's going to be televised. I wasn't really planning on streaming it, but I can if anyone wants to watch it. But otherwise, the jury is back on Thursday, and they start. The plan is to start closing arguments on Thursday. If anyone watched yesterday's the episode of that trial, the daughter, the youngest child, testified, and yeah, it was really emotional. It was awful. So she actually testified must be for the defence, because it was their case. I just caught a glimpse of it. So up to today, we are doing the Quinton Simon, who was the 18-month-old toddler who was allegedly unalived by his quote unquote mother on a drug-fueled binge, I think, and had a lot of mental health issues. I think that the drugs did not assist. And she then apparently disposed of his little body in a dumpster up near a trailer park. So that was day one. We had opening statements, and the district attorney, amazing, very clear, concise, organised. That's just ticks my OCD boxes off beautifully. Had everything organised chronologically, clearly spoken, well presented, just nice and smooth. Dotted all his I's, crossed his T's. Very little objections, because I had nothing to object to, really. Do not like the defence attorney. He comes in hot, and he is an arrogant little. He reminds me of a Jack Russell nipping at your heels. Yeah, no. But I suppose if you've got no real defence to give, to provide, or excuses, you just got to shoot down whoever you can, I suppose. And that's what he's doing. So we had mainly law enforcement yesterday, I believe, yes. And we've got them all again today. So we start off with the Philip Schenker, who is a Chatham County, is from Chatham County PD. So this trial is set in Georgia, in Chatham County, and there is an umpteen amount of charges that this mother is up for. All right, show. Yes, he is. Someone should put him in a bun and put some sauce on him. Turn him into a hot dog. All right, let's get set up for day two. Leilani Simon is the mother's name. And Quinton Simon was the middle child of three. Excuse me. He was 18 months when he was unalived. Okay, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Wasted enough time.
I took overall photos of the outside of the residence and the inside of the residence.
So there was initially a period shortly after your arrival where you took a few pictures of the pack and play.
Yes, sir.
And then you backed out.
Yes, sir.
And took many more photographs later.
Yes, sir.
And was that after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence?
Yes, sir.
Let me know if that sounds okay. I have got it boosted.
How many pictures did you take total?
It sounds
if you remember.
echoey to me.
A lot.
Would it refresh your memory to look
Yeah,
at
let me look at this real quick. On that day, I took 475 photos.
In the course of taking those photographs and walking around the residence, did you have an opportunity to examine the front door?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any signs of forced entry or anything like that?
There did not.
Did you see anywhere in the house any obvious signs of a struggle?
I did not.
Okay. Do you see in front of you?
It is echo, isn't it?
Marked as States Exhibit.
It sounds hollow.
I'm sorry, what did you?
States Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you leaf through that and
Is that
tell
better?
us what that is? You don't have to necessarily look at every picture.
This is the photo from the first day.
Is that all of them or just a selection?
Ah.
Just a selection.
What is going off the number here? What is the total number of images? You looked at the last page.
114.
All right. Now, do those images fairly and accurately depict the residents and the surrounding area as you photographed it that day?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
What else? 17. I'm down to 17. 1 7. That's it. 17. And did you like my I've got the weirdest sense of humor. My pinned message. Time only. Free subscription. I know. You never know. It's worth a shot. Did you think it was sad as well? Both mum and daughter were crying. It was awful. It was awful. Poor bugger. I might actually take the weekend and binge watch that trial. I think because we're going to discuss it. Dramatic much, Jody? What was I going to say? Yeah, I'm going to binge watch it over the weekend, I think. And yeah, it's going to be that was the main focus for next week's podcast, this trial, the burnt husband trial. So good morning, Elizabeth. How are we? Hello, fellow wrenches, my wrench wenches. Did you have a good rest, Elizabeth? You haven't missed anything. It's been me blabbering on. Just blabbering on. Alrighty. Let's so this is Philip Schenker from Chatham County PD, the first witness of day 2. Let's do it. Let's do it.
They do not appear to be.
Your Honor, I would move States Exhibit 10 into evidence at this time.
Having reviewed it, Judge, no objection.
States Exhibit number 10 is submitted in evidence.
And I would ask to publish this exhibit to the jury.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is the state's case still, day 2. And it goes for 10 days. So that keeps busy for 2 weeks. Looks very official, doesn't he? This badge on that pocket. Nice neat trimmed beard.
All right. Now, this is photograph number 1 of State's Exhibit 10. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photo log. It gives our case number, the location, signal, which is the crime or what we're responding to, who went to it.
I don't have to worry about that anymore. I had it chopped out. I just had it chopped out 2 years ago. The best 3 kilos I ever lost.
The date of it and then the time approximately we arrived.
Unnecessary.
We put this at the beginning of all of our photos, so you kind of get a summary of what you're about to look at.
I'm wondering it. Yes. Yes. Did you laugh? I did try and keep it a little bit respectful because it's not really, mental health isn't something that you really joke about. But I did have to bite my tongue a lot with that poll. And good morning. Was it sunny down in sunny Florida today? It's beautiful weather here. Beautiful. Is it weird getting called Udhef over here and Udi over there? Or is it Adi? I don't know how they say it. Udi. Excellent. No hurricanes, no. No cyclones, no. Heavy gusts.
Okay.
Let's go.
Now moving on to image
You haven't
2.
missed anything. First witness.
What is this?
This is the front of the residence. I'm standing
Oh, shit. Chatham County PD. I didn't mean to press pause.
on Buckhalter looking towards the front of the residence.
Now, can you see the front door in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's all the way to the left. Right behind.
Where is Georgia? Is it what? North, east, south, west, central? Yeah. Should have paid more attention in geography. Are you in Virginia, Elizabeth? That's north, isn't it? Like in the middle, north-ish. If you're looking at the map, you've got Connecticut, Boston, Massachusetts this side, and then you're in the middle over here, and then that side is Mexico somewhere. I don't know. North Carolina. Oh, okay. You're near we have our addict. And where are you, Tricia? Okay, I should write this shit down. North Carolina's really suffered with Helena too, didn't they? I know that Grandma has been doing some volunteer work up there from all the damage. Kentucky! We should, you know what we should organise? We really need to organise just a backstage wrench stream. Not on the air, just just the wrench wenches. It's free. It's like a video call. All right, let's keep going.
Behind the green chair.
Okay, is that what that is? There a green chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that like a little small patio area outside the front door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to the next image. Well, let me ask you this. Are there any other doors on the front?
There are no other doors on the front.
Were there any doors on the sides of the house?
No, sir.
Okay. There are other doors on the back,
Yeah,
correct?
there's 2 in the back.
Okay. So 3 total exterior doors on this house?
Yes, sir.
Moving to image 3, where are we now? Where have we moved?
So I had moved further down Buckhalter just to get a different angle of the front of the house and the side.
And 4, where are we here?
4, I am at the end of the property line, further, I believe it's west of their yard, looking towards pretty much the front and the back of the house.
Okay. Now, is that the driveway for 535 Buckhalter that you see there?
Yes, sir.
And where are we now?
Now I'm standing at the edge of their driveway looking into the backyard.
And there's a truck
Hello,
here, right?
baby.
Yes, sir.
Hello, darling.
I believe that belonged to the son
The son, you said?
or brother.
Now, in image 6, where have we moved here relative to that last image where we were standing behind the truck?
I'm in front of the truck at the gate entering into the backyard.
And what do we see off to the right there?
There's a detached carport with the RV, a white truck, and an SUV.
Are you referring to the white SUV more or less in the middle of the frame?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image, how have we moved or changed our position relative to the last image?
So I had just panned right and started taking photos of the fence line.
Okay, so you've made a 90-degree turn to the right, and this is just a front corner of the yard.
Yes, sir.
The next image,
I'm starting to pan left. You can see the carport on your left-hand side from the previous pictures.
and in image 9, still panning left.
Yeah, still panning left.
Image 10
Continuing to pan left.
and image 11.
Image 11, continue to pan left. Just got some more vehicles and the trash cans and starting to get the side of the house.
Can you see my cursor on the screen, my pointer?
Yes.
All right. What is this here?
Those are 3 trash cans.
And what is that structure that they appear to be?
All right. Just for my own intents and purposes, I just I need to know where Georgia is. Okay, so we have, okay, I can see Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia. Okay, so it's in between you and Edhef. Right on. And where's Kentucky? Kentucky. Ah, it's above there. Okay, cool. Sweet. Well, it looks like you guys are like all on the West Coast. So Bry's in Connecticut. Cool. All right. That's that's educational for me. Opposite side to Cali. So, all right. How far have you guys traveled overseas? Papa didn't chat.
Be sitting on?
Topic
It's
of the
just a
day.
wooden structure that they built, I believe, to keep the trash cans in.
All right, when you began taking pictures, were those trash cans closed?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to image 12, where are we here? What movement have we made and where are we looking?
So I've made my way around. I'm at the back edge of their property looking, now I'm looking towards the, I guess, back of the house, towards the street.
Okay, so you just moved to the back of the property line and you're looking back the way you just come from.
Yes, sir.
Image 13,
Quite a
I
big
moved
property, isn't
to
it?
the right a little bit more.
we're talking about kind of a side step along the back fence.
Yeah, just a little distance.
Okay, and
Oh my
we can still
lord!
see that
Really?
white SUV.
You've never been overseas, Tricia? No, you never ever crossed the waters. Never left the nest.
On the left-hand side of the frame,
Yes, sir.
and 2 other vehicles in the center there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is this structure on the right-hand side?
That is a detached barn or garage.
A detached garage?
I lived for travel. Lived for it. Every year, that was my goal. Every year I had to go somewhere. And this year, I cannot. I cannot. I can no longer go by myself.
Okay. So So far in terms of structures, we've talked about the house itself, right? There was the detached kind of carport with the RV in it.
Yes, sir.
And now we're looking at a detached garage in the back as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In image 14, where have we moved relative to the last image?
Further right, this is just kind of the side of the garage, and there's also a carport attached to that garage.
Is this the back side of the garage, the furthest side away from the house itself?
Yes, I'm still on the property line.
And what are we?
It's nothing that Valium can't fix. It's more exciting traveling and like the experience and learning and seeing new things, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I don't like the flying. I put up with it to get there for the end result, but yeah, no, I really love traveling. Love it. I'll type in chat. I'll have to start listing the places I've been.
See in there on the side of the garage.
2 trailers, a car, and some tools and ladders in the background.
Okay, so is there like a carport that extends off the back side of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And is that what that car is under?
Yes, sir.
Now, where are we here relative to the last photo?
The back property line, and then I guess you'd say the far right from where I'm standing, property line looking towards the street. The garage is on my left, and the house is a little bit further on my left.
So is it fair to say that relative to the last image, you've just sidestepped further to your right, to where your right shoulder is basically along the fence that bounds the property? Okay. Now, what is that in front of us beyond the detached garage? What are we looking at there?
There's a pull up here, and those are a couple like fire pits.
A pool, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a couple fire pits. And is that area where we're going to go next?
Yes, sir.
All right, what movement have we made here?
I just traveled down the fence line. Garage is now on my left. Pole's on my right. If you look at the bottom, you can see the fire pit.
Oh, I see. Is that what's at the bottom of the frame?
So I'm standing right next to the fire pits, looking towards the detachable carport.
Okay, and then is that the RV we see off in the distance?
Yes, sir.
So essentially, you just kind of made a loop around the detached garage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to number 17. What are we doing here? Just panning to the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that area that we see on the other side of the pool from where we are right now? On the back side of the house. Can you just describe that area there?
Like a covered patio area.
Okay, and what's in it?
There's like a little seating area, and if you go towards the, let's see, we call that a carport, attached carport. There's a little children's play area back there.
Children's play area?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Helicopter would have been awesome.
Moving to 18, we've just panned all the way to the right here.
Una flies. Does he fly helicopters? Well, he does something with them. I'm sure he does.
Yes, sir.
In 19, what are we looking at here? That seating area
Yes, sir.
beyond the pool.
Beyond the pool. And the barn is behind me at this point. Or not the barn, side, the garage.
Now, in image 20, where are you standing? Where have you moved now as you take this picture?
So I am in underneath the patio in the little seating area, like right in the middle of the seating area, facing I'd be facing the carport, if that's a good point of reference.
All right, so you've gone across, like on the other side of the pool from where you were in the last image, and you're standing in that seating area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the house on the right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that there is one exterior door on the front, none on the sides, and 2 on the back.
Yes, sir.
Are those 2 on the back visible in this image?
Yes.
Can you tell us where they are?
The white door on the right-hand side, that's the dining room door. And if you look a little bit further past it, there's a little dark area. That's the living room door.
Can you kind of step down and just point to where the living room door is in this picture? All right, so it's right beyond that play gate, I suppose,
Yes, sir.
on the right side of it?
Yes, sir.
And that opens into the living room.
Yes, sir.
Number 21, where are we here? What are we looking at?
I just moved forward. There's the dining room door would be to my right, and I'm looking into the play area.
Okay, so that dark
I think we might watch him a little bit
that
fast.
we can see on the far right side of the frame, is that the part of the frame of the dining room door there?
No,
Bringing
that's
out photos
yes.
into evidence.
22?
What?
Just inside of the play area. You got a couch, a little trampoline, slides, play or kid toys.
And 23?
This is from the back of the play area, looking towards the patio.
And
Okay,
that's an overlay.
This area right here in the far side of the frame, is this up here the seating area that we're initially in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this dark structure in towards the top left?
It's like a maybe a little bar.
Okay. Now,
Loved it.
where are we here?
Here, I have just
I was aiming for number 12 in this November. No, in Thailand, but it'll have to be probably. My daughter's coming with me next year, probably March.
moved over to the right a little bit. I'm kind of standing in front of that trampoline, pointing towards the doors to enter the home.
And can we see the living room door and the dining room door in this picture?
Yes, sir.
All right, living room door being the dark one towards the top center,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room door being the white ones off to the right.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that pretty much cover the exterior of the house?
Yes, sir.
I am now. Not by choice, though.
No, it's not unplugged because it's. If there were a better place to plug it in than right at somebody's feet, we would do it.
That side. I do apologize. Apologies needed.
Okay, so
I had to go to a doctor's appointment this afternoon, and I had to prepare for it for 3 hours, and that was 5 minutes down the road.
here we are at the front door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was 25 and 26. We just moved a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before we're about to go into the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you this: you walk through that house.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the layout in a word?
Clustered.
A cluster. Okay, don't. Was it
Messy,
confusing?
filthy,
Very confusing.
untidy.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States Exhibit 9?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
This is, I guess, the internet layout of the home.
Okay. Now, you've been in the house and you've had the chance to walk through it. Other than where the front door is denoted as being on there, does that fairly and accurately depict the general layout of the first floor of this residence?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence in States Exhibit 9.
Okay, real quick, Judge.
Objection, Judge.
And may I publish, Your Honor? Okay.
Do you have to say it looks like there's a door leading from the kitchen to the room? That door's not there.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Can you step down? Well, if you sit there, I'll come up. We're just going to work through these rooms, starting at the front door and going more or less clockwise. Okay. The front door, first of all, is labeled as being right here. Is that accurate?
No, that's a window.
All right. Is the front door kind of in the top right-hand corner here?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you walk in, what is this first room on the far right?
It's like a living room, bedroom area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there's a spot on here where it looks like there's a door from that room into the kitchen, but it is not, in fact, a door. Can you come down and describe what you're talking about?
This area right here, that is a wall.
Okay. And so is it the case that when you were in that room that day, you cannot pass through there into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that? Just so I understand.
I guess they walled it off,
Okay.
or it appeared to be walled off.
All right, do you have something to write with in front of you there? And I didn't ask you to bring it, so if you don't, that's okay.
Thank
you. Can you, on that exhibit, can you just draw an X at the spot that you were just talking about? As appearing to be a door, but not actually being a door.
Let's trade pin. Use this one instead, that's better. And just for the record, I handed the detective a pen, and I handed him a Sharpie, because I think that would be better.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, so how do you get from this room into the main body of the house?
From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room.
Come on down.
From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room, go through a door here that leads to the bathroom, and then you'll enter the dining room. From here, you have to go through this door to go through the kitchen, and then this door to go into a hallway, and then from down here, you can go up the stairs right here, or go through another door to the main, or I guess the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
Can you do this with that chart that you have in front of you? Can you, go slow, make sure you do it right. I want this to be in the record. Can you draw the path that one would have to take through the house to go from the front door, not on the screen?
I'm not
but yeah, show us again on the screen and then draw the path, please. To go from the front door to the living room door.
Front door, you walk through, you have to go through this door, go through a bathroom, another door to go through the kitchen, another door to go through, dining room, another door to go through the kitchen, through a hallway, either upstairs to 2 bedrooms, or through another door to go to the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
What about the living room door?
Living room doors right here, and then the dining room doors right here.
All right, so let's just take a moment. Can you, on the paper exhibit, can you draw a path from, the only path as you described it, from the front door to the living room door? Not the dining room door, not upstairs, but the living room door.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Now, so you said that front door, top right, bedroom, bathroom, dining room, kitchen, hallway, living room, master bedroom, right?
Sure.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple things, and I'm doing this because the pictures are a little confusing, fair to say.
Yes, sir.
Can you come down and describe to us what parts of the kitchen we're seeing in this image? Where are the sinks?
So coming from the dining room, you will have your stove and your oven right here on your right. Your sinks are here, refrigerators are here, and you have a little pantry here. There's a pass-through window leading into the hallway right here above the sink.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well,
All right, with that, we can get back into the images, okay? All right. 27, where are we standing as this picture is taken and where are we
They
looking?
have to walk
so
all
I'm
the way
at the
through
doorway looking into the room.
her living area, a bedroom, to get round to the bathroom, to get round into the dining room, to get round to the kitchen, to get into the main house. Surely that can't be the only entrance. There has to be another front door.
All the way down the far left wall.
And what's in the foreground closest to us?
There's a couch, and then, or I guess that was a kid bed too.
Say again.
A child bed.
The child's bed is where?
The couch.
Okay. And what?
Back edge of their property, now I'm looking towards the
I'm looking for the door.
property
Sorry.
we arrived.
Were those trash cans closed? All right. What
Side from the previous pictures.
in image 9? Still,
Actually, no other doors on the front.
were there any doors on the sides of the house?
No, sir.
There are other doors on the back,
Yeah,
correct?
there's 2 in the back.
Okay. So 3 total
Yeah.
exterior doors.
A guard. Look,
Yeah.
We
At
moved.
the back.
yeah, still painting. It's got some more
Surely you can get in
It
the
appeared to
back
be-
door.
Moving on,
towards the street.
There's always
talking about kind of just there,
Yes, sir.
right?
Mhm.
This side of
Maybe a
the
fire hazard if there's only one entrance.
there.
Um,
All right, what movement have we made here?
standing right now.
To number 17. What are we doing here? Just panning to the right?
Yes, sir.
Green.
Where are we looking as you take this picture?
So I am in the
there
underneath
we
the
go.
patio, in
Cool.
the seating area, like right in the middle of the seating area, facing. I'd be facing the carport, if that's a good point of reference.
All right, so you've gone across door on the front
If you look,
Only got two minutes.
area right here in the far side of the frame. Is this up here the seating area that you were initially in?
yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this dark
It'll be
structure
just-
towards the top left?
Yeah.
Box.
And 54
Yes.
I've just panned right a little bit.
taken, and what are we looking at?
So I am at the doorway, looking into the room, all the way down the far left wall.
And what's in the foreground closest to us?
There's a couch, and then, or I guess that was a kid bed too.
Say again.
A child bed.
The child's bed is where?
The couch.
Okay. And what's just beyond the couch?
There is a baby swing. Beyond that is a desk, and then there's a bed in the far back corner.
And what is that to the right of the bed?
Dresser.
28. Where have we moved relative to the last image?
I've just panned right a little bit. So you'll see the dresser, the full dresser. There's a closet door, and then another kid bed on the right hand side.
29.
Pan right a little bit more. You'll see the kid bed, a dresser, a projector screen, and that's where the that door would have been on the previous picture.
The door that you mentioned as having been walled off and not operational, that's behind the projector screen.
Yes, sir.
And then 30.
That's not even a proper
That is
cot.
the pack and play that I mentioned earlier.
That's not even a proper cot. That's a porta cot, or what we call a porta cot for traveling. Not a proper mattress. And he's 18 months old. And one of the children's asleep. Well, their bed is the couch.
31
Yeah.
The pillow inside the pack and play.
and 32.
Again,
Oh.
the pillow inside the pack and play.
Now I'm going to zoom in on this picture a
Yeah.
little bit. Do you see that substance there?
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Did you get a good look at it while you were out there?
I did, sir.
And what, if anything, did it appear to you to be?
I believe it to be vomit.
Okay. Did it appear to be blood?
It did.
Okay.
It's a lot redder in that picture than it actually was.
You're saying it's appearing redder on the screen than
Yes,
it actually was when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
Did not appear to be blood.
Zoom out now.
Did you do any testing at any point to determine whether it was blood?
I did not.
33.
Anybody?
Another picture of the same.
Another picture. The blanket is out because we searched the pack and play after the picture.
Now, let me actually go back. Okay, so in 34, where is that pink blanket?
It is around 34. It's on the I guess they call it the rail at the side.
Okay. Now I want to go back to,
Mm-hmm.
pardon me, to 31. I'm on 31. Where's the pink blanket in this picture?
It's inside the pack and play on the pad.
All right, so we've got some pictures where the pink blanket is in the pack and play and some where it's on the rail.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when it was moved? and
Look
why?
at the shapes.
It was moved due to, or
The
it was
edges
moved
of
when
it.
we were looking for see if there's any blood on the inside the pack and play,
Okay,
and
so
then we just moved it to look at the blanket itself and to look at the mat.
thank you. Did you have gloves on when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to 35, just another view of the pack and play after the blanket.
Yes, I think you missed my where is it? My comment of the day. I think that's rather appropriate. And we're now at 16. I know. It's disgraceful. And they're at their mother's, or she's still at her parents' house. So I can guarantee you they're paying minimal rent. They're not even paying, they're not even living independently. And she still doesn't take much to scrub something. Or to just maintain it even.
36, same.
Same.
All right, 37, where are we here?
My back is towards the pack and play, and I'm looking towards the bed in the far left corner.
So you're essentially standing at the pack and play here?
Yes, sir.
38?
38, I just pan left, same spot.
I know.
39, pan left. You can see the front door.
The father to the two oldest wasn't involved in their lives. Remember, his middle name was Bubba. So he was the father of Zane and Quinton, and then she had another baby to the boyfriend that was with then. What's his name? Daniel Youngkin. And that child is younger than Quinton. So I'm assuming that he would have that child. I don't know. I don't know what's happened to Zane. I'd hope the family would have taken him in. We may
And
find
then the
out.
left side, the couch, and then there's a safe and a projector on the window back there.
40?
40, at the desk, looking towards the front door. You can see the street in the background.
41?
I have pan left, front doors on the right, pack and play, and the projector screen. continue moving to the left.
43,
Okay. Pan to the left even more. Kid's bed and the closet door.
44,
Just continue panning.
and 45. What are we looking at now?
45. That's the, I guess, the entrance into the rest of the house. That's the bathroom right there. You can see the dresser right there on the left hand side.
All right. And then what is this through that door that I'm?
Just a little
like-
storage cabinet.
All right, that's inside the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
46
Pan to the left a little bit more. You can see the bed now and the dresser.
and 47.
Just a view of the bed.
All right. 48. Where are we?
48. I am by the bed and the dresser looking into the bathroom.
49.
Starting to take photographs into the bathroom. This is the little storage cabinet from the previous photos.
And is that on your left as you walk in?
Yes, sir.
50.
Starting to pan right. That's the door leading into the dining room. And you can start seeing the shower bathtub on your right.
All right, we can see those dining room doors that you were talking about earlier through the door we're looking
Yes,
through. 51.
Just continue panning to the right. Now you can see the shower bath.
52.
Oh,
That's the shower. I'm starting to make my way around the bathroom.
53.
Continue panning right. You got a sink and a mirror.
And 54.
54. This is above the toilet. The toilet's at the bottom.
it amazes
There you
me
go,
how other
storage
people
shelf.
live.
I'd like to zoom in on this storage shelf here. See that little bottle with the blue, red, and yellow label? What is that?
Ambisol.
Do you know what Ambisol is?
It's a oral pain relief.
Okay. So something like a liquid you rub on your gums or teeth to relieve dental pain?
Yes, sir.
Now 55, where are we here?
55. We're at
Who's going to report it? The father wasn't on the scene, and obviously the boyfriend was quite okay with living in those conditions. Apparently, was it her that tested? She said something about the mother being a previous. Not sure previous. She has a lot of addiction issues as well. That's how she grew up. As I said, the example you set for your children. So, yeah, I don't know. Is that type of house though? Is that like a normal style type of house for Georgia, or like a normal average dwelling? Yeah. I didn't see anything in her documents, but I wasn't really looking either. Yeah, just look at Maya. Take care of Maya. That trial still eats at me, especially Sally Smith.
in the bathroom, looking into the dining room. The dining room door from the previous photos is on the left, and then you have a little dog cage and then dining room table on your right.
56.
Just panning through the dining room, you can start to see the kitchen entrance door or entrance on your right hand side.
57.
57. The dining room doors are right behind me, looking into the kitchen through the dining room.
58.
Continue panning right. That's a little storage closet, and you have a deep freezer.
Still in the dining room here.
Still in the dining room.
And 59, where have we moved and what are we looking at?
So I have moved around. The kitchen entrance is to my left. I'm in that corner, and I'm looking towards the bathroom door, and you can see the dining room door on the very right of the picture.
All right, so that dark wood door in the middle that we're looking at is the door that you came through to get into the dining room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the white door on the right is the door to the outside.
Yes, sir.
They call the dining room door. 60.
Now I'm on the other side of the dining room or the kitchen door. The closet is going to be on my left, and then you can see the edge of the bathroom door that I came through, and now you can see the dining room door leading outside.
61, you just pan to the right a little more.
Yes, sir.
62, same.
Same.
63, same.
Same.
And 64, where are we at?
64. We are in the doorway and looking into the kitchen from the dining room.
And can we see the sinks in this picture?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned there's something that you called a pass-through window over the sinks. Is that at least partially visible in this picture?
Yes, sir. If you look at the looks like pill bottles, right behind that is just the pass through. There's an open window right before you get to those pill bottles.
Kind of an unusual feature of the house.
I think so.
65, where are we here?
Back, I'm still at the doorway. I just kind of pan left. You can start to see the oven and the stove.
And that stove is on sort of a peninsula that juts out into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
66, where are we now?
So now I'm on you can see the doorway entering the kitchen from the dining room.
That's on the right there. That's the door you came through.
Yeah, and then the oven and the stove are now on my left.
Okay. So you step in the kitchen and turn around, basically.
Yes, sir.
67.
Continue or just panning left from the same position. You can stove and then a little storage closet.
And 68, where are we here?
68. The stove.
That I don't understand. We were talking about this a couple of weeks ago with was it the Brooke Schuyler case? How, you know, if anything happens to the baby because of something that the mother has done, whether it's an OD or with drugs or whatever, they're not liable. And that just, it blows my mind. Because in my eyes, it's still child abuse, whether they're born or not. You know, and CPS should be on them straight away.
Kind of from that picture earlier, I went around the stove
Bullshit,
and
isn't
I'm
it?
on the other side of the refrigerator, looking towards the sink,
And it's the kids
and
that
then you can see the little
end of the
basket window
day.
from there.
What's that in the bottom right corner? Or I'm sorry, bottom left corner of the image?
That's the trash can.
And was that trash can full?
Yes, sir.
69,
Just pan to the left a little bit, same spot.
Yeah.
70.
Continue to pan left.
And what's that on the left side that we're seeing there?
That's the pantry,
And 71.
and the full pantry.
72. All
Continue to pan left for the pantry.
right, 73. What are we looking at here? Where are we going?
Like a
So
late
I am closer to
70s
the pantry now, and
style.
this is the doorway into that little L-shaped hallway.
74.
Just looking through the little doorway into the L-shaped hallway. The white door on the right is another little storage closet pantry thing.
That's out in the hallway.
Yes,
All right, 75. Where have we moved? Where are we looking at?
I am in the hallway now. The opening to go into the kitchen will be on my right, and this is the storage closet that I had in the previous picture with the door.
I should
Just in case anybody's dizzy or confused at this point, I'm pulling up this diagram. Can you just come down and point us where you are at this point in time, and which direction you're looking?
Right now, I will be right here.
Okay. So the hallway in the top center of State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 76.
Pretty much I've done a 180, and now I'm looking down the hallway.
Okay. 77.
I've walked through the previous opening, look left. The doorway in front of you is the doorway leading into the living room. On the left-hand side is the opening to go from the kitchen. And then on the right, very right-hand side, you can start seeing the stairwell that goes upstairs.
So you're looking down
And
the
this is
hallway
at
to the other side of that
1.5
master
story.
window.
Yes.
78.
Move closer to the living room opening. The opening or the kitchen opening will be on my left, and that stairwell will be on my right.
What's my computer doing? Stop it.
79.
A little bit further, starting to get into the living room.
And can you describe that piece of furniture that we're looking at there?
It's that one of those, just a
Really?
couch, like an L-shaped couch.
Okay. 80.
Into the living room, starting to pan to the right, getting the full living room. You got a big entertainment system, and the L-shaped couches on the left. So
Now 81. Where have you moved here?
this I am behind the couch. I just want that other picture up. Kind of between the front door and the laundry.
So between that and, you know, the heavy stuff. So, yeah, I'm talking about like this strong stuff, like crack cocaine and heroin and fentanyl and all the stuff that's out there now.
room area.
Mm. I think
82. Where are you here?
I'm on the other side of the couch,
Looks like
looking towards the front
investment.
door. That big TV entertainment thing would be
yeah.
behind me.
And
Um,
what is the living room door?
I'm
That's
sorry,
very
towards
down.
the door. Yeah, the very right,
get scripts
you'll
for
see the
it,
living
yeah.
room door.
Okay. Is it the blue thing or is it beyond that?
Beyond that, it's I guess the white door with the colors on it.
I'll take it.
I can see that in the picture.
Vacation. I don't need anything
Far
else.
right.
Is it right here?
Yes, sir.
83.
83, I have hand left on the view of the front door, and now you can see the little laundry area.
84.
Continue to pan left.
Now zooming in here in the middle, is this the hallway that you came through to get in
Yes, sir.
to the room in the first place?
Yes, sir.
And what have we done here?
So I have hand left all the way, and then this is the doorway to go into the master bedroom.
Now, did you go in the master bedroom?
I did.
And did you take pictures in there?
And did.
Is there
Yes.
a bathroom in there as well?
There, sir.
Did you take pictures of all of that?
Yes, sir.
We've got to fast forward this bit further.
Where are we here? In
Um,
86?
This is going back into the hallway that I entered the living room from.
All right. And what are we looking at in the top middle of the frame?
Top middle is the aspect for the kitchen.
87, where are we here?
I have pan left and starting to get pictures of the staircase.
88,
The staircase to go upstairs.
Oh my God.
89. Can you get the top of the stairs here at the landing?
To your left is a bedroom. Straight ahead of you is a bathroom, and then to your right is another bedroom.
90.
This is entering the bedroom on the left-hand side.
Okay, left is looking out the stairs.
Yes, sir.
91.
This is the view into the bedroom from the doorway. You have a closet door on your right. The bed was kind of at an angle.
This is my parents'
Um,
bedroom.
92.
this is from a view from that closet door I mentioned previously, looking towards the other closet.
93.
Just continuing panning left.
94.
Pan left even more. You can see a little L-shaped couch, little seating area right there.
And 95.
This is from the other side of the room, and that's the door I entered to come into the room.
Okay, so let's just walk in the room to the far
Yeah,
side.
this is the mum's room, right?
96, where are we here?
This is the view from the bedroom in across the hall into the next bedroom.
This would be
This
Simon.
is from the doorway, looking
Oh.
right. You can see a,
Oh,
I can't remember what that was, kind of like a little dresser thing. There's a little closet door, and you can see a start of a children's bed.
All right, so you stepped into the doorway for the other bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir.
On the right.
Now,
Okay.
now I panned a little bit left. You can see the bed. You can see another mattress on the floor.
99.
99 pan left a little bit. You can see a crib and a closet in this one.
100.
I've stepped into the room. I'm on the right wall looking towards the closet, panning to the left.
What is all this stuff over here?
A bunch of clothes and toys, I believe.
Did this room appear to be being used?
Oh, they had-
or something else?
I had proper beds up the other end of the house, but didn't use them. Is that what I'm understanding? I'm confused now.
There are no storage rooms.
It
No,
doesn't appear to be used at
apparently
this
not.
point in time.
I can't even stand a couple
101
of things in my
is where
bath.
you hear the door that you came in.
Yes, sir.
And it's on the left side.
Damn fun things to watch.
Yes, sir.
And what is it? Where are we?
My back is towards the bunk bed, looking at the wall across. You can see the door I entered on the right-hand side.
What is that? Where are we?
That is the detached garage outside.
No, the carport or the unit or the garage with the door on it.
This is the garage with the door.
Are we still looking at the garage here in 108?
Yes, sir.
109, another picture of the garage.
Yes, sir.
And what is that right there in on the door of the garage? 109?
That's a stuffed Mickey Mouse toy, a little racing suit.
110. We used the trash cans that was out there on outside in that rack.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys take them out of the rack, open them up, and see what was in them?
Yes, sir.
Just trash.
There were some other items in there. I had a pillow, a red rack, and some documentations, and a welcome home mat.
111.
111. This is the Dodge Journey that was parked outside the garage. Or
Could you just read the tag into the record?
TEN 9300
Georgia.
Georgia tag.
112. What are we looking at here? What is that?
These were items taken out of the trash can in the kitchen.
Okay. So you'll look at the garbage, see
No.
Yes, sir.
normal household garbage.
For the most part.
113.
I think
These
so.
are receipts that they located in the garage or the trash can.
Shadow's restaurant.
Yes, sir.
And then in 114, some other trash. All right.
Mm-mm.
So after the fifth, were you involved in processing and photographing some other evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph the Dodge Journey?
Yes, sir.
And where did that take
No.
FBI Savannah.
And how did the vehicle get from 535 Buckholz to the FBI Savannah office?
It was towed.
Do they have a secure lot there that they can hold vehicles in?
Yes, sir.
And when did you search the Journey?
What? No Sony
That'd
Port?
be on the 6th.
6th of October?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you took photographs of it when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as Stacy's 11?
Yes, sir.
Can you look through this and tell us whether that is a selection of the photographs that you took of the
I
Journey?
would have had to have showered, disinfected
Yes, sir.
myself.
Is
Been
it
in
that?
there.
The document, is that the selection of photographs?
Yes, sir.
Is it, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicles that you're doing since?
Yes, sir.
Ground to offer this in as state's exhibit to the letter. Okay.
State's exhibit on here today.
First image in state's exhibit 11 is on screen. Can you tell us what this is?
Again, this is the photo log that we put at the beginning of all our photos. The case number, the location where I was at, 2003, Chatham Center Drive. Signal was still missing child. I was still the investigator. The date was 10/6/22, and the time was approximately 16:14.
4:14 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Those of us on 12-hour time.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, slide 2, what are we looking at?
This is the view of the front of the journey.
Slide 3,
The driver's side front,
4,
driver's side,
5,
the rear,
6,
passenger side rear,
7,
passenger side. And just kind of pan to the right and got the rest of the passenger side.
8,
Passenger side front.
9,
This is the driver's side door open.
10.
Oh, sorry. 10. That's,
Maybe go on screen, please. You can see it.
that's the driver's side door.
11.
Driver's seat and the floor area. That's some trash on the floor. Yeah, two alcohol bottles and like a little wooden skewer.
What's this alcohol out here?
Fireball.
And then this other one here is something called
Purple.
curveball. You know what that is?
Not 100% sure. I think it was whiskey, something like that.
13.
That's still the driver's side.
You can get
steering
caught
wheel,
on
you can see the
your
gears.
pedals and stop you from
That's
braking.
the driver's side rear door.
All right, I just had to clear the record more. 14. That's the rear driver's side door.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Looking into the back seat from the driver's side.
16.
This is the rear of the vehicle
Oh,
with the
the
hatch open.
Now,
hell is that?
this whitish substance, is that something that you all put in there?
No, we did not put that.
Was it already in there when you opened the car up?
Yes, sir.
And had you in fact seen it at the scene the day before the 5th?
The trunk?
I mean, had you seen through the window?
I
and
bet
stuff?
you it's some-
So this was in there.
I bet you it's like some kind of baking soda or powder or something to absorb stuff. I don't know.
During the police response.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, there's not something got in there between the 911 call or at least between police arrival and your photographing car.
Yeah, they have.
Do you know what it was?
Not 100% sure. We did do a little, we took a sample of it and we did do a little self-test there. Kind of appeared to be a kid cereal.
What did
Sure.
you said you did?
Like we took a sample, we put it in some hot water and stirred it up.
Mhm.
Kind of had a grainy oaty smell.
A grainy OT smell?
Yeah, or weedy smell.
And did it dissolve in water?
It did.
Did it appear to you to likely be some kind of children's cereal?
It did.
So get a vacuum or
17.
This is the passenger side rear door and looking into the vehicle from the passenger side.
What's that there in the photo?
That is the natural light beer can.
19.
Front passenger door.
20.
That's the front passenger floorboard and the seat.
21.
yes.
That's it for station 11.
Yes, sir.
21.
I remember my mum used to say, if you spill red wine on carpet, you put salt on it to absorb to soak up the wine. That's what I thought that might have been.
Also part of the duties of the forensics unit to
Yeah,
collect video
okay.
footage.
Yes, sir.
Cereal.
You sometimes get from ring doorbells on people's
Like a
houses.
parrot
sir.
stuff, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in an effort to obtain relevant video footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was that centered on the Chevron, Azalea Mobile Home Park area near the intersection of OPG Road and Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did
Do
you
you
go
not
to the
have,
Chevron?
you have to have child restraints in your vehicles though, don't you, for young children? Isn't that mandatory as well? There's no car seats there.
That's right next to the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza.
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain video footage from there?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you did that?
On the 7th.
7th of October?
Yes, sir.
2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 2 days after the 911 call, you're out there at the Chevron getting video footage?
Yes, sir.
And for what time period did you obtain video footage from the Chevron?
Can I look at my report real quick? We got from approximately 1:18 to 1:30ish.
Is that all you collected, is 1 minute of video footage?
What's it? Just more than 1 minute.
Okay. Well, what I'm asking is, what general time frame, I'm not asking what the notable or relevant portion was. I'm asking you, what is the general time frame you were getting video footage for?
Approximately maybe like 2 to 5 minutes.
Now, did you see during that time period, what was you said, 1:15 to 1:18 or something like that?
1:18 to like 1:30ish.
1:18 to 1:30ish?
Yeah.
Did you see on that footage what appeared to be the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
And did you see whether that vehicle did or did not stop at the Chevron?
Yes, sir. They did not.
And did it stop at the Chevron
No,
during that time period? Okay. Could you nevertheless see the vehicle in the Chevron footage?
Yes, sir.
But what did it do?
I traveled north on Ogeechee, turned into the Azalea parking lot road, and drove past the Chevron into Azalea.
Okay, so you can see it in the footage, but it's not stopping at Chevron, it's driving by the Chevron, turning into Azalea Mobile Home Plaza.
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect surveillance footage, security footage from Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
I did.
From a number of different cameras, correct?
Yes, I believe there was 3.
And did that footage appear to show the Dodge Journey that you photographed entering and driving around in Azalea Mobile Home Plaza during the period of, say, I don't know, 1:15 in the morning to 1:20 something in the morning?
Yes, sir.
On October 5th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
When did you go out and get that Azalea footage?
The same day.
All right, October 7th.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Sergeant Coleman is your sergeant with the crime scene unit, forensics unit.
Yes, sir.
Was he present with you on the 7th when you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he supervising the operations as the sergeant for the unit?
Yes, sir.
And did he see and participate in, did he see the footage that you were looking at and participate in its collection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sometime after the 7th, when you'd gotten this footage from Azalea showing the defendant's car, did you realize that the timestamps for Azalea's cameras appear to be off?
Yes, sir.
Like incorrect?
Yes, sir.
And did you do anything to memorialize what the timestamp discrepancy actually was?
We returned back to the scene and used our phones we put our phones up to the live view and took pictures of it so we could get a real time compared to their time.
Okay. And is the idea that at the time, you know the time on your phone is accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so you compare the time showing on your phone to the time showing on the camera and figure out how far ahead or behind it is?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what was the timestamp discrepancy of the Azalea footage? How far ahead or behind the actual time was it?
I believe it was right around 8 minutes.
Behind or ahead?
Behind.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
On the 7th.
Well, it's
when
the
you went out to
driver's
Azalea
responsibility,
to
even
collect
if the
footage
passenger doesn't
initially,
have
did you take some
restraint
photographs
on.
while you were out there?
Yes.
And when did you go back and do this deal with the phones to document the timestamp discrepancy?
On the
Would it refresh your memory to look at the photo card from that?
yes.
Do you see in front of you a document labeled States Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Feel free to look at that and tell me whether it refreshes your memories when you went out and memorialized the timestamp discrepancy.
The 9th.
9th of October 2022?
Yes.
Looking at States Exhibit 55, is it clearly fairly accurately depict Azalea as photographed by you on the 7th and as photographed by you on the 9th as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in States Exhibit 55.
Okay.
And may I publish, Your Honor? All right. States Exhibit 55 is up on the screen, specifically the first image in that exhibit. Is this your photo card from the 7th?
Yes, sir.
And this is the day you initially collected the footage?
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 2, what is this here? What are we looking at?
These are the community dumpsters in Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what is that we see on the far right side of the frame?
There's a white Jeep
All right.
belonging to one of the staff members of Azalea.
Okay. And that is sitting right next to the standard dumpsters, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving to slide 3, where are we? First of all, where are we?
So this building on my right is the Azalea main office, right as you enter the park. If you look in the distance, you can see the white Jeep from the previous photo.
I've zoomed in here. Is that the white car that we just saw in the last picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And off to the left of it, is this one of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this picture, zooming back out, did you take this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you standing right underneath the camera?
Yes.
All right. And that camera, is it affixed to the side of the management?
It's yeah, I believe it's on a little patio covering.
Say again?
I believe it's on a patio covering.
Okay. And again, were you standing more or less right under it?
Yeah, my camera was right under it.
It was the goal of this photo to figure out what direction is this camera looking and what is the field of view going to show in terms of the car sitting at the dumpsters?
Yeah.
Okay. So we see, at least as you're standing there, you can see this car sitting at the dumpsters, but it is a ways off.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this in the foreground here, this area that's bounded by this fence?
It's like a little maintenance area where they store, I guess, their machinery. It's in the property, the office property.
Moving on to slide 4, what are we looking at?
This is the photo log from the 9th when we returned to get the comparison photos from the phone and the timestamp on the videos.
Now, how many cameras did you all collect footage from Azalea for the early morning hours of the 5th and the late night hours of the 4th? Do you remember how many cameras total?
I believe there was 3 cameras at Azalea.
Okay. And did each one of those 3 capture, at least seem to capture the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to just talk to you about these next few pictures. Slide 5. Where are you as you take this picture?
So this one, I'm inside the office, holding a cell phone here, and then had another officer hold their cell phone on the camera view from outside, and then you have a timestamp right about that.
Okay. What is this monitor here that you're looking at?
That's their computer monitor. for inside the office.
And is that monitor showing you the current video feed from that camera that you were just standing under in the previous picture?
Yeah, it's the live view.
Okay. What is the time showing on your phone?
12:20.
Okay. And that's 20 minutes after noon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And it's the same for the officer standing outside holding a phone up to the camera?
Yes, sir.
Was your iPhone time working that day?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever not been working?
Hmm.
Does it go?
No, sir. Okay.
Now, this camera is showing, when we zoom in here, looks like it's showing 10:59.
59.
And so is that where you're getting
So
that these cameras
holding
are
it off.
about 81 minutes behind, 80 to 81 minutes behind?
Yes, sir.
And that's because the difference
Oh,
between
oh.
10:59 and 12:20
Shit.
is about 80 to 81 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image, slide 6,
Now,
is this you looking at the monitor for a different camera pointing in a different direction?
Yeah, same monitor, just different camera.
Oh, same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does this camera that we're concerned with here in image 6, does this point out towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir. That's the Ogeechee Road, right past those U-Hauls.
they're now
And that's
behind.
indicating to like the top right corner of the picture?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we see any part of the chevron in this image?
Oh, yeah. If you look at my vehicle, the chevron's right,
Which one's your vehicle?
the police truck on the left side,
All right. And then where's the chevron in relation to that?
just past it.
Okay. Are those U-Hauls in the chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And did this camera have the exact same timestamp discrepancy
Yes, sir.
as the last one?
Yes, sir.
80 to 81 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Slide 7. Same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
And does this one just point the other direction as the camera we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did that camera have the same timestamp discrepancy as the other two?
Yes, sir.
Whole system has the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Therefore, the time discrepancy is going to be the same on all three.
Yes, sir.
Oh, can you imagine what the defense is going to have to say with
One
that?
moment, please, John. Let me just ask you this. Did the cameras themselves appear to be working when you were out there collecting the footage?
They
Did you have any issue collecting the footage?
No, sir.
As we were looking at this image, image 6, we see a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot.
Yes, sir.
At that time, was there in fact a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir. That's a live view of what was going on right there.
Okay, so were these cameras accurately capturing what was actually happening in the real world?
Yes, sir.
And does the timestamp discrepancy have anything to do with the accuracy or reliability of the footage itself?
No, sir.
No further questions, John.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hilliard.
Wait for it.
And Mr. Hilliard, before you start, I don't want to take a full break, but if you feel the need to stand up and just kind of stretch it out, you can feel free to do that. I know you've been sitting for a long time. Oh, just stand up and shake it out a little bit. I'll show you what I mean.
Let's do some Pilates, shall we?
Sarah,
Some
you've been
yoga.
sitting for a long time. Kind of change the channel. Get the blood flowing again. All right. All right.
Let's just crack up.
Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Shaker, I'm going to start where you left off because it makes more sense to work back that way because that's where you were at. With regard to these States Exhibit number 55 that we just discussed the 80-minute time discrepancy. Okay. Did you ever do any?
Mr. Shinker's.
Give me 1 second. I think it's me.
Okay.
Is that better? Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Shaker. Okay, so let's just start with the Azalea cams first. Okay, so on October 7th and October 9th, you noticed some sort of time discrepancy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you
Oh, yeah.
documented it, and that's what we just
I
did,
was
correct?
dreading that.
Did you ever inquiry or find out when the discrepancy began?
No, sir.
You were just sent out there to collect the footage then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you made no further inquiry other than just to note it?
I personally did not. I don't know if my sergeant or the other officer did.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just asking what you did, okay? So you noted the discrepancy, but you didn't get to the bottom of it or find out when it started, correct? All right, so let's back up a little bit and go to States Exhibit 11, which was the one you did prior to that one. So on October 6th, you got the Dodge Journey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you photographed the Dodge Journey,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did you do anything else other than that or just take photographs?
Photographed it. We did a alternate light on the vehicle to see if there was any like fabric or anything from the scene. We did do a couple swabs of the substance in the back, and we did police started the vehicle.
Well, and that's why I'm asking is just based upon the testimony I heard, it seemed like it was just a bunch of pictures you were taking, but there was a lot more to it than that, wasn't
Yes, sir.
it? Okay, so how many people were out there that day on October 6th, I guess, examining the vehicle?
Myself and Corporal Schreiber.
Okay, so 2 of you.
Yes,
Okay, and so you went through the vehicle and you noted the alcohol containers, correct? Did you seize those?
Did I see them?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they were taken into evidence, correct?
No.
They weren't taken into evidence?
No.
Just photographed them.
Just photographed.
All right. Just curious, why not?
Didn't feel that they were pertinent to the case.
So you don't think it's pertinent to the case? You don't log it into evidence?
Well, if it's not evidence.
And who determines whether or not something's evidence?
That would be me.
So you determined it wasn't evidence, so you didn't log it, you didn't test it, you didn't swab it, you didn't keep it, correct? All right. Let's go on to the next picture. You had a picture of a natural light can in the back, correct?
No, sir.
And that was back in the passenger seat. And did you seize that and take that into evidence?
No, sir.
And again, I guess for the same reason, you didn't consider it to be evidence?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, whenever someone drinks from a can or touches a can or does something like that, is it possible to have some sort of DNA contact or transference between it?
There's plenty of places
And
you
do you
can
think
get
that might be relevant to testing to see who
from
may have
that
been or
place.
not been in the truck at that point in time?
It could be, but if they both had, or whoever had access to that vehicle, their DNA and prints would be all over the vehicle.
Mhm.
All right, but again, you didn't think it was evidence, didn't seize it, didn't test it, didn't do anything
Mhm.
further with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the substance in the back of the vehicle, which was kind of weird.
Unless she was getting charged with a DUI, maybe, but
Okay, admittedly, you did take that though.
I took a sample of that.
And let me ask you this: you said it was some sort of kid cereal,
I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
but it wasn't any biological material. Okay, it wasn't any sort of cleaning solvent or anything like that, was
No,
it?
sir.
Okay, but it was, from what you could tell, and I don't have any reason to think you're wrong. It was some sort of kid cereal or breakfast cereal of some sort that was in the back.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were taking pictures of the inside of the van, I'm going to assume you looked throughout the entire thing.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find any feces or blood or anything like that in it?
We did find a spot that reacted on the driver's side seat, but that was it.
And what was that?
Appeared to be blood. We just boost started and it fluoresced. And it was just a little spot on the driver's seat.
And did you seize that or send it for further testing?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
mhm.
And again, just curious, why not?
Didn't believe at the time it was pertinent.
Now, with regards to the rest of the vehicle, did you find anything else of any substance in there? Of any relevance?
Yeah.
There was a spot in the back that we took swabs of and logged in. And there's a couple fibers from the back seat or the back of the vehicle that we collected and logged in.
And what did you do with them once you swabbed them and collected them and logged them in?
That was all I did with them.
And just out of curiosity, if you look at number 15 from States Exhibit 11, what was this orange thing and this white thing in the back of the can?
Those are traffic vests, kind of like safety vests. And then the white paper was from the dentist, I believe it was.
Okay.
Paperwork.
And what's the little orange thing on the ground right there?
I believe that was another safety vest.
And that was the extent of everything that you found or found relevant from the car, correct?
Yes.
Let's back up and go to States Exhibit number 10.
Hello, Miss Tanya.
Actually, it might be easier with the States Exhibit number 9. Do you have that in front of you?
I hope your feet are nice and crackly and dry. I say that because we're off for a pedicure tomorrow. And they'll be lovely. Lovely. Yes, this defense attorney is a cock.
Let's do that because it's a better overview than the other one.
No, I can't say that.
There's a lot of pictures to come through. So you took a bunch of pictures of the house and the surrounding area, correct?
Yes, sir.
So looking at States Exhibit 9, and again, don't want to put words in your mouth, but from what my recollection was, there was a pool in the back, and there was a set of dining room doors and a set of living room doors that led out to the pool area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looked like, again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just going from my recollection, that the living room doors opened into a play area,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room doors opened directly onto the patio area. Is that a fair and accurate assessment of what the pictures you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got there, well, I guess it was on October 5th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there on October 5th, you were sent around to take all the pictures that you took in States Exhibit 10, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Dean asked you to discuss and go through what it took to go from the front door to, I guess, the living room door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But based upon that, it's a much shorter trip to go from the front door to the dining room door, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not.
You're gonna pop on? You're gonna pop on up on stage, Tim? Anyone? No one's gonna join me, visit me, keep me company.
nearly as circuitous, correct?
So
And I can't tell from the picture, so I'm going to have to ask you. The dining room door opens right out onto the patio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The living room door opens into a play area, correct?
It's the same patio. It's just got a little gate.
Right. And then it seems to me, again, not putting words in your mouth, but the play area seemed kind of cordoned off, and the dining room doors didn't. It kind of opened straight into the pool area.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's much easier to get out through the dining room door onto the patio than the living room door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there,
Hey, 10. We're down to 16 subs. 16. 16. Yeah. I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to write a song, aren't I? I'm gonna have to.
That day, were those doors open, closed? What were they?
All the doors were closed when I got there.
Okay. Were they unlocked?
I believe so, yes.
So you didn't have any problem opening and closing, or the dining room doors, were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
And the living room doors, same thing, were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Excellent.
Sir.
Okay, did you have any difficulty getting through them?
No, sir.
And all
Was,
his
and again,
friends.
was there anything that indicated that the doors may have been kicked, smashed, broken in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
Okay, so they were operable.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Dean asked about the route, I guess, through the downstairs. It's kind of a fairly odd layout in the downstairs area. I think that's safe to say, correct?
Yes, sir.
But was the kitchen in use?
Yes, sir.
And it was usable, correct? Was the living room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
The dining room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the front area that we're talking about, where you first enter into the front door area, that front door area enters, what's the street that is directly in front of the front door?
Buckhalter.
So that's Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the dining room and the living room, they open towards the pool, but I assume that's more around back to where the driveway and the garage and all of that was.
Yes, sir.
Again, if I'm misstating it or I'm just trying to understand it, but that seems to me that, and the area had a gate on it, if I'm not mistaken. I remember you taking a picture of a truck.
Yep.
So there's a gate, and the gate goes around to the back, correct?
Yep.
So wouldn't that indicate that the main entrance and egress to the house is through the back, not the front?
Sure.
Well, I mean, you know the layout better than I do, so.
I don't know what entrance they use, but yes.
Okay. So now, when you were taking all of these pictures and you took a number of them, you took 475, right?
Something like that.
Somewhere there, a lot.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying these are all them, but you took a lot. When you came across the pictures, you said it was vomit that was in the pack and play, correct?
I believe it was.
You believe it was. Did you seize it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you send it off for testing?
I did not detect it.
So you basically did your job, seized it, handed it off to the detectives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But the one thing is you're sure it wasn't blood, correct?
I'm not sure.
Didn't look like it, did it?
It did not look like blood.
And not a trick question. You answered this question from Mr. Dean quite readily, so I'm not trying to trip you up. Okay. So it was, but you believe it to be vomit, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know how old it was or how long it had been there.
I don't.
Okay. Now, did you notice anything else of any significance in that front room? I noticed at least there was at least 2 other cribs or I guess beds in there. Did you notice any urine, feces, vomit, diapers, things like that in the area as well?
I don't recall.
If you had noticed anything like that, would you have taken pictures of it and recorded it?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of it and record it?
I don't think so.
All right, so this was pretty much the extent of what you did in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you review you said you went and seized the camera footage from Azalea, if I'm not mistaken. So that was you that went out and picked it up,
Yes.
seized it, and then I guess you forwarded it to the detectives, correct?
Yes. When we put it on a computer at work.
So, and does that conclude your involvement in the case?
Pretty much yes.
Okay. So there's nothing else you did of any evidentiary or investigatory importance at this point. It's pretty much everything that we discussed and talked about here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Frank. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just a moment. Turn to the state. Is there any redirect?
You were asked about blood in the car, and you mentioned something about this spot on the driver's seat fluorescing.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you mean? Or blue star or something like that?
So blue star is kind of what we use to look for, it reacts to the hemoglobin in blood, and it will fluoresce blue. So we sprayed the whole vehicle with it. It's a liquid, and the only part that fluoresces is on the front driver's side seat.
Well, let's take it step by step. You spray the whole vehicle with this chemical, right?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do? Do you next have to turn off the lights?
Yeah, it's got to be completely dark,
Okay.
or as dark as you can get it.
Again, step by step. Once you've turned off the lights, what do you do?
Then we spray the vehicle. We would spray each seat, the floorboard, and then see if there's a reaction. If there's no reaction, then we'll move on to another area, and then another area. If we get a reaction, then we'll photograph it.
Okay. And then what does it mean for something to fluoresce or react on when you spray it with the blue star chemical?
It lights up blue.
Okay. Lights up blue.
Yeah.
Okay. In the dark.
Yes, sir.
It kind of glows a little bit.
Yes, sir.
First of all, the spot on the driver's seat that had this reaction, was it, before you turned the lights off and sprayed that chemical on it, did it appear to the naked eye to look like blood or not?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just like a little spot?
Yeah.
And where in the driver's seat was it?
It would be pretty much right where you would set.
Right where you would sit?
Yeah.
Like dead center in the driver's seat?
Yeah, pretty much.
And how big was it?
It's just a small line.
Very small, right?
Yes, sir.
Like almost like a pinpoint or something?
A little bigger than a pinpoint, but not a lot.
Okay. And does the blue star reaction necessarily mean it's blood?
No, it's just a presumptive test.
Now, did you take pictures of that spot before you would turn the lights off and sprayed it with the blue star?
Yeah.
And did you take pictures of that spot with the lights off, glowing blue with the blue star chemical on
I
it?
did.
And did you make those images available to detectives?
I did.
And is it detectives who ultimately make the decision about what particular things in the case need follow up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more. And just not to belabor the point, but that was one of those things that didn't need follow-up, correct?
I didn't believe it did.
Don't question that. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
No.
All right, you are excused, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a good time for a short comfort break unless you want to. Okay. Okay. I'm getting head shakes. Yes. So again, we're going to take a short comfort break. You're going to remain here in the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research in the short time. Don't expose yourself to any media or social media. All right. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11.
I'm coming. Sorry. Right, let me get back to the screen I was on. Okay. Okay, where do we go? Now, the next witness is Brian Osden from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This goes for
All right. Thank you.
8
So-
hours, but we cut out all the breaks, so
As the jurors are being seated, thank you very much. I welcome you back from our break. And just to confirm, no one's discussed the case or seen any news stories or media. All right. So we are going to begin now, and we'll turn to the state to call its next witness.
Marion Lemons.
there's at least 2 hours of breaks in there.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury on the trial of this
And
case shall be the truth,
we
the whole
are
truth, and nothing but the truth, so
2
help you
hours
God. Yes,
in. So another 4.
All right. Good morning, Detective.
I'm guessing. I do have it at
When you're ready,
1.5 speed
Good
though.
morning. Could you please introduce
Oh,
yourself
maybe
to the
less.
jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, I'm Marion Lemons. It's Marian, Lemons, Lemmons.
It's out of order.
Richmond Hill.
And did you go to high school in Richmond Hill?
Did.
Are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Not currently.
Okay. Do you work for the Chatham County
Oh,
Police
sorry.
Yes.
Department?
No, she comes
when did
back.
you
Must be
join
on
the
twice.
Chatham County Police Department?
Late 2018.
And can you describe your education leading up to joining the police department?
Yes. In May of 2018, I graduated from University of Georgia with a bachelor's in criminal justice.
And when did you go to the police academy?
Late 2018.
Okay. Had you already been hired on by the Chatham County Police Department at that point?
Yes.
And they sent you to the academy?
Yes.
And when did you finish the academy?
December of 2018.
And from that point, what did you begin doing for the Chatham County Police Department?
I did about 1.5 years on patrol.
And after patrol, did you move into any specialized unit?
Yes, I went to the detectives unit.
And what do you all call the detectives unit formally at Chatham County Police Department?
The Criminal Investigations Division, or CID.
I want to ask you just a couple of questions about the organization of CID at this point. Okay. Can you tell us about the organization and staffing of it? Who comprises the detectives unit or CID?
So in that division, there are several detectives who are general crimes detectives. We investigate everything. There's 2 sergeants who oversee us. There was a lieutenant at that time, and then a captain.
And how does CID become involved in any given case?
Typically, we are kind of like the follow-up unit. When a patrol officer goes out to a scene, they collect the initial information, and if it needs additional follow-up, it'll be sent over to the detectives unit. Or, like in this case, if something immediate and urgent is happening, a detective will respond out.
Now, as of October 2022, how long have you been with CID again?
About 2 years.
And what, if any, training had you gotten to that point, October 2022, in the way of homicide investigations?
I have taken, I believe it was in 2021, I took the homicide investigations course with JITSTIC, which is the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It's kind of like the mother agency for law enforcement in Georgia.
Okay. And can you describe that course for us? How long was it?
It was 5 days, and it was at the center in Forsyth County.
Had you taken, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was in city, Forsyth City.
Okay. As of October 2022, had you taken any other pertinent courses at JITSTIC?
At JITSTIC, I also took Child First, which is a course kind of showing the best practices for interviewing children. And I've also taken interviews and interrogations, probably some other minor ones up to that point.
Can you describe what you mean by best practices for interviewing children through the child first training that you mentioned?
Yeah, so interviewing children and adults is different. You want to be kind of broad with your questioning. Children are hyperactive too, so you want to make sure you can keep them on, track.
Now, this child first, child interview training, how did you end up going to that? Did you volunteer or were you voluntold, as they sometimes say?
I was a volunteer.
And why was that?
So, like I said, our unit's general crimes, but we do kind of specialize. At that time, I had an interest in working child crimes, so any training I could get on the subject I wanted to go to.
And as of 2020, October of 2020, did you have any collateral duties involving crimes against children?
In 2020?
As of October 2022, were you involved in the investigation of crimes against children?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yep. So at that point, I was a part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which mainly focuses on child exploitation. I also did a large number of child abuse and child molestation cases.
In your normal capacity as a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as of October 2022, you had investigated child abuse cases?
Yes.
And had you investigated child deaths?
I had.
And had you investigated homicides?
I have.
And had you investigated any child abductions?
No.
And why is that?
They very rarely happen, if ever.
Now, your current positions, what are you doing currently?
I'm currently at the counter narcotics team.
Okay. What is the counter narcotics team?
It is a joint task force in Chatham. It's a collection of different law enforcement officers from different agencies in the area investigating narcotics.
And how long have you been with the counter narcotics team?
About 10 months.
You guys call that CNT?
We do.
Is that why when I asked you at the outset, are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department, you said no?
Yes.
Okay, so you're tasked out to CNT?
Yes.
But you still get paid
Still,
by
yes.
Chatham County Police?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a task force officer with any other task forces other than the counter narcotics team?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes. Beginning last year, I was a task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Child Crime Unit.
And are you still on that task force?
I am.
And how did you get involved in that?
So I had expressed my interest in working those kind of crimes, and I had worked jointly with the local FBI office on several cases, and I was asked to come over.
Now, with that background, I want to ask you about October 5th, okay? And I first want to ask you about the scene. Did you respond to 535 Buckhalter Road
I did.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. I think we heard one witness say that you may be the first detective for CID present on the scene. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Who was there from CID before you?
Detective Wilkinson, Detective Noble.
Okay. And about what time of day did you arrive? Best of your
I believe it was after 12.
So when you got there, I'd like to ask you some questions to just kind of set the scene.
Yep.
Who was there and what was going on?
So by the time I got there, both Detective Wilkins and Noble were there. Our forensics team had the drone up, and they were beginning kind of a grid search with patrol officers, and we had several outside agencies coming to assist in the grid search.
Outside agencies, who were we talking about?
Yeah, we had a bloodhound, I believe, from Beaufort or maybe Liberty County out there that was trying to track. We had mounted patrol from Savannah was out there. Our Marine Patrol unit was out there, and I believe the sheriff's office as well.
Mounted patrol, meaning horse
Horses,
patrol?
yes.
All hands on deck.
Yes.
Did you yourself ever enter the residence during your period of time on scene?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I asked Sergeant Stewart to kind of give me a layout where everyone was staying, what the house looked like, since he was already familiar with it.
And did you go in? Where did you go in, and what did you look at?
I went through the front door into the main living area for the family and looked at where Quinton's playpen was.
And what did you make of the playpen when you looked at it? Any observations that you remember?
It was covered in stains, specifically, a large one on the pillow.
Okay. And what did that stain to you appear to be?
Vomit.
And did it smell like vomit to you?
Yes, immediately when I walked through the front door, I smelled vomit.
One moment, please. I'd like to pull up a picture for you.
Where everyone was staying, what the house looked like, since he was already familiar with it.
And did you go in? Where did you go in, and what did you look at?
I went through the front door into the main living area for the family and looked at where Quinton's playpen was.
And what did you make of the playpen when you looked at it? Any observations that you remember?
It was covered in stains, specifically, a large one on the pillow.
And what did that stain to you appear to be?
Vomit.
And did it smell like vomit to you?
Yes, immediately when I walked through the front door, I smelled vomit.
One moment, please. I'd like to.
It's the same thing last night, remember? Does anyone know where Kelly is in the US? Mm.
Now, this is image 30 from State's Exhibit 10. Is this the pack and play that you're describing, looking at?
Yes.
You said it was covered in stains. Can you point us to any of those in this image?
So I mean, there's some on the lip right here that I can see, and then on the actual bedding, there were several stains.
Okay, so all this stuff around the edge there, did that appear to you to just be kind of general grime and dirtiness?
Yes.
Did it appear to you to be blood?
No, I was thinking more like Cheeto fingers and the kid touching the side.
Okay, as someone who was actually in the room and looked at it, that's what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Oh, Teresa.
No, this is image 32 from State's Exhibit 10. And Officer Schenker, I think, said it appears redder on the screen.
Thank you. You do not have to do that, but thank you. Hang on, let me. You're a dag. Thank you very much. 1 second. What do I have to? No, that's okay. Yeah, okay. Don't worry about me. Just mumbling to myself. Get out of there. Get back in there. And there it is. The screen. I really need to clean this out. I've got so many pictures in this. It ain't funny. Thank you. It's very kind. If anyone would like the details, where is it? There it is. There you go. And I have a QR somewhere. I never remember to put this shit up. There you go. So you can either scan that, or go to the site, and buy me a virtual coffee if you'd like. But I'm hoping by next week we should have some super chats and memberships and stuff. Yay! So thank you very much, Tracy. Much appreciated. Thank you. Now how do I get off the screen? I whilst this was on, I was playing with this. How do I get that off? Get off. I'll get it off. It won't go away. Why won't that go away? I deleted it. Press clean. There we go. Yeah, that's what I did before. That's why I wanted to know where Kelly lives. Does anyone know? Mandy? I plot the course. Okay, now let me get this. And
And it appeared in the residence. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I published a paper version for the jury, just like in a little bit of white here.
Yes.
And I can pass that around. Just to be clear, did this substance appear to you to be blood?
No.
You said it looked like vomit?
Smelled like vomit, yeah.
Now, I would like to play for you a brief portion of what's been introduced into evidence of State's Exhibit 2 and identified as Sergeant Bobby Stewart's body-worn camera footage. Was your observation of the pack and play captured on his body-worn camera?
It was.
And did you make any statements while looking at it, at the pack and play, about what it smelled like?
Yes, I immediately said it smelled like vomit.
It smelled like vomit? And I'm trying to get just right to the right spot here.
Is that exhibit? Is that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, you can hand that back to the state's head.
It's not mine anymore, John. It's belongs to the court, so I'll bring it back up.
All right, thank you.
All right. This is State's Exhibit 2, correct?
I'm not sure on the number, but I do remember seeing it.
Okay. In any case, what's the timestamp at the top right corner?
It is 12:31:20.
All right, what are we going to hear you say in this that we're going to play?
That it smells like vomit.
Right.
I guess they smell something.
It smells like vomit.
All right, I've stopped the playback at 12:31:50 on the timestamp in the top right corner of State's Exhibit 2. Did you see anything that looked like blood in the residence in that?
No.
Now, in State's Exhibit 3, slide 27. What time are we at here?
This is 12:43:12.
And is that you on the far right?
It is.
Who are you talking to here?
I'm talking to Captain Wright, who's in the green shirt with the investigations unit, Captain Fandrich, Lieutenant Thompson, and Lieutenant Foster.
And what is going on at this time?
I'm informing them of our game plan, which was to move Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, and Leilani Simon to our main precinct for interviews.
No, sweetheart, I got the email from the buy me a coffee, and then I got your thumbs up to the link that I sent you, but that's all I've got so far. Did you send another one? Okay, no worries. All good. I'll be here.
And did that happen shortly after this exchange?
It did.
Okay. How was that arranged logistically?
Some of the patrol officers on scene drove the adults over.
And did they all agree to go in?
They did.
Now, where did you all go? I know you've mentioned it by some kind of shorthand,
Yep.
the precinct or something like that. Can you describe in a little more detail where this place is and what it is?
It's the Chatham County Police Headquarters on Chatham Parkway at 295 Police Memorial.
And why did you all want to go there?
So we had people showing up on scene. There's more patrol officers, more search parties, and then some of the family members were also showing up. And we wanted to take the people that were living at the residence at the time that this occurred and get thorough interviews with each one of them.
Now, before we leave the scene, I want to ask you about what happened to the pillow and pillowcase and the pack and play that we were just looking at. I believe Officer Shanker testified that that was taken into evidence.
Yes.
And was the entire pack and play taken as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was that pillow and pillowcase and pack and play put into the property room or evidence room at the Chatham County Police Department?
It was.
And did you eventually sign it out?
I did.
And did you give it to FBI agent Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
And was that so that she could send it to the FBI lab for
Well, no.
potential forensic analysis?
Yes, it had to be shipped to Quantico, Virginia.
Okay. You were the one that signed it out and gave it to her?
I believe it was me, yes.
Now, how many interview rooms did you all have operational at the Chatham County Police Department at this time, October 5th?
So there's only one room that's set up for audio and visual recording.
And how was that room set up for audio and visual recording?
So there's a metal desk. I think it was metal at that time. There's a desk in the middle and then several cameras that are pointing towards one specific wall with whoever you're interviewing sits against.
Now, is the entirety of the precinct that you're describing open to the public? Like, if somebody off the street walks in and wants to walk around, can they access every part of the precinct?
No, they can't.
Can you describe what you mean?
Yeah, so that precinct shares a building with the tag office. And once you get to the police side of it, there's locked doors with the police insignia on front. You can't get past those unless you have a key card. And then specifically where our interview room is, there's an additional set of locked doors you have to get through.
Now, past those locked doors into the police side, where the interview room is, are there sensitive areas in there?
Yes.
Can you describe what those are?
Well, we have patrol officer offices for all of the command staff is there as well. Forensics is in there. We have our secured property room and records and dispatch.
Okay. So when a normal citizen is back there, is it routine for them to be chaperoned or monitored by a police officer at all times?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, was the defendant already there?
To the precinct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that you did between leaving the scene and getting to the precinct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why she was already there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that you did between leaving the scene, 535 Buckhalter, and going to the precinct?
So I was told that there was a older child, I believe he was around 3 years old, Zane, and I wanted to speak with him as well as some family members.
And where was he?
Zane had been brought over to the babysitter, Michelle's residence by that time.
And where is that in relation to this house, 535 Buckhalter?
It's across the street about a block away.
Okay. Did you walk there or drive?
I think I just walked.
Okay. Did you make contact with Zane there?
I did.
And his last name is?
Wharton.
Did you attempt to talk to him?
I did.
Interview him?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that went?
It was
First of all, what were you trying to ask him?
just if he knew where Quinton was. I think I asked if he knew where Quinton likes to hide. I don't know if anything happened last night.
Okay. And was that interview productive in any way?
No.
Can you describe what you mean?
Zane was showing me how fast he could run at that time. So his focus was not on me. And it was hard to get him to acknowledge me, not only to answer my questions, but to just acknowledge my existence.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the interview or attempted interview with Zane was kind of robust?
It was.
And again, how old was he at the time?
At 3.
Okay. But you tried.
I did.
And again, you have specific training to interview children.
Yes,
And it just did not work.
it did not.
Now, at the scene, we saw an image of the public information officer in Sergeant Stewart's body worn camera slides. What's her name?
Betsy Nolan.
Okay. Why was she there?
So anytime there's a critical incident, Ms. Nolan will usually do some sort of press release or she'll respond to any media requests for us.
Okay. And did media show up to the scene that day at some point?
They did.
And they had to be held off to the ends of the street to keep the scene secure.
Yeah, at that point, we would have had a grid search in that entire area. So we needed the media to go somewhere specific instead of responding to the scene itself.
Okay. Is it normal for the public information officer to come out to deal with that?
Yes.
Because they want to know what's going on.
Yes.
And she's the one that's responsible for giving a statement from the police department to the media.
Yeah, and then relaying any information about what the media needs to put out. At this case, it was a missing child. So she needed them to put out, has anyone seen this child?
Anything unusual or nefarious about Betsy Nolan, the PIO, having been out there?
No.
Okay. All right. So when you get to the precinct for these interviews, Daniel, Paul, and Leilani are already there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where were they? For them?
When I got there, Daniel was in our main interview room. Leilani was in a spare room that we also used as a lactation or nursing room. And then Paul was in a conference room.
Why were they all in separate rooms?
Because we needed to get their statement individually without any other influence.
And were they transported there separately in the first place?
I'm not entirely sure.
Who interviewed whom?
Yeah, so at that point, we had Agent Snyder's team had joined us. So we had a FBI agent and a detective paired off. So Agent Brad Snyder and I interviewed Leilani. Agent Savannah Solomon, and Detective Noble interviewed Daniel Youngkin. And then Paul Simon was interviewed by Special Agent Burns and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. I want to ask you kind of a technical question about the indictment here. There are a number of false statement charges in the indictment.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it?
I have.
And it is an element of the false statements offense in Georgia that the matter that the person was being questioned about was within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate the disappearance of a child who lives in Chatham County?
Yes.
Thank you. So you have these local and federal teams, and you said you were paired up with Special Agent Snyder.
Yes.
And what was the first thing that y'all did?
So Agent Snyder and I had not spoken to Leilani at that point. We wanted to hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
And did you conduct an interview with her at that point, sometime shortly after your arrival?
We did.
And where was that interview conducted?
In the lactation/spare room.
And who all was there?
Myself, Leilani, and Agent Snyder.
And was that interview recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
I recorded it on my cell phone.
How was your cell phone position during this?
Yeah, I did a video recording and kind of just set it down on the table, and the camera angle is facing up at the ceiling tiles.
Now, what was the goal of this initial interview? What were y'all looking for?
To hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
Okay. And did you ask her for an account of her day on October 4th and her night on October 4th and early morning hours of October 5th?
Yes.
And did she give that to you?
She did.
To the best of your recollection, and I'm asking you to kind of summarize the line, but what was that account?
So she described getting her wisdom teeth pulled, returning home with Daniel, eventually getting the kids, getting them, together that night. She talked about laying down to sleep that night. Her tooth started hurting, so she left to get Orajel
And what time was she saying that that Orajel trip was at?
around 1
And where was she saying that she had gone to get that Orajel?
to the Chevron gas station.
And where is the Chevron gas station that she was referring to?
I believe it's 4800 Okeechee Road.
Is it the one that we were looking at in the pictures with Officer Schenker?
Yes,
The one right next to the Zodiac Mobile Home Plaza?
yes.
And who was she saying that she had gotten Orajel from?
Her former coworker, Misty.
Now, you've seen the,
I don't think he's on at the minute. I still haven't got that email, sweetheart. I've been in and out, refreshing it, and nothing. But then I've had nothing since 11. I don't know what's going on. Maybe my computer's playing out. I do have a lot open at the moment, but it should be more than capable.
statement that, the recorded statement that Lieutenant Foster got from her on scene.
Yes.
Was her story to you about this Orajel trip that you're talking about her providing in the lactation room initially, was it substantially the same as what you had told them on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this this first interview in the lactation room, did she mention anything about a trip to her drug dealer earlier in the night?
No.
Was she asked about her brother Paul's whereabouts through the night?
Yes.
And as best you can remember, what did she say?
I believe she described him returning home that night from work and maybe stopping in to say hello and then going upstairs to his room for the remainder of the night.
Was she asked about Danny's, her boyfriend Danny's whereabouts and activity through the night, say from, I don't know, 11 p.m. on or something like that?
Yes.
And what did she say about that, as best you remember?
That he was in bed. I believe she said they were watching a movie
Okay. Well, all night or what point in time?
before they went to sleep,
Okay.
around 12:30.
And was she putting him in bed asleep after that point?
Yes.
Was she asked about when Quinton went to bed and where?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say about that?
That around 10:30, she put him in his pack and play for the night. He took about 40 minutes kind of doing a babbling crying until he finally fell asleep.
Was she asked about any drug use
She
that
was.
she might have engaged in that night?
Yes.
And what did she have to say about that?
I believe at that point she said that she had smoked weed.
Did she mention any other drugs?
No.
Okay. Do you see in front of you, first of all, a disc marked as States Exhibit 12?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the 911 call from the communication center.
Is this something that you eventually obtained and incorporated into your case file?
Yes,
And does that include a certificate of authenticity from the 911 communication center?
it does.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 12.
Okay, it is admitted.
All right, so this is the disc containing the audio of the 911 call to kick this whole investigation off, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish a portion of this recording at this time.
All right, please proceed.
And then I'm going to play from the very beginning to about 45 seconds in.
9:38:37 seconds, October 5, 2022. Yeah, I need to come 535 Buck Alter Road, Louis from Virginia. 535 Buck Alter? Yes. You said someone, they kidnapped? Your 1-year-old son?
All right, so I stopped the playback at 45 seconds in. That file is a few minutes longer, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the remainder of that is mostly Daniel Youngkin talking?
Yes.
And is that the male voice that we heard on there as well?
It is.
And there's also some of the defendant providing biographical information about her son.
Yes.
And which son did she say it was?
Quinton Simon.
At some point during the investigation, did you learn Quinton Simon's birthday?
I did.
And what was it?
It's 1/8/21.
1/8/21. So that would that put him at 20 months old on October 4th, 5th of 2022?
Yes.
So that's the initial statement that gets the police involved to begin with from the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And what time was that call made? Did you catch it?
I believe it was 9 and 9:40.
You want to play it again?
Yes.
Nine 38:37 seconds, October 5, 2000.
What time was that call?
9:38 a.m.
So let's go back to the lactation room and your first interview. You mentioned you recorded that on your phone.
Yes.
Is that the only interview you conducted of the
Nelson.
that day? All right. Do you see in front of you an envelope containing a thumb drive, the envelope being marked as States Exhibit 13?
Yes. Yes.
Now, broadly speaking, what's on this thumb drive?
It was the October 5th interviews of Leilani Simon.
Okay. Do those recordings, they're video recordings, correct?
Yes.
From the lactation room on your phone, right?
Yes.
And then later from the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do those recordings fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
They do.
Now, have those ones been altered or modified in any way?
They've been redacted to comply with the court's orders.
Okay, so some portions have been taken out.
Yes.
All right. At this point, I would like to publish what is on that. Well, let me offer it. I'd like to introduce that, Your Honor, States Exhibit 13.
No objection, subject to the redactions, Judge. So,
Exhibit 13 is admitted subject to the redactions.
All right. I'd like to now publish what is on this thumb drive is lactation room first video. That be okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
And actually, as I open it up, I realize that this is a 28-minute video and it is 11:45. The court like me to proceed or not?
The next video is close to 30 minutes long. We can play that now, or we can hold it until after lunch. Okay, the general consensus is head yeses, and we can move on. So let's go ahead and hear that video, see that video.
Respond to something.
That's why he's here. Detective Lemons, I haven't met you yet. I wasn't at the scene earlier, but I just wanted to come here and talk to him and get some more information too, okay? Can you spell your name for us?
Leilani.
L-A-N-I.
Just one more time, I'm sorry.
Leilani.
What's your last name?
Simon.
Two names or just one? What's your date of birth?
11/30/99.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything. I mean, we can't imagine the emotion that you're feeling right now. But as difficult as it is, just let you kind of think back the last 24 hours and just kind of give me, what you've been through in the past 24 hours. So we'll talk 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday. Tell me your.
Just getting the list to pull.
Okay.
About the Sunday today.
Did you have your son with you?
No, I don't ever think today to go to work and I left because I was feeling like I'm essentially there and I had to keep the kids.
Where are you working right now?
Eclipse IA and where we work.
Eclipse, what type of work is that?
Warehouse flooding. And all that stuff. So whatever. So I called babysitter and I stayed home a little bit longer altogether. She had all 3 of them. These guys would be, surgery. No one's holding that. So now
Any sort of ibuprofen or anything for the.
ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen.
It's $50 and $800 ibuprofen. That's all I went. So I went home, took a nap until about
How late that was?
we officially got about 2, a little bit after 2. I had about an hour and a half nap before we got up and got things going to pick up the kids. And they spaghetti before we picked them up. It's still in the fridge at the house. We went and picked them up and gave them all bath. You have food? I said, maybe I'm doing a box to get maybe for the kids in the house for watch tonight. So that's there too. And I put them down the bed and Quinton he's a talker. He doesn't cry when he's tired. He just talks, babbles. So he lays there and talks to himself. It takes him about 40 minutes to fall asleep. He's over there going, blah, 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 blah. We're hour long minutes. He probably fell asleep. He probably was too ready. Fishing on baths, they're cleaning up all that stuff. Stuff on that, they're a little bit teeny time, and then bed. Oh, my mouth was really bothering me about almost 1 of them. They called Circle K to see if they have a word job. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. He has a lot of mouth problems. And that's her. She had a word job. Later up there at the Chevron. They ended up calling her. They got back in the back home. Y'all, so 12 minutes. I had it for like 360. I can show y'all right from. Everything was on the left. I was like, I got went home, and my mouth, checked all the kids again. They were all good.
What time was it?
It was 1:25. I looked at my app when they asked me to. Then I got home. And I was going to 12 minutes. Literally, show. And I go there, put it there. I check the kids. Everybody's kind of sky. She fell asleep on the couch. Quinton not like this. And he's kicking. And his hand in the tablet on his chest. I wasn't touching. So I go to bed. I'll be there about 9. Almost 9. And I was supposed to go to work, but because of this, I was just going to stay home today. Which is why the kids had to babysit. Really, so the front door was partially open. But I was like, with the light open. The door's never open unless somebody's out. normally ever. So I get up and go shut it. I didn't think nothing about it. I just got out of bed. The door's open. Let me shut the door and I turn around and check on the kids. This guy's there. Zane's there. Quinn's not there. So I searched the house, under the bed, behind the couches, in the closets, in the cabinets, outside, everywhere. The pool, everything. Couldn't find them. I go, Jeremy, did you take them to babysitters just to give me an easier day or something? Did you like forget to tell me, or did you tell me and I not remember? He's like, no, he was there. He was in the playroom room this morning. I said, but he's not there. So then I called the cops and I called Michelle, which is the babysitter, to try to help me look a little bit farther out. So I got 2 kids at the house and it was my brother was asleep and I had 2 kids and it was just me searching and screaming. And
I can understand you.
They couldn't even find this copy ad. Put it in the bed.
You said you couldn't find his
Couldn't find his cup. Yeah,
cup.
his cup. And then he had a little
Thank
Mickey
you.
Mouse. Stuffed animal
Got it.
He went to bed with. I wasn't in the bed either.
Does Quinton take any medication at all? Does he have to receive?
No, he only had one medical issue, which would hopefully fix itself by the time he reached age of 10. And it's that one of the arteries, one of the main arteries to his heart, doesn't pump like it's supposed to.
Okay.
And that's the only issue he had at all. This boy was walking before he was even 7 months old. It's a smart little boy.
Mm-hmm. Has he ever, describe me his bed? Is it like a crib or something?
A playpen.
A playpen.
We did playpen for him.
Okay. Has he ever gotten out of the playpen before on his own? So he doesn't.
He cannot get up on his own. The boy can't even get his foot up there if he tried.
He can't step on something. There's nothing in the crib.
Nothing in the crib but a pillow and a blanket. And that's the only thing he had. The only time that he's ever managed to get out of it was with my oldest son's help. He'd come and grab the side of the playpen and look quick as he put him out. Nobody went to the bottom for my oldest. Then he comes grab that playpen and snatch it down and get his brother on out. But the playpen's always knocked over when that happens. Everything's out of it. The part that you lay on the, whatever, out of it. Everything's out of it. Nothing was flipped over. Nothing was messed, nothing at all.
And you have full custody of Quinton?
No, my mother does.
Okay.
There we go.
A situation where my boyfriend at the time left me and I didn't have a job and my car broke down. He said I had transportation. So I voluntarily signed over in temporary custody to my mother until I could get up on my feet. I've just now recently got to where at the end of this month we're supposed to be going to put money down in the house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, all this. So after that happened, we were going to begin the process of getting me back because he did legal rights.
And your mom lives with you?
That's her house that we were at. And I was like, since she has temporary custody, I wanted to make sure, we would all want to make sure that the kids they were supposed to be legally on the book, because I could have had to move up to North Carolina, even though it's a little 2-bedroom apartment. I could have done that after, but I was homeless for 2 months before I even got that. So,
I know.
It's so little, it's so sweet. It's so sweet.
She's not convincing me.
I can't imagine what you're going through. And I wish I had some tissue. Do you have any tissue right here? Is that any tissue?
No, I got serious that I don't need any clothes.
Okay.
And I broke it.
What is that?
I broke it. I broke it.
We're going to, you can rest assured, that everybody working this is going to do everything feasibly possible to help find your son. Okay?
My father and I haven't been on good terms since before I was pregnant. We stopped talking, and 3 weeks later, I found out I was pregnant. So,
What is his name?
The father's name is Henry Moss.
Okay.
He goes by Bubba.
Okay.
And,
When was the last time you saw him?
Never.
I
Right.
haven't seen him
Come on,
in
cold brother.
a year.
Does he know where you live?
He does. Because I try not to be like every mother out there. So when I moved back down here and I knew that it was substantially closer to where he stayed at, I was just like, well, this is where I'm at. If you want to see your son, whoever you know, here's his address. Or if all he was trying to do was use Quinton as an excuse to get in my pants. So I stopped denying him to visit his son.
When did you do that?
4 months, 4 or 5 months ago.
4 or 5 months.
Started denying him. Started ignoring him. You know, just we blocked him on everything. The Facebook that I had tried to pull up now was the new one that he recently sent me a friend request for. So I can see if I try to get in contact with him, but I'm blocked on that. So I have no contacts, I have no numbers.
Are those still on your phone?
Huh?
Are those messages still on your phone, maybe?
I don't know if it's still on that phone. I have multiple different phones. I'm sending like 3 days bucks.
Yeah. Do you have your phones here?
There.
Okay. Do you mind if we get the password to your phone so we can look it up?
Okay. Yeah, I tried to pull it up.
Is it a drawing or is it just numbers?
Oh, it's 1864.
1864?
1864.
I don't know about listeners because that phone, like I said, it's a phone that I used for my mother after my mother was broke. And I didn't have to make new accounts. So I'm not too sure if it's on that account.
Gotcha.
Or if it's on the other account. But I know when I try to search them up today to try to show the officers or whatever, because one of the last messages I remember getting it from him said, "You do not deserve to have Quinton. I'm going to get a paternity test and I'm going to take my child." Yeah.
Henry said that.
Yes. Bella said that. Bella Moss.
Did he say that?
Yes. When? 3 weeks ago. And then today was the first time that my babysitter, when I heard her talk.
I paused it at 11 minutes and 54 seconds in. I just want to ask you some questions about what the defendant just said there. Can you just sort of recap for us what she was saying about these supposed Facebook messages from Quinton's father, Henry Bobo Moss Jr.?
Yeah, she was describing Henry Moss's Facebook account that they had been communicating and that he had been saying that he was going to take Quinton after he gets a paternity test.
And she was saying those messages had been sent when in relation to this?
Is that better? Yay!
Home up and show them to you?
No.
Did you at some point obtain a search warrant for her Facebook records or a portion thereof?
Yes,
And did you send that to Facebook?
I did.
And did they send you some information in response?
They did.
Some of her Facebook records?
Yes.
Were you able to find those messages that she's describing in the Facebook records that you got back?
No.
And I'll resume playback at 11 minutes, 54 seconds where I left off, Your Honor.
Okay.
Call Sarah, but she's seen cars sitting in front of my house quite a few bit recently. And I looked at her and said, "Why didn't you tell me about that?" I told your mother, but she didn't tell me I'm the one here.
Yeah.
I could have been more cautious if I felt like somebody was watching the house.
Now, every question that we ask, I promise you, you're going to think that, we're intruding on your privacy, but I can assure you, every question that we ask has a purpose to try to figure out, every feasible possible angle there is to this case. So with that, we're not looking to get you in trouble for past drug use, for past drug abuse.
And these people are feeling so sorry for her, and she's got hundreds of people out, looking.
Listen,
Listen,
okay.
hey, whatever medicine they chopped up in my mouth yesterday.
So do you have
That's so funny.
Do you have anybody that you?
I'm not even nobody. No, I do not borrow. I do not front. I don't do anything like that. I don't owe anybody any money at all.
How much marijuana? How frequently would you say you use marijuana?
Once a night.
Once a night?
Twice a night before I go to bed. When the kids are asleep, everything's handled, dishes, food, kitchen.
Oh, really?
I was going to sleep
Like
next to the anxiety.
And where do you get the marijuana from? Do you purchase it yourself, or do you get it through?
I purchased it myself. There's been times that I've gone to the dispensaries and I've done CBD, actual And that's what I've been doing a lot lately. I think the last time I bought, like, actually, like, off the street, probably 3 weeks ago, and it was within my eggs. I've been trying to use the scriptures around the eggs.
So nobody has any sort of motives to do any harm to you, to get back at you because you owe them money. Like, going back to your time in North Carolina, there's nobody that would want to cause harm to you or to your family that you can think of. Any person that you got sideways with when you were running with the wrong crowd? Is there nobody like that at all?
No, I know Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I moved up there to be with him. Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I know that I have caught him cheating multiple times. I have been in contact with his exes before because of it. I remember I might be pulling messages where his ex was pretty much saying that send him on back home. I miss my best friend. It's a long paragraph. Like I can't really tell you, but like, and I told Cheryl, I was like, he's a good man, he's a good husband, he's a good father. You don't miss out, is what I told her. So any type of altercation between me and somebody else, okay, would have been over him in public with some other woman. But at that time, I had never had my kids touch me. I never had my kids touch me. Nobody even knew them. I didn't even know what they looked like. So, I mean, I'm confused.
And who all lives in the house that's your mother's? Who lives there? I understand the kids, but adults.
Paul.
Who is Paul?
This is my little brother.
That's your brother. Who's the gentleman that was sitting here with you? Okay.
And then Daniel and me.
So Daniel is
my fiance. And then my stepdad and my mom.
Is that?
And 3 dogs. And the kids.
Tell me about Paul. What does Paul do?
I just got a job with me at the warehouse. He's honestly studying to take his ASVAB to take. I'm just going to do military. I haven't had much communication with my brother over the past year. He went down different roads, I went down different roads. Me and my mom were all on and off. So, like, I distanced myself with the family, which is kind of where North Carolina came involved. He just finished his GED. He works 2 to 10 shifts.
So he goes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, comes home at 10 o'clock at night?
Yeah, so like he's leaving, normally it's like 1:20 when he leaves. And by the time he gets home, it's like about 2:30.
Is he driving himself there?
Yeah, he drives a white Silverado at the house, and which is my stepdad's truck. My brother just got permission to use it. I'm supposed to be taking him to go pick up his truck from Midway sometimes in a week.
Is that car at the house now?
Yes.
Okay.
The Silverado's at the house, and my Dodge is at the house.
And Paul was at the house when Quinton was missing?
Yeah, because I got up and I started yelling and screaming for anybody and everybody, please just come help me. I couldn't find him.
Where was he?
My brother was upstairs in his room. And I went to the other and started yelling at him, please come help me, I can't find Quinton. I think one of the very first things I said to him was just, please tell me for some weird reason you got him upstairs.
Good.
We gotta make another child.
Is Quinton a kid that, I know you mentioned he talks himself to sleep. Does he cry? Does he cry himself to sleep over?
And he's like,
I actually haven't been watching it, Sharon. I've been streaming it overnight, which is why it's got no commentary. But I did catch a snippet of the daughter's testimony last night. But I don't know a great deal about it. At the end of last night, the judge said that they were hoping to wrap up today, like the defence was going to rest by the end of today, and then Wednesday they discharged the jury for the day because they were going to have a charging conference to work out all the jury instructions and the motions, and then Thursday the jury are back on deck and they were going to start closing arguments. So that was the plan. But I intend to attempt to binge watch it this weekend if I can. Yeah. You think the Grinch is guilty? I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know the story. I know it's got all the hallmarks of a Good Days of Our Lives episode, apparently, with the secret lover and the intertwined, the tangled webs. So, yeah, I know it's gone for a long time because it's day 16 today. So that's what, over 3 weeks.
I can't even explain it. He just lays there. Babbling. He just goes on and on and on. Like, most of the time it's not even words. And it is this mama E.T. play.
What kind of relationship does Paul have with Quinton?
They're playful. When Paul gets home, if I need help, he is very helpful with the kids. If I need him to watch the kids while I'm cooking, if I need him, anything like that, cleaning wise, or he'll just go in there and lay on the floor and play with them with the kids, and with the dog and the kids and the toys. That's normally it, though. Maybe hang out and play an hour more a day. Because normally I kind of try to keep all my kids inside the house.
Yes,
I was running through the house trying to clean up everything all day long.
Disappearing.
Any reason at all for Paul to leave the house after he got home? And what time he gets off work at 10, so what time is he going to get home?
At 10:30, and then if he gives his friend a ride home, then it's like 11.
So what time did he get home last night?
10:40.
10:40. Do you know whether he left the house after 10:40?
He didn't go nowhere.
So from 10:40 until you went and woke him up at about 9 o'clock.
He was upstairs in his room.
And no indication that he left. You didn't hear the door open. Nothing.
No door opening. The truck didn't even look like it was moved, and the sliders were like that.
So from your perspective, 100% Paul was at the house from 10:40 until you woke him up this morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What was Paul's initial reaction when you went up and said, "Hey, Quinton's missing"?
And then he jumped up and he kind of looked like freaking out. He was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean Quinton's missing?" I was like, "He's missing. I can't find him. Come help me." And I started running back down the stairs. Opening closets, because I know there's closets, everything, under the sinks, everything. And Paul was out there running and chasing and looking, and finally looked at him. I was like, "Come on."
So the first phone call that went out, was that a phone call that Paul made or a call that you made?
The first phone call that went out was the one that I made to Danny. When I got up and I shut the door and I went and checked on the kids and I noticed that he wasn't there, that was the very first phone call that went out about Quinton being gone. Mm-hmm. The second one would have been to Michelle or whatever. And when she said that she didn't see anybody coming to the house and nobody picked them up, didn't see nothing like that, and then she came over and tried to help look as well. And she was like, "You want to check the closets again?" I was like, "We can call the cops. We're going to call the cops." Call the cops. The cops were called by 9:30.
And you made that call?
Yes. I'm going to call them.
Okay. Did Danny make any calls?
He attempted, I think he was trying to, but something was going on with his phone. Which is why I was going to end up making the call.
And let's talk about Danny. So how long have you and Danny been dating? Or have you been engaged?
We've been together for almost 2 years, engaged for the past year.
Mm-hmm. So Danny and Bubba, they're aware of each other?
They have never met or spoke to each other at all. Never. I don't even think. I know Danny knows what Bubba looks like. Bubba don't know what Danny looks like. That I know of. I'm aware of it. So there has been no altercations between Danny or the other fathers to my kids. There's no altercations between them at all. I try to be the middle person about everything.
So what's Danny's routine? Any given day, what's his daily routine? What's he do?
His daily routine, if we gotta work, he's up normally about 5. He gets ready to start taking the kids to babysitters about 5:30. Because normally I'm like, I was sleeping in 10 minutes. Because I said, "No, you're like dressed." Then we go to work. We get off.
You don't ride to work together?
Yes, we work the same shift, 6 to 2. 6 a.m. to 2:30.
Today just happened to be your day off.
Today just happened to be. I was supposed to school yesterday, and I wasn't going to work. So about that, when he gets off, we can't leave the warehouse at all once we get there. So there's no going out for summer for lunch or nothing like that. So when he gets off, We normally stop by the convenience store or gas station or get something to drink, snacks, sometimes snacks for the kids or dinner. And then we go straight from there to pick up the kids. We pick up the kids and we go home. Daddy normally cooks dinner while I'm getting the kids adjusted from getting home. So when I take them inside.
Last night, did you cook the spaghetti last night? Or
No, I cooked the spaghetti last night because no seasoning.
no seasoning?
No seasoning.
So when Danny got home from work last night, at what time?
4:30. No, it was we left work together yesterday for my wisdom tooth because I knew I wasn't gonna be able to drive. They were gonna inject me or whatever. So we were home early yesterday. We didn't pick up the kids until 4:30. I wanted to know. Because before we were here.
What did y'all do when you got from the time you got home until 4:30? Or just hanging out the two of you at that?
We did like clean up laundry, setting the meat up for us. We got to cut up the sausages and mushrooms or whatever.
So y'all were there at the house together?
Yeah, we were there together the whole time. I think we went up to the store once for a beer. That was it.
What time would that have been?
Probably 3:45, right before we had to kids.
And then, did he leave the house at any other time between, once you went to get the kids, you came home, you ate the spaghetti, did Danny leave between that time and 5:45 this morning? Never at all. He was at the house the entire time. How do you know that?
Because he was on the bed.
He was beside you.
He was on the bed.
You
We sleep in the same bed. We only have one side of the house. So we got the kitchen that we can only really use to cook in. Obviously, we have to clean up. We got our bathroom. Then there's the doorway to our bedroom. And that bedroom is just pretty much like one big old studio bedroom. They had one side of the room is like the kids' sleep/living room. And then the other side is our bed. Whatever, that's the only side of the house we ain't got. I can say for a fact that he was there and it was laying in bed pissing me off, not helping me do anything this week.
Now, who physically picked Quinton up and put him in the playpen last night?
And I did. I put him in there after we ate, bathed, bath, everything, laid down, had the tablet set up for him and everything. He was laying there. I said, I'm going to tablet. And when I took that away, he was for about 40 minutes.
And what time did you take the tablet away?
9:15.
9:50.
9:52.
Was he asleep at that point, or he was still battling at that
He was
point?
battling at that point. He didn't fall asleep till about 10:30, 10:40. But no, he was still, I took it away, that's when it was, I can't even make no noises again.
Yeah. So during that time, when you hear him battling, you don't go in there to check on him, you just hear him.
Yeah, we hear him battling the whole time, or whatever. The way that it is set up, honestly, checking on him like he's sitting like this on the bed and see him. So I'm just hearing him babble. It's when it gets quiet that I check. So when it got quiet, that's when we went and checked 12 something before I left.
I'd like you to get quiet, lady.
Right, so I checked again.
Would she like the sound of her own voice?
Thank you. I think we need to take a brief pause. I'm going to ask the jurors to step into the jury room.
Jurors exiting.
Was it the first brother that testified? I saw a little bit of his testimony, but that was a couple of weeks ago. So I've probably watched 4 trials since then. I forget. They all blend into one another. So what's going on here? They're actually going to take a break, or is the judge? The judge is going to say something outside the presence of the jury by the looks of it. Ooh, what's happening?
Thank you. Everybody have a seat. Tim, what was his number? So it came to my attention, I noticed it, and Mr. Bryant, the clerk, noticed as well that one of the jurors was sleeping. And I was keeping an eye on him, but it seemed to continue. So I thought it's better for us to stop and address it now. You know, I can remind them all of the need to stay awake and to help each other stay awake. But it seems it's pretty early in the day and it seems to be a problem already. So I want to turn to council and ask you how you would like to proceed with this. Mr. Hilliard?
Judge, I can just tell you, in the past, sorry, in the past, when you have long, dull, dry stuff to get through, just chopping it up, whether they want to take a break or not, tends to do that because they have to get up, go do that, come back. So it's the routine breaks are not just, it's to kind of keep them moving and keep them engaged. That's the first thing. The second thing, though, I didn't think about this, but it did come up, and I think we're probably getting to the time delay right now where it may matter, is I don't think it was intentional, but the child's names were mentioned on the record. And I just would like to know if there's any way we could possibly edit that out from going out over the air. I know normally routine is something that we'd redact along the way, so it wouldn't go out, but the names were testified to and dates of birth and things like that. You know, I don't know if there's any way to possibly do it.
Mr. Dean? Let's first talk about the sleeping juror, and then we'll talk about that. So you want to just remind them to stay awake at this point, and we give it a go, because I also understand too, we're mid-morning. It's a lot to have to listen to.
There's only 3 minutes left in this video. I think we could just press forward and take a lunch break and I don't know, tell them to get coffee if they're coffee drinkers.
Okay. Now, as to the redaction request.
I have no intention of doing that. I mean, it's these children, their identities and their presence in the house is part of the evidence of the case. I mentioned it in an opening statement. The involvement of other surviving children is one of the reasons that I objected to the presence of cameras in the courtroom to begin with. I understand that based on aspects of Georgia law that impose a strong presumption for open access, that the court's ruling on that. But I don't see any way around it. I'm not going to do an entire trial where I'm referring to these children as ZW and SY. It's just unmanageable.
I'm not asking them to do that. What I'm asking is that their personal identifying information like dates of birth and full names just not be aired. He can do whatever he wants. The request really has more to do with what goes out over the television, Judge. And it doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Dean or his presentation of the evidence. I understand. He can do what he needs to do in here. But that information going out is what my concern is about the children, Dave and Scott.
So I understand that. So are you asking, for instance, that Detective Lemons not use the entire dates of birth of the children?
Not using dates of birth or any personal identifying information. And if the media could just maybe bleep the full names out. I'm not asking them to censor themselves. I understand they have to do what they have to do, but it doesn't have to be aired. That's my only real concern, Judge.
Okay. So I'm hearing dates of births, personal identifying information.
How about Sarah Boone's social security number? They add that.
And I really don't know anything else. The date of birth, I believe, was given for Quinton, and I understand that. I don't recall hearing that for any of the other children.
I think Zane's full name was given, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I'm not trying to hinder the state in any way, shape, or form. It really has more to do with Zane and Scott, Judge, at this point. So I'm just asking if maybe they could bleep it or modify it or in some way, shape, or form change what happens before they send it out. I know we're on a 30-minute delay. They have a few minutes where they can do that and at least edit that. That's all I'm asking. It's just to protect the children's identities. And other than that, like I said, I understand the state has to do what it has to do.
First, I do understand that you're not trying to affect how the state presents its case.
All right. So
And
they know her last name. They know the children's first name. They know that it's in Georgia. They know the name of the street that she drove up. It's not going to be that hard to work that shit out. Really?
you bring up the point that we do have a 30-minute delay with the media. So I would ask the media to not publish full dates of birth of the children. You can use the birth year, and not to publish first and last names of the other two children.
And that seems reasonable. It doesn't hinder the state, and it does protect the children. That's really my only concern in this, Judge.
Okay, very good. We'll proceed in that way. We'll proceed in that way. And so let's, Mr. Dean.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Far be it from me to intervene on behalf of Court TV here, but I did say their full names in opening statement. That's been released. I think their full names are part of the public record even before we got in here this week. So I don't know, imposing an order on them to redact like a last name every time somebody says it, I think is maybe a little burdensome, and I think it's kind of water under the bridge at this point.
You know, I do think it's burdensome. I do think it's water under the bridge. I think that we're going to proceed as we have been. So I am not going to impose that restriction on the media. It's a 30-minute delay. I'm not going to impose that restriction on the media. That information, some of that information is already in the record at this point. We're going to proceed. Mr. Hilliard, I do understand your concern for the identities of the younger children being, or the other children
their photos
being not published, but we're going to proceed as we have been.
I made the record, Judge. I understand.
Thank you, sir. All right. Please bring the jurors out.
I think they go to lunch now. Yes, they do. Let's skip to Maluma, darling. Do, skip to Maluma. Speaking of the loo, I might skip there too.
Now, when we left off
darling.
before lunch, we've come to the end of what's in evidence as lactation room first video.
Yes.
How many video files did you film on your phone from that single interview in the lactation room?
There are two separate ones.
And why are there two separate files?
So at the end of this first video, I got a phone call on my phone that was recording it, and I took that phone call.
Okay. And how long were you gone? Did you leave the room for that?
I did.
How long were you gone?
Probably less than 10 minutes.
Do you remember what the phone call was about?
It was someone from the scene. I don't remember the details.
Okay. Somebody from the scene was calling you about something.
Yes,
Did you return to the lactation room?
I did.
And were Special Agent Snyder and the defendant still in there?
Yes,
Okay. And did you resume recording?
I did.
When you resumed recording, what was being discussed at that time? Do you remember?
When I walked in and started recording, they were talking about the smell of vomit or vomit that was on the pillow.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would publish the second video. This is on the thumb drive introduced as State's Exhibit 13 as lactation room second video. Give me 1 second.
Now, subject to the redactions, Mr. Dean, I discussed, no objection.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Dean.
All right, I've displayed on the monitor the opening frame from lactation room second video. Whose feet are we looking at here?
Leilani's and Agent Snyder's.
Okay. And I will play, I'll begin the playback just from the very beginning here.
I would have been, so last night had been Tuesday night, so Monday night.
Yeah.
Gave him a cookie.
Yeah, we got a cookie in the bed, like, Tyler would play that or whatever, and upchecks, we wiped it up, and it looked like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet, I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla, with, the vanilla
Vanilla
cookies.
wafers.
Yeah, the vinegar house milk.
But you can call that nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything in the past 2 or 3 days. Nothing at all.
Anything about sickness at all, and then like,
So pause the playback at 37 seconds in. Your Honor, may I remain seated for this portion of the question?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Was this agent, Special Agent Snyder, asking her some questions designed to get at the origin of the apparent vomit on the pillowcase?
Yes.
And what did she say there about that?
That it had been a cookie that she had given Quinton prior to this day, and that she thought she had cleaned it all up, and that he must have vomited or spit up on the pillow.
She was saying that that was something that happened on Monday night.
I believe so.
But let's just play that
Yeah.
bit again. We'll take it from the top. First of all, what day was this?
This was a Wednesday.
Wednesday, October 5th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would have been, so last night had been Tuesday night, so Monday night.
yeah.
Gave him a cookie.
Yeah, we got a cookie in the bed, like, Tyler would play that or whatever, and upchecks, we wiped it up, and it looked like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet, I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was
It's the vanilla, with, the vanilla
it? Vanilla
cookies.
wafers.
Yeah, the vinegar house milk.
But you can call that nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything.
I'm going to pause it again at 30 seconds. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure we're clear on what is being said here. Did we hear her say that he had spit up some of that cookie on Monday night, that she had wiped off the pillowcase, but had not yet changed it?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 30 seconds in.
Past 2 or 3 days. Nothing at all.
Anything about sickness at all, and then like a month ago, we had ear infection.
Okay.
I know that Zane has an ear infection now. Now, if they were passing it back and forth, if he did throw it after I went to bed last night, I don't know. I got this morning, there was nothing there for me to look like. I don't know.
So just to kind of rehash some of this stuff, you know, and some of it, there's no one that has any sort of motivation to do harm to you or any of your family. You don't have any sort of financial debts, you know, related to drug use. No one that wants anything done to you or any of your family as a result of something that you've done. Correct?
No. Let alone nobody that should at all. Now I can sit here and look at you straight in your eye and say, at the top of my head thinking, I do not think of anybody that would actually want to hurt us or Danny or my kids, especially Quinton. You know, it's never sweet that baby is.
And your mom, I mean, your mom, upstanding lady, does
She
that?
is an upstanding lady. She has a safe and long, drawn out criminal history. A couple weeks ago, me and her did get into it.
All right, stop the playback at 2 minutes in. And I'm going to advance to 2 minutes and 6 seconds in. Just skipping 6 seconds of the file there, Your Honor. And I'll resume playback at 2 minutes and 6 seconds into the file.
She pushed me to the wall with the laundry basket when I was there. Both the kids were there, so I just got the kids. And I went to my room, tried to distance herself. She followed me to the room and she pushed me again. I called the cops and everything. Y'all called me and pulled out police report. Or whatever. She pushed me again, so I called the cops again. I wasn't calling the cops to get somebody in trouble. I was calling the cops to prevent the negativity and violence around my children. Okay, so that was the most recent,
What did we just hear her describe there? Was that an altercation with her mother that had happened recently?
Yes.
Now, it was the case that everybody was saying that the defendant's mother was out of town during the period of October 4th, October 5th, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to 5 minutes into this file and resume playback from there.
No chance that you will cause your wisdom tooth and, whatever that you're taking, and it's just ibuprofen is what we're thinking.
yeah, that's what they described me. I don't know what shots they gave me, no, they gave me 3 different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours, even afterwards. It was still not really here.
Did you, in your sleep, you got history of sleepwalking, did you grab Quinton and, let him go to the store with you because you were concerned about him and you left the house at midnight to go to the store? Okay. Do you have a history of any sort of sleepwalking or anything with your mental health?
No, the last time I slept off, I was like 8 years old, maybe.
Oh.
I was like 8 years old, and somehow I ended up outside of my bosom.
So that hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened since
Since 8 years old.
Yeah,
What about me?
Yeah.
So there's no possibility that you, without knowing,
Did I miss?
to in the car, to you just somebody else's house, or where, nothing like that could happen.
No, at all.
Okay. I want you to know that there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes right now. And we're doing everything feasibly possible. We're going to have more questions. We're going to continue down, whatever path, that these interviews, what we find in the house, what we find off the cell phone records, whatever leads us. So if at any point, we come back and have follow-up questions, it's just to get some clarity and some guidance on what the next step should be.
To be honest with you, I have nothing right now, baby.
Well,
You have nothing bigger than my baby right now, baby.
there's a lot of people working, and we can promise you that. And there's a lot of resources that are employed. We're doing everything that we can.
So I'm gonna fucking bag.
So if you're saying, we have
She does respond to monkey a lot.
You shouldn't have thrown him away, should you?
He responds to monkey a lot. He don't really respond to Quinn. He don't respond to monkey. He's one of the comments that he was born. He's look at my hairless monkey.
I can't even stand a voice.
Victim specialist. Her name's Nancy Yavis. I'm gonna walk out here now, reach out to her. But unfortunately, we're going to get you back, to your house whenever we can. That's going to be a long time. So if it's okay with you, just let us know what you need. We're going to get you some water. But if you just hold tight, we're going to just come close as we can while you're here. Is there anything you need like right now?
Why aren't we watching the actual? The roof.
Yeah, we can do that. Anything else that you need right now? Okay.
There's not gonna be an officer out here, her name is, Sam, so if you need anything, just call her or
Anything else you have right now?
But do you have any issues with us kind of just going through your phone to get messages and any more contact info?
If you
want.
We have to copy that whole phone for like here.
If you have any issues, just let us know.
We have like a car, so you can send forms.
I may have one of those. Yeah.
How do you say your name?
Leilani.
Leilani. I can imagine, what you're going through. But you just, at this point, you have to trust the process. And we're going to do wherever we can to get you the assistance. But truth be told, we just have to, work through the process, the steps, wherever you and we'll do everything we can. In the same respect, though, you gotta understand, like, you got to be completely transparent and honest with us.
Yeah.
And I think you have to this point. I know. So if there's anything, that you think of that could remotely lead to something as horrendous as this happened, you need to let us know. So if it's something that you're not proud of, that you're ashamed of, that you've been involved in, that you've done, like, we're not here, to judge you. We're here to find what and bring what down safely. So that means exposing something that you've done.
I don't have complicated things out now. Okay, I know that. I don't literally know what we go has been never work. And I gotta deal to have the custody back there. You know what I'm saying?
I'll stop the playback at 10:42, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. You were gone from the room for a moment there,
I was.
and then we just saw you return.
Yes.
What were you doing?
Grabbing a consent form.
For a consent to search the phone,
Yes.
which she had just orally agreed to that,
She did.
but you wanted to make a paper record of it.
Yes.
Resuming playback at 10 minutes and 42 seconds into the file.
So, Leilani, L-A-N-A, right?
L-A-N-I.
L-A-N-I. And all this is just a thing, for us to get your consent. So we're okay. S-I-M-O-N.
Yes.
All right, so did you turn off the recording at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just go back to one thing in here
Thank you.
for clarification purposes. At 5 minutes in, when there's a point where Special Agent Snyder is asking her about the possibility that she sleptwalked somewhere or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we hear him ask if that's something that could have happened at midnight or 12 a.m. when she went to Circle K, right? That's what he asked?
Yeah.
Now, at this point, I just want to be clear. She had not described a midnight trip to Circle K, and this was a reference by Snyder to the 1-something a.m. Chevron story. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so he was just kind of getting the time and location wrong?
Yeah.
As to
What it
what she had
sounds like.
said?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just briefly play that bit again, starting at 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
No chance that you will cause your wisdom tooth and, whatever that you were taking, and it's just ibuprofen is what making it.
Yeah, that's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they give. I don't know if they gave me 3 different shots.
Hey, Bob, how you going? Welcome. You're talking about the beret. It's cute, isn't it?
Rose had my face was numb even like 6 hours. It's still not over here.
Did you, in your sleep, as you're sleepwalking, did you grab Quinton and let him do his towards you, or you were concerned about him and left the house at midnight to go to Circle K?
He was talking about Chevron word gel there. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's the way I took it.
Okay, thank you. And I stopped the playback there at 5 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, so then that first interview in the lactation room ends with you all getting her consent to search her phone and her signing to memorialize that.
Yes.
Okay. After this interview that we just watched, did you all go through the phone?
Yes.
All right. And how did you do it initially?
So the other teams had also asked their people, Paul and Daniel, the same questions if they would go through their phones. So we had all planned to do a extraction of the cell phones in our system. I believe at that time I just manually went through the phone.
Okay. I know you're not a forensics
No.
person, but what is involved in doing an extraction of the phone?
So it's a big computer system, and you
A
plug the cell
forensic
phone
extraction
into the computer
expert.
system so you can make a copy of it. And it's a one at a time system, and it usually takes at least an hour per phone.
Okay. And who was doing this at the precinct that day?
Sergeant Coleman.
Okay. Did he do that with all three of their phones?
He did.
All right. So at the time that the defendant consented to your looking through her phone, you saying the machine was occupied with one of the other phones?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went through it manually, meaning what?
I just actually took the physical phone and went through it myself.
And while you were doing that, did you see in there a text that the defendant had sent to Daniel Youngkin the night before, saying something about I'm turning on to 204 now, or I'm about to go to 204?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something was that a trick that she had mentioned to you in this initial interview in the lactation room?
No.
Did you and Special Agent Snyder then go interview her again specifically about that?
Yes.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
In the interview room.
Did you ask her about that text during this interview?
We did.
And what did she say that text was about? What was the initial story about that text?
She said that she headed to 204 was the text, and that meant that she was going to the drug dealer's house or their location to meet up to pay off a drug front.
Did she say how much the drug front was for?
$20.
Now, in the lactation room interview, she
What
had
do I keep
given
calling an lactation room?
an account for the one something.
Sounds like they're breastfeeding.
Yes.
And what was it again?
That she went to meet Misty to get Orajel at the Chevron.
Now, did that story involve her making any phone calls?
She had mentioned that she called Misty, and I believe she also said in that interview that she tried to call the Chevron or the Circle K.
Okay, call the Circle K to see whether they had it.
Yes.
And which call was she saying had come before first? And
She tried the gas station before Misty.
did you look through her phone between interviews after the lactation room interview, but before the next one,
Yes.
to see whether you could see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
I believe I did at that time, or maybe one of the later ones.
Okay. In any case, whenever you look for that, whenever that might have been, did you see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
No.
Okay. Now, you've talked about going through the phone manually, like with it in your hand, scrolling through it,
Yes.
and seeing the 204 text, right?
Yes.
Did you later have an opportunity to
What are you
review
laughing at,
full
me?
cell-rate extraction?
I did.
Me
And cell-rate
right on
is
the
the key
screen.
sort of Colin uses to do this.
Yeah, it's the system we use.
Did you find any record of it, of those calls there during that more in-depth review of the phone?
No, there was no call to the gas station or Misty.
Do you see in front of you 3 exhibits marked as states 14, 15, and 16?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those 3 exhibits are?
Yeah, 14 is the consent to search form for Leilani Simon's cell phone. 15 is the consent to search form for Paul Simon's cell phone. And 16 is the consent to search for Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
And those consent forms, were they all completed that day, October 5th,
They were.
by these 3 different individuals
Yes.
with the interviewers that were interviewing them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move these in as states 14, 15, and 16.
No objection, Your Honor.
I think I've got it all right now. Oh, crap. I didn't save it.
type of drug did she say that was?
Marijuana.
Who did she say went on that trip?
Just her.
Was she asked who exactly it was that she met?
Yes, she did.
And how did she identify this person?
She referred to him as Red.
Red?
Red, like the color.
Like the color, you said? Sorry. Did she give you a description of Red?
She described him as a light-skinned black male.
Did she say when she had left?
Light
The house.
skin.
Around
Okay.
10:30 p.m.
How's
And
that
did
work?
she say where she had met Red to make this payment?
By the Flacco's Tacos.
Flacco's Tacos.
And did she? So did it later turn out upon your review of the phone that this?
Oh, she didn't say that.
Do you have to be physically present with someone to make a cash app payment to them?
No, you don't.
Can it be done remotely?
You can.
Because I'm at home and I owe you money and you're at your house, can I make a cash app payment?
Yes.
To you? At the time that she was saying this, though, did you know that this payment had been made via
No.
cash app?
I did not.
Did she explain in any way why, if the drug front was to be repaid via cash app, why she had to go meet the guy to do it?
I believe she said that she gave him cash, like
Okay.
physical cash.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so.
Did she
Then
give
why has
any
it cash
particular
up?
reason in this first interview in the interview room for why she left the house at this particular time to do this thing? Like what was going on that caused her to decide to go do this?
I think at this point she had mentioned that her and Daniel had had an argument and she wanted to get away from the house for a while.
Was she asked during this first interview in the interview room whether there had been any sort of accident that caused Quinton to be injured or anything like that?
I think we asked her that in every single interview.
And what was her consistent response to that, if it was consistent?
That there was not an accident that she knew about.
Was she asked in this interview whether Quinton was okay before she left to go see her drug dealer?
She was.
And what did she say to that?
That he was asleep in his playpen.
And was she asked whether he was okay when she got back from this trip?
Yes.
And what did she say to that?
That he was still in his playpen, perfectly fine.
Did she describe actually going up and interacting with him at either of these times?
Yeah, she kind of showed us Quentin's reaction to her petting, or I guess brushing his hair across his face.
And what did she say about that?
She said that he kind of reacted and nuzzled up in the blanket.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally in any way when she got home from the drug dealer? Is this something might have happened when she was gone?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
I believe she said he was still in bed watching a movie like normal.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally or suspiciously the next morning when she called him to tell him that Quinton was missing?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
That he was normal.
And was she asked whether Danny ever displayed any violent tendency toward the children?
Yes, she was.
And what did she say about that?
That Daniel was scared to even pop the kids.
Now, in this first interview in the interview room, was there a period of time where you and her looked at her Life 360 application on her phone together?
Yes.
And she was at this time saying that she had met Misty for Oragel at the Chevron, right?
Yes.
Where is the Chevron in relation to the Azalea Motel Plaza?
They are right next door.
Can you tell me what it looked like on the Life 360 application? Could you, as you're looking at the phone, could you tell whether her phone had been at one or the other location?
No, it was too broad of a picture frame.
So to you, it just kind of looked like she had been in the general area, but you can't tell whether it was Azalea or Chevron.
Yes.
And was the investigative team later able to get more precise location data from the phone than you were able to see on the screen during that interview?
Correct.
Where is it? 1 second. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, come on. It's there somewhere. Oh, where is it gone? Oh, can't have been that far back, surely. Teresa was just the hell is it? There it is. Uh-huh. This child is, oh, really? Which what day is it, do you know? And what her name was? It won't be today because there's, unless it's Angie Christensen, she's after this lady. And then there's Daniel Yonkin. Oh, sorry, no, that's tomorrow. Marion Lemons. That's this person. God, she goes for a while. So there's Dr. Angie Christensen, which is the FBI forensic anthropologist. Then Daniel Yonkin tomorrow. And then day 4 continues with Daniel Yonkin. And then David Mullen, his boss. And then we have Missy. Then the doctor, the GP, Dr. Amanda Puentes. Then, who did you say it was? A cop. Sophia Zlerke. Ooh. Wow, that must be day 6 or above, because she's not on until then. But I'll keep an eye on it. We should do up should go back through all of the trials and screenshot everyone that it ever sends a hottie and do a like a picolage.
And at this time, I would publish what is on State's Exhibit 13 as interview room 1542 to 1639, something shy of an hour.
All right. We'll proceed with that. Let me just turn to the jurors. So this next tape is gonna, this next video is gonna go for about an hour. So,
One of the jurors fell asleep before.
Interview room 1542 to 1639 from State's Exhibit 13.
But is it helpful at all to dim some of the lights?
Yes.
Okay.
Not to get them to sleep.
Maybe helpful for people falling asleep.
Oh, she talks too fast to go. Oh my God.
I know you talked a little bit about using drugs, using marijuana. So last night, was there any chance that you had some issues with your wisdom teeth and needed to go get something to ease the pain last night?
I did. I went and I got orange out. That was right up there. I met her like at the end of a culture road training one because I don't have money going to get some expensive over the counter. I don't have it.
And what time was it?
That was like, I got home at 1:25. And
1:25.
I was on for 12 minutes. You going for 16 was got it right there.
There's some text messages in your phone. You use a sample of the phone.
Yeah.
And there's a message in there. It's an outgoing message from you that says turning on 204. And that's at 10:40.
Yeah.
10:40 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't talk about that before. So what? 10:40 p.m. Where were you at 10:40 p.m.?
I was turning on 204. I was probably going to go pay back or something. Pay back front from him. To be honest with you, I was going to go pay back the $20 front for him. For Danny. Daniel, that's who King is. That's Danny. He had $20 for you.
Is it just me or is she tweaking real bad? Let me just She, where did that go? Oh, I'm having all sorts of IT issues tonight. Okay.
That was like, I got home at 1:25. And 1:25. I was on for 12 minutes. You went for 16. Look at it right there. There's some text messages in your phone. You use a little bit of phone. Yeah. And there's a message in there. It's an outgoing message from you that says turning on 204. And that's at 10:40. Yeah. 10:40 p.m. Yeah. Yeah. We didn't talk about that before. So what? 10:40 p.m. Where were you at 10:40 p.m.? If I was turning on 204, I was probably going to go pay back or something. Pay back front from him. To be honest with you, I was going to go pay back the $20 front for him. For Danny. Daniel, that's what King is. That's Danny. He had $20 a week. I want to pay it back. Whatever. But he was awake at that time. He was up. He was awake at that time. Quinton just went to sleep. He had stopped all the crying and all that stuff. And that's why I left, because he went to sleep at 10:30. And it only takes 12 minutes to get to a 4. If he takes 16. So that would have been important for us to know before. So that's why.
So fidgety.
And you just, you have to be kind of open book. I wasn't good or bad. Yeah, it's not like I was trying to keep it. I'm trying to replay everything over and over, and I've been doing it all day. All day. I forgot about that. That was not on my mind. My mind is, this is where I went.
Oh, really?
This is the last time I see my son, and he's in here now.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned
Mm-hmm.
yeah, was that abnormal? No, it's not like crying. Like it's not crying. He just talking to himself, a constant baby talk. It's almost like he's singing to himself. You know, but he's always done that. He's always done that. From the time he started crawling in, I just said, "Mama, I gotta drink or eat or anything." He's always done that when he's asleep. You can understand. There's a lot of resources being expended. I know it is. I know that. For as long as it's been, you've always had to expand the search, which means something's happened. But you have to help us. You understand that? I do. Anywhere that we pick up the kids at 4:30, me or him, none of the kids will with us. I can lay up 100%. After we pick them up at 4:30, all 3 babies were at that house. The rooms hung down. They showered, ate, went to bed. I made 2 runs, ordered down, and 204, 204, and then ordered down. Let's talk about that. 204. What time did you do that? That time, I texted him and said I was turning on 204. I had already been gone. That means I was literally turning on 204, so I've only been gone like 10 minutes. You left your house off Buck Halter. If I Buck Halter, I took 17. It's possible on the way. Yeah, it's possible on the way back. I may not have taken 17. I could have taken 16 because there's been road work on 204. So you went south and 17. Buck Halter. Yeah, I think I took the highway back. And then when you said on this text message, you said you turned on 204. Like, okay, so I'm on 17. Towards 95. Yeah, like when I say I'm turning on 204, I'm turning 17 before Walmart and that bridge. And that's me turning on 204. That would have been my location right there by that bridge, turning on 204. But turning on 204 going what direction? Going toward just or south out to 95. South towards 95. 95. Like over there by the Flacco's Tacos and Harley Davidson shop. That's where I met the person. I'll pay back $20 to. Okay, who's that person? He goes by Red. He goes by Red. I don't know his name. He's a tall, light-skinned dude. Tall, light-skinned black dude. You met him, so if you sent that at 10:40, so 5 minutes. Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that. So at 10:40, you texted him that you were turning on 204 to go meet Red? Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him. And at that point, you didn't get anything. No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. It was a friend from a couple days ago. A few days ago, I think we got that 8th. We paid $10 on the 8th. And we owed $20. How much more money did you owe? Nothing. That was it. That was just that $20. There's when you receive messages, otherwise somebody going on my phone or Danny's phone about us owing money. You don't know anybody else anymore. Because I asked you this question. Yeah, no, we did. I know. Like that was handled. That was got it from 2 days later, paid you back. That's what that was. So it's like I don't do fronts like that. That was on his name, on his front. I didn't like doing that. I wanted him to pay it back. Was last night, was it abnormal for Quinton to cry as much as he did last night? No, let's say he wasn't trying. He was like nodding, Lou. So he did that and it got quiet like 10:30. By 10:30, I looked over there and he was knocked out. Little cheeks pink and snuggled up in a blanket.
Where do y'all keep the weed when y'all do have it?
Outside. We got it outside in the safe box.
Was there anything else that would be inside the house?
We don't smoke cigarettes inside. We don't smoke weed inside. We don't take it inside. We don't do that.
What about Paul?
Paul, no.
Is he into any of that?
And he smokes, but I don't think, as far as I know, he keeps it in his truck.
That's right.
As far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. That was one of the rules, and my parents wanted him to move in there.
But it's just weed though?
Just weed. Nothing else. Like, listen, my mom's convicted felon. There's no way I'm going to sit there and continuously push the buttons of these people.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Okay. But you were in substance abuse for...
I've had other things. I used to do other things. I have for this on coke, or at one point I was on meth, or whatever. I got all that stuff on my own. And then when I had that and I had mental health issues, I just went ahead and told the counselor that sometimes I just want to go back to feeling like no. So now I got substance abuse counseling. So,
did either Paul or Danny ever have issues with that too?
Paul, I don't think so. Danny, no, I don't think so with that either. No, never did. Danny's a very petite little person who does drink beer. Maybe hit one once or twice.
Was there a reason that you went to go pay instead of Danny?
I was the only one with money, and I wasn't giving Danny the money to do so.
Why is that?
Because there's times that he would go and spend it on alcohol versus what we need to do it on, spend it on.
Okay.
That's
how
why
often does that happen?
He drinks daily.
Does that ever become a problem?
No, he doesn't get drunk. He's not like a belligerent favorite. He doesn't do that. I mean, like a 6-pack beer a day. That's what he does.
How much do you have last night?
Last night, he had a 6-pack as normal. Like he had a few plus a fireball too.
But he wasn't anything abnormal?
Nothing out of the way. He was laying down before I was.
Did Paul know that y'all were leaving? Or you were leaving for a second? Or was he already upstairs?
He was already upstairs. When Paul got home last night, normally he does come down there and come in my room or whatever. And, he didn't last night. He just came in for a minute, said, hey, he got his dog going upstairs. So,
Is Paul here, Quinton crying, and he's upstairs?
No.
He can't hear you crying?
Nothing upstairs. I can't hear nothing. Like when we used to be upstairs, you can come and bang on my door as hard as you wanted to. I couldn't hear you. So I can't hear anything on the door. So we hear child. Not from that. That's why we moved from up there down there. So we're not constantly worried about skaters or stuff like that.
How old are you?
I'll be 23 in November.
So you've been through a lot as a 23-year-old.
I don't understand how. There's a lot of reasons why we can't sleep. My mother's been in and out of my life. I watched her OD and get buried and fucking leaves in the ditch with her friends and just left us there. There's so many situations.
Yeah. I believe.
Shit, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
I think I do actually have her at 1.25. Yes. Sorry. I will drop it back. She does speak very, very fast though, and she's really fidgety, like. And have you noticed this whole time? Not one tissue. Please explain.
I just moved. I'm sitting here and I do have issues with this because I take all the blame on me. Anything that goes wrong, I take it in. I wear my heart on my sleeve and I really shouldn't. That little boy last night, he was so sweet in that mountain. He was sitting there telling me bubbles.
Oh, you're full of it, lady.
All he wants to do is play with bubbles and go to the park and play with the ball on the tablet.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that surgeon, whatever, really hurt my feelings that they were saying you don't think that your mental problems could have made you do something and you completely not know about it? No, I do not think that is. I don't think that there's anything like that. That would, like, I don't care how many different personalities somebody says I have. Every single one of them is the same. I gave birth to Quinn alone in the hospital room. Alone, I had nobody there. I was in the hospital for 2 days. That is my boy. That is my baby. And let me my baby back home. Okay. Just let am right now.
Take some deep breaths right now. Do you need water right now? Just take some deep breaths.
Like I said yesterday, what goes up must come down.
No,
Yes,
paused it.
she said in a previous interview that her mother was a convicted felon, and she even said just before in this interview that you know, she's got her out of ditches ODing, like she's rescued her mother out of ditches ODing before. So yeah, it's the example that you set for your children. This is what happens. The cycle perpetuates.
15:54 and 43 seconds on the timestamp in the top left corner. I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor in this and other interviews, okay?
Yep.
Was her demeanor consistent throughout any given interview?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell us why you say that?
I mean, as we saw in this interview, she would kind of get into these hysterical yelling rants.
And would that happen in response to any particular lines of questioning?
Sometimes when it kind of questioned her statement or her timeline, it would start to escalate into this.
And when she got like that, was it then difficult to get an additional question in?
Yeah, we would have to calm her down before she would engage back with us with a back and forth conversation.
Is it fair to say that during these interviews, when pressed on certain things, she would become histrionic and just kind of fill the room with noise?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 15:54:43.
Been passed around from house to house, and that's something I don't want with my kids. So when I found myself in a hard situation, I just took one thing I do. Mom, I call my mom. Help me with my kids. She has them. Until I start getting myself back together and come back here and get a decent job, got a car for myself on Mother's Day. Just trying to build myself up for these kids. And I'm still going to try my hardest no matter what. But I can't. I don't even know if what's okay. I just want to know if it's okay. I want some type of traffic camera to get just something to tell me he's okay. And nobody knows it by the time it hits tomorrow morning. It already be past the time when you're most likely to find a missing person. It'll be past it. After that, you're less likely, right? After the first 20 rounds.
We got people out there. Everyone's looking right now.
I just want to go home. I'm sick of bulldozer over it. I don't care. I'm just gonna find a baby. I'll take everybody's freaking house down right now if I could.
Let us get you some water. You want some water?
I got water.
You've been through an entire lifetime of hurt in 23 years. We can't sit here and even begin to think about the pain that you've experienced.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry. I wish there was something we could do to help ease that pain, but the truth be told, there's nothing that we can do. We're going to do everything we can to get you, the assistance.
Whatever we can do to get my baby back. I gotta ease my pain.
But that's where you've got to help. When we initially talked to you, there was some stuff you didn't disclose in that initial conversation. And now we're back in here, kind of talking through, you and Danny going in depth, to Red. And those are the kind of things that we law enforcement call that a piece of the puzzle. But we have to know stuff like that. So anything like that, and you have to understand, there's so many other things going on besides what's going on in this interview right now. There are people, had cell phone data. There are people doing additional interviews. There's search warrants taking place. When it comes to a child and a child abduction, there is absolutely no stone, no belief that's not unturned. So I can 100% tell you that between the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department, we are going to find out what happened. I promise you that. And if we find that out, an hour from now, or we find it out a year from now, we are going to figure this out. I can promise you that. Because there's nothing more important to us than finding, Quinton and bringing the person to justice that's responsible for taking him out of your life. Okay? So I want to look you in the eye and tell you that. But I need you to look me in the eye and tell me from this point forward, there's absolutely nothing.
I believe that is the 100%. I believe that is the only event that I did not disclose. And it's only because I didn't think about it. That's not what I was thinking about at the time. I'm just like, that's like, no. When he was in bed, he was asleep with no one.
This is going to be hard. I'm going to ask you this. It's going to be hard. And you can't get frustrated with me because you got to understand we're doing a job. But when we first talked to you in the initial interview, there was no mention of him crying a lot. You mentioned that he was babbling.
Yeah, he babbles. He does a lot.
Just here 15 minutes ago in this interview room, before you took off and this text message, hey, I'm turning on 204 now, you mentioned that it was, I made that trip, before he was crying. And you described crying to the point where he was crying maybe abnormally. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's the way I interpreted it. That he was crying abnormally.
No, I think I said I left before, he was asleep. I left before. It's not like I left and he was still awake. I left after he fell asleep. He was babbling. And when I came back in, I checked on him again. He was still asleep. Crying thing? No. He does a little fuss. Did you cry? No. When I say crying, that's babbling, fussy noises. It's the way I explained it for Zane, Quinton. It's not. None of my kids cry. They fuss. They scream. They fit. And every kid cries. No, let me take that. I'm not trying to mean that. By no means. Every kid cries. Okay. But no, he wasn't crying. It was just so very loud. Like he was trying to get somebody to come over there and give him the attention, even though it was big time. He had a tablet with him too. It could have been, he could have been looking at something and thinking it was funny. It's a kid approved YouTube for kids TV thing. You can't get on nothing at all that's, bad for kids or anything like that. Whatever.
All over the place.
Something like that, just like my oldest does. Or look at my lady, I don't know. He was babbling, fussing, crying. I don't know. But when I left the house, he was asleep. He was quiet. He was curled up with a blanket. He was quiet.
And what time did you say? 10:40, you turned on 204. What time did you get back to the house?
To the house, 10:49, 10:50. I was going to be 10 minutes. Total 20 minutes, 22 minutes. Something like that.
What was Quinton when you got home?
He was still asleep.
And what was Zane doing?
He was laying on the bed with his tablet on his chest.
Okay. Was he asleep then?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your fiance?
He was laying on the bed with a Fire Stick TV in his hand. You remote thing.
Anything weird about him?
He was just laying there. Besides the fact that he was still fully dressed, and that's not normally him. But then again, there was a lot going on. We left work early. I had to get the wisdom teeth taken out, come to the house, clean up stuff, get dinner going, get the kids. So it was just have time.
Does he have kids himself? Your fiance?
No, my little girl. That's his daughter.
Oh, so yeah. Besides her, then. Okay. How's he doing with her?
He does really good. She smells at him before she does me. I don't know what I carry her.
He just stepped straight into
and almost died giving birth to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's still his favorite. Or, yeah, she's still, whatever.
She's a daddy's girl all the way. Zane is all about his papa. Quinton was my baby.
Yeah.
He was the one that come across my lap just like Sky does. Zane, Sky does Danny, or Zane does that, and I didn't get that this morning.
And you said Paul had a pretty good relationship with him too.
Yeah, he's very good with my kids. If I need help, he's right there. No, does he like, I'll do it all for you? No. But you be watching for a second? Yeah. You be taking my stuff and playing with it for a second? Yeah. You be teaching about the things soccer? Yeah.
Yeah.
So is there anything else that
Hello,
can sort
baby.
of us that,
Hello.
talk about?
Hello,
Talk about?
Quinton.
Shit, no. There's nothing there at all. And like I said, y'all can go on Life 360 if you want to. It's on there. And it shows you my exact route that I took. And the way I came back, the time that I left the house, the time that I got back home, it shows everything. And it shows Danny's trips and everything too. The times and all. And dates.
So like you said, we got people working everywhere right now.
Well, you've been through a lot in your life. Now is not the time for us to, there's a lot, I think, that we can talk about, and we can get you in contact with folks that can provide you assistance, free of charge, to help you through everything that you've been through. But right now, I don't want to make light of that situation because it's not lost on me what it is you've been through. But we've got a job to do. And you got to understand that bad news doesn't get better with time. Is there any chance that an accident? No chance at all.
No. When I put him down, nothing. Unless something happened when I was not there, and I had no knowledge about, he was fine. When I got home, he was fine. He was asleep. He was curled up in that blanket. I touched his little hair, and he moved and rolled over. I'm telling you, he was fine.
So just help me understand, like, what type of accident could have happened? Do you think that Danny may have done something? Because we have to agree that Quinton was crying. We have to agree that more than just bad. So is it possible that you left the house because Quinton was crying so bad, and he came back, and there was an accident that took place?
I think the only time Quinton actually cried is when he took that towel from him. And he's laying in there. Then he's not just going down. When I left the house, he was asleep. He was already asleep. Now, is it possible that Zane could have woken up for a second when something in frame not allowing him out because we let her turn the TV back on for him and woke up and quit? Yeah, that's a possible thing. Danny doesn't know if I'm going to have patience, though. Not like that, not easily. Not to where I think that he would finally just get fed up with somebody crying.
How many people would get off if you did that? Sarah Breen would have gotten off if she lawyered up. 6 to 12, half a dozen of the other. I don't know. She should know. Her mother is apparently a convicted felon, so her mother could have at least said, "Don't say anything. Get a lawyer." Regardless if she thought she was guilty or innocent. Surely it's common. It's a well-known. I think they need to raise the bar in the grand jury. They need to raise the what is it? The level of reasonable doubt or probability in the grand jury, and I think that might help weed out some wheat from the chaff, so to speak. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how much longer I can listen to her bloody babbling on at 200 miles an hour, though. Sheesh.
And do something to make him shut up and not realize that they did do something too much. You know, he's not that type of person.
She just Hey, just did she just admit to something then? Let me back it up. Back it up. Back it up.
One time Quinton let you cry is when he took the towel from him. And he's laying in there. Then he's not missing no towel. When I left the house, he was asleep. He was already asleep. Now, is it possible that Zane could have woken up for a second and something to drink, not allowing him to cry because we would have turned the TV back on for him and woke up with Quinn? Yeah, that's a possible thing. Danny doesn't know if I'm going to have patience, though. Not like that, not easily. Not to where I think that he would finally just get fed up with somebody crying and do something to make him shut up and not realize that they didn't do something too much. You know, he's not that type of person.
How easy that can happen.
Yeah.
We're adults, we're grown adults, but
Yeah.
a small child, it doesn't take much.
Yeah.
You just get frustrated with a small child and just grab them the wrong way.
Yeah.
And an accident happens. The next thing you know, the child's unconscious. And it's the natural thing to do to panic instead of, because you're not thinking logically about it. You know, all you're thinking about is, what has happened. You don't know what to do, but you panic.
I don't think that he would. I don't think he would at home when I get back to the house. I reached over that thing. And I put his little hair in his face. And I was all in and he turned. I was like, no, that's good. He was fine. I was a happy baby when he went to sleep. When he was asleep. I don't know what to say. I don't know what something could have occurred. I don't want to think about probabilities, even though there's a million of them. But I don't know. And I don't want to think that he would do something like that. And like you said, the people snap, people break. I don't think he would though. Daddy was not acting out the way when I got home. He was not acting like antsy or nervous or mad or concerned or anything weird at all. He was not.
What about this morning?
This morning, I didn't see him.
Since y'all have been together.
Sam, he's been very calm now. It's probably because I'm not.
Is that a normal thing for him?
If I'm now, he tries his hardest to stay calm. And then if it's the other way around, he's normally freaking out. Yeah, I called him screaming about him. I said, I can't find Quinton. I can't find him anywhere. The door is open and I can't find him anywhere. He said, did you drop him off on the shelf or something? Did you tell me that you were going to do that? Did not tell me? Like, did I not remember? He said, no, he was there when I left this morning. I was like, you're 100% sure? He said, yes, I said, it's not your deal. And there was a 3-hour difference between when he left this morning and when I woke up.
Do you think something could happen in those 3 hours with Dana?
I don't know. On Life 360, it shows that he left at the time that he says he did, and then he got to work at the time that he said he did, and then he left and came home when I called. So, I mean, I don't think so. I got my boss's numbers as well if you would like that to confirm that Danny was there.
We can pull it up on here.
Danny's your fiance.
Mm-hmm.
She's lived 23 hard years. You got a lot of life left in front of you. You're the mother of 3 beautiful children. Just you described. Nothing is more important than you being available and being the mother for these 3 children.
Yes.
So don't let any sort of motivation to protect Danny stand in the way of you being the mother that you need to be.
I wouldn't. Like I said, he was mad. The only thing I thought was weird is they said normally he gets off work, goes home, takes a shower, and immediately dresses because he's that type of pretty boy. He didn't do that yesterday. But the pain that it causes in the mouth. He was helping me in and out of the car and into the house because I was a little loopy, So I really don't.
And the kid then Quinton starts crying and you're not there to be the mother because you're suffering from having your wisdom teeth pulled out.
Like I'm telling you, like when he was asleep, when he would lay down, and when I took that tablet away, yeah, he did cry. That might be what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, he did cry. He screamed. He's like, TV on, TV on, as he says it. Whatever. But by the time Now, I had smoked a cigarette, got dressed, and was getting ready to leave and checked on him. He was asleep. Shut, eyes shut. Completely. Left, kissed back, checked again. Moved his hair in his face. Still, it was good. He did a little. It was good. Same, he was good. I wasn't touching my tongue. But let me better remember. Throw the top of that.
And you don't think there's any chance that an accident could have taken place? And Danny just did something that it just.
If there was, I'm not going to say no because you never truly know anybody. Y'all read about that. But if there was nothing at all that made me suspect anything was wrong when I got up. Or even when I got up this morning, besides my front door being open. That's the first thing that threw me off. Front doors open. Okay, got up, shut it, checked to make sure every single kid's there. And Quinton wasn't there. But everything was good. But minus that, I normally wake up when Danny gets out of bed. I normally wake up, and he normally tells me bye. I do not remember him telling me bye. I do not remember him getting out of bed. That's probably the weirdest part right there. But I was up throughout the night.
Is there any reason that y'all have been up and in and out of the house throughout the night?
No. The last information I looked at house would have been me, and that was when I went to that ordeal. And that was just the end of a culture back that was on my street.
So none of the doors in the house were opened or closed at any point after you got back home?
Nope. And I had the back door locked. I know I looked out the front door. I pushed up against it, and I knew that was locked. But Danny went outside this morning and grabbed some cigarettes off of it and locked the door and didn't push it all the way. It wouldn't have caught. It wouldn't have latched. He could just push it over. So he said, or he kept on swearing up and down that he locked it, that it was locked. I can take better information than that open the door. Just held on. That's how easy it is to get out of the house. So, I don't think he would, and I don't want to believe he would. He wasn't acting out the way. There is nothing at all that I could think of the way he was acting, talking, looking, reacting, behavior, anything for me to think, yeah, he probably could have done something. There's nothing for me to think of at all. It was really baffled right now. What is? I don't know. I don't even know where to begin to look. What am I supposed to do when I go home? What am I supposed to do? Act like everything's normal? Sleep in the room that I normally have 3 babies in, and now I only have 2?
And whose fault is that?
Just one last thing with the messages on here. You're saying something, or he's saying something about, I guess when you're meeting up with this dude, Brett, about him being threatened.
No, that's about my brother. Paul showed up and is going to bed. Wow, okay, he said something about telling you he was on the way, and he's being threatened to run over. That was my brother leaving work, and somebody threatened to run him over at work.
Can you tell us about that?
I didn't elaborate on the situation. Like I said, Paul normally stays on there and hangs out, but he didn't. He got his dog doing him sick.
Yeah.
So I still haven't asked about that situation yet. I got up and I didn't have the time.
Does Paul ever have issues or anything?
Like that? No. He is autistic, and sometimes he runs his mouth, and if he runs it to the wrong person, he just doesn't say it to him. Is that probably what happened at work? Yeah, he probably looked over at somebody and flipped off the wrong person and decided they were trying to run him over.
Does he have people coming over to the house?
No. But then again, I'm gone 6 to 2, and he works 2 to 10.
Yeah.
So if there is, I don't know, and I don't see. And nobody in my room because I lock my door when I'm not home.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
You know, Danny's he got people coming over?
He has one friend, and his name is Marvin, but he doesn't hang out or anything. Like, they might stop by and talk for 5 or 10 minutes and then go on these to work together.
Yeah.
Other than that, when he moved down here, Danny didn't have anybody.
What about Paul having a girlfriend? He still have a girlfriend. used to be. Okay, I'm just asking if it has. It used to be. Okay. I was just about to shuffle sides about everything. My girlfriend, we question he's gay. Our boyfriends, yeah, boyfriends come over. Yeah.
Which is, I'm happy with Dad.
Nobody come over. Thomas, when he's home, he doesn't have company come over unless it's his sister or his really old friend of his named Roger. Thomas is your other brother. It was like a stepdad. My other brother is Joe. That was here. I have 6 brothers. I'm sorry.
6 brothers.
When was your mom? When was she scheduled to be back here?
A couple weeks. We talked to her last week. She said she should be coming home in 2 to 3 weeks. And then we told her a couple of days ago that she got laid off. And when we called her and asked if she was coming home, she said she doesn't know if she's coming home quite yet. So meaning that she was maybe trying to set up another job, or maybe she was just going to go and hang up with Thomas at his job on her way home and then just come home with him this weekend, since he comes home on the weekends or something. But I didn't really get into big detail about it because the last incident we did have with the pushing and the kids and the cops calling and all that stuff, we have been very distant since then.
And you sound good.
Travel and her job, and given your situation as relates to your mental health and use of other drugs, you're saying that you're not in a position to take care of Quinton at least. So you feel that given your mom's situation and your situation, she was still the best person for you to have direct custody to.
Yeah, she from the time that I first gave the custody to until now, no matter what, I gave her the custody to. She hasn't had custody over them for not even a year yet. Not even a year.
You see, I'm trying to understand this. Yeah. She's away. She's maybe out of town for a month, 2 months at a time.
Sometimes 3. Sometimes
she has full custody. So really, it's just call it a paper drill. Call it what you want to.
Yeah, it's pretty much just paper talking. Whatever. She had custody, but I was the one every day. I was there every day. I took him to his doctor's appointments. I got his clothes set up just like they're set up still on the counter next to his bed every night. They put their bags together with their toys and their diapers or pull-ups and snacks for throughout the day because Michelle handles snacks. She'll realize I just said snacks.
You didn't clean the vomit off his bed sheets, though.
Well, that was finally, mentally and everything stable enough to come and be there and to be good for my kids. Whatever I've been, it was there all the time. I set up the appointments.
Yes, you did, Teresa.
It was good. Then, like I sang golden speech, and Quinton was going to have an appointment to see if he was autistic coming up pretty soon to go ahead and just start a little.
It sounds like the mother had custody prior to the event. So I'm assuming that the oldest child, Zane, would still be with the mother if she's got custody. So, and I'm assuming, I don't know if she had custody over all 3, because the youngest one was the boyfriend that she was with, Daniels. So I would assume that the father would get preference over the grandmother. Not sure how the laws work over there. Depends on his history and his past, I suppose.
That's not that because he was autistic and I wanted to help that he needed to be able to progress.
You've been through a lot. You've been through a lot. We can't imagine through all that, trials and tribulations that you've been through. You get what I like to call just street smart, just an inclination, just a hunch. That you something just doesn't quite smell right.
But you don't know exactly what it is.
And that's what I'm asking for you right now, because I know that something's just not quite right.
I don't know what it is.
But it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Bad news doesn't get better with time. Accidents happen. Things happen. Things that we regret, after it's done. So that's what I'm looking at you in the eye right now. Because it goes to the fact there's probably no less than 40 to 50 people right now that are doing nothing but grinding away to do everything humanly and feasibly possible to find Quinton. So going back to that sense, that sixth sense that you have, 23 years old, young lady, but has a whole lifetime experience in 23 years. That's what I'm leaning on you for right now. Accidents happen, and I need you to help me figure out what happened. What happened last night?
I'm trying. I don't think like nothing was out of the ordinary with Danny. When I left, and when I came back, nothing out of the ordinary at all. Even though he was talking, like his movements and body language, all of it, nothing was throwing me off. Nothing. And normally it does. When he's sitting there talking to some other female on his phone and won't tell me about it, and I have a feeling or a hunch, I'm right. And I can tell because of the way he's acting, the way he moves. He's very secretive. It wasn't like that last night. This man was like on the couch like this. Well, on the bed, this couch on the bed. And on the bed like this. First thing. Just click it on there.
When you saw Quinton last night, when you came back at 10:40,
about 10:15, yeah.
You know 100% certain.
He was okay.
He was okay.
He was 100% certain. Okay, that baby was moving, that baby was breathing, and that baby was curling up inside of a blanket, getting comfy. Last time I laid my eyes on him. That was the last time I laid my eyes on him. Snuggling up, I was scared.
But you gotta agree that it's possible. I mean, we gotta figure out.
I can't throw it out because I don't know the person that I never thought would hurt me. Okay, so I'm not gonna throw it out. But do I think that he would? No.
So she's trying to blame him now.
No. I don't think that's nobody. There's a possibility that it could. Something could have happened. Maybe something happened after I went to sleep. Maybe Quinton woke up and started crying because I was so tired and dumped on my medicine I didn't hear it.
Oh my Lord.
I got frustrated. But if it happened, I don't know, and I don't want to focus on maybes. Because it's just lays down to a dead end normally.
And if that happened, and you know that happened, we're going to do everything we can to protect you. So you got to understand that.
That's like the only thing. When I sit there and I'm thinking how everything went last night when I left and I came back both times, how he was. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm normally a light sleeper. I normally wake up the moment this dude's alarm goes off and he's crawling out of bed and he's still got his nothing but drawers on. You know, I didn't hear nothing. I couldn't see anything. I didn't feel nothing at all. I mean, I didn't hear Cold Sky, but she woke up at 3. I'm guessing he did. She normally wakes up about 3:30. So that's if I can give you a time frame of when possibly something could have, I would have been after 1:30 in the morning when I went to bed. I was like laying down at 12. My mouth couldn't get comfortable. My mouth was hurting. Got in contact with my friend, went and got some orange gel, came back home, applied it, checked on it all again, and I went to bed. Climbed up in bed next to Danny, and I was against the wall, and Danny was on the outside.
You didn't get anything else from Red? Nothing else?
No, I handed him a $20 bill.
So we go talk to Red. Red's going to tell us that.
Yeah, he's handing me a $20 bill.
That's it.
Yeah.
So was that important for you last night to get up at 10:40 at night?
And I was getting irritated with Danny because my mouth was hurting, so that was an excuse for me to go ahead and just get out the house for a minute and have a reason to do so too, besides just running. I was getting aggravated with him. My mouth was hurting and he kept on trying to offer me food and this, and I tried every time he would put his hand on me, he kept on touching right here repeatedly, and I was just aggravated. My mouth was hurting. And one period that shit didn't help either. The girl got in the car and I was like, hey, pay back $20, right? He said, yeah. Like, give me that. And that and I have been on and off arguing a lot past few months because of him cheating and things like that. So that has turned into my way of handling things with Danny before it escalates to the point that it is yelling and screaming and arguing and throwing stuff.
I'm with you, Teresia. I'm with you. Yeah. Yep. The shit that she's just, it's like verbal diarrhea. Yeah. 100 miles an hour. No wonder she's got 13 counts of making false statements in her charges. It was probably a shit ton more than that. Please tell me that this video is nearly. Oh, yes, it is nearly over. Woo.
So
My voice
when I
is
flex escalate,
grinding me.
just walk away. When I say escalate, I don't ever think that man will put his hands on me. No. Do the kids need to sit there and watch us constantly screaming and yelling in each other's face? No. So I just leave. There's been times that I went inside that Salt Creek Park and then got told to leave by an officer because you can't be there after dark. You know? So it's just escape. That was the excuse last night. It's the escape because I'm sitting there feeling like he's talking to other people because he doesn't want to do anything with me today.
She's making it all about herself. No, I don't know.
Closing at 16.
I haven't watched this trial, and I've only printed out the first 5 days of witness testimony, and she's not on it. So, if anything, she'd be, when the defence case starts. But she seems arrogant enough to possibly take it, but I would hope that her attorneys advised her against it because that mouth don't shut up. She's just going to dig herself in deeper. Me thinkum.
27:16.
Yeah.
What was it that she just said there about?
Have a look at what I called today. There you go. Trash tramp. I've got better adjectives.
Why she left the house to go visit the drug dealer.
She thought Daniel was talking to other women.
And did she also say because he didn't want to be with her in bed?
Yes.
Presuming playback.
We're playing it back.
And there was nothing that gave you any inclination that Danny did anything to harm her.
No, nothing at all. Nothing out the way. Nothing.
There's no stress.
Yeah. Nothing looking out the way. I mean, Quinton, when he was awake and was around Danny, was not acting no type of way towards Danny. Wasn't acting scared or frightened. Didn't flinch when we picked him up and spit him in the air. You know, nothing. So, and even afterwards, when I was in bed and asleep, whoever said that Danny wasn't acting funny. The animals weren't acting funny. The house was exactly the way it was when I left it. I mean,
Yeah,
exactly
pigsty.
straight down to the dog's turd from the back door. Yeah, that was all I said.
I'm just looking
Stop
to give
sniffing.
you every opportunity to recollect and think through exactly what happened. And I'm going to disclose some things to you that we're going to be doing. So you understand. So if the doors were open and shut anytime after you got home at 10:50, we're going to find that out. If any cars, if Danny's car left, if any cars associated with that house left, we're going to find out. You have to understand that.
Zoom in on her face. I want to see a reaction.
The situation is much bigger, this much weight. There is no expense spared to figure this out. Okay? But we can easily sit here and talk to you, get everything in your mind, and you tell us what you think happened. And it saves a lot of time.
Just I wasn't gonna put it past nobody because I know how much people trust the people who watch me and everything. Whatever. And I trust anyone. Follow me. I trust them. I trust them with the kids more than I trust them with myself. Because he's so cheated and hurt me about many times to that extent. I mean, he's never done wrong about the kids that I could see. Never. And he's scared to even follow them. So, like, if he did mentally stop, if he did, she was after I was asleep. That was after going and picking up my orange out. Because after I got back, yeah, I did lay down for a minute. I tried to sleep for a minute. I did. I tried and I couldn't. And my mouth hurt. And got in contact with my friend. And got some more to do, which is why it was at 1:25 when I got back in the morning. And not immediately after going to 204. But he didn't act no type of way. Nothing looked out of the ordinary in the house this morning when I got up either. Besides the door being open. And he might not be in there. Those are the only two things that are out of the ordinary.
Do you have any other way of tracking anyone else other than Life 360?
I used to have the location thing, but it doesn't have my phone anymore.
What is SoFi?
So it's a bank app. There's a lot of those in there. I was trying the $30 sign-up bonus.
You got to go ahead and do this.
No, let's do it, man.
So if you would, I'm kind of new to Life 360, so if I start.
So this would be all the most recent ones. The farther you go down, the older they get.
Gotcha.
Alright. And if you click on money, and you want to see where I left this morning, this will show. Because my phone battery was low.
She's nice and calm now, isn't she?
Show me pulling up here. There's the Chevron gas station.
Yeah.
To get that.
She's got all her bases covered.
Okay, red. Looks like I took 17 there and took 16 back or 95 back.
So how do I see Danny's?
His name, click on it, and it says unable to connect.
Hey, Elizabeth. And
This precinct's kind of a dead zone.
Saying unable to connect.
Is it trying to do a live thing, or is it just showing the history?
It's trying to do both, and right now it's not showing anything, and that's weird because I seen this stuff this morning.
probably because of the walls that she's in. Such thick
How
concrete.
long does it be doing this? It's 1:16 is on this phone anymore. And it says he got been on since 9:55, so it's been on there.
Would it not work if his phone was off right now?
No, it should still show up the history.
His most recent location.
Yeah, it should still show that up.
4 hours ago.
But it's not showing the history.
Yeah, if the phone's off, it won't go. If his phone is off, see how it's cycled, so it's not connecting. So it relies on his phone and the app to push you the data. So that's what that is. And there's nothing else that you think of. And there's no chance. And this is going to sound crude, but you got to understand that we've got a job to do. There's no
spoke to us all that I think that I would do anything with my mental, no matter what, to hurt the children. And Danny, no. I'm going to put it this way. I 95% believe that there is no possibility that that man would hurt the children.
Something can happen.
Which is why I said I'm 95%. It could be an accident. Exactly, because there's nothing that can make this. If something did happen to my baby last night that I did not know about, then it was probably an accident. I don't think somebody would intentionally, or Danny, or anybody would intentionally that I know, or that was in that house, hurt the children. I don't think they would. You don't be ready to fight over the babies just for calling them or referring to them as these little effers. Just then I want to fight you.
Did you just call them little effers? What the F?
Is there any places that he, went outside, when he would go outside and play with friends, or anything that attracted him? Like, did he like to follow dogs? Did he like water? Did he like
water? He loves the water and balls. I love balls. I didn't really. If we went for a walk, it was only for like my house to stop.
She's so up and down. It's like a roller coaster. I can't keep up.
But we always play in the backyard. In the backyard, like, go out there and there's a clear area next to the carport where I can like kick the ball around with him and he can run and follow me, not be too worried. Yeah.
You reckon? Hang on. I'm going to go. I got to back that up. Because I reckon she called him. Oh, it's after that, wasn't it? Was it? No, it's before. Yeah.
Mental, no matter what, to hurt the children. And Danny, no. I'm going to put it this way. I 95% believe that there is no possibility that that man would hurt the children.
something can happen?
Which is why I said I'm 95%.
It could be an accident.
Exactly.
It's all right. She's only 95% sure that he didn't do anything. 95%. Not 100. No.
There's nothing that can make this. If something did happen to my baby last night that I did not know about, then it was probably an accident. I don't think somebody would intentionally, or Danny, or anybody would intentionally that I know, or that was in that house, hurt the children. I don't think they would. You don't be ready to fight over the babies just for calling them or referring to them as these little effers.
Yeah. See? Referring to them as little effers. The CC's got it wrong.
Just then I want to fight you.
Is there any places that he, went outside, when he would go outside and play with friends, or anything that attracted him? Like, did he like to follow dogs? Did he like water? Did he like
water? He loves the water and balls. I love balls. I didn't really. If we went for a walk, it was only for like my house to stop sign. But we always play in the backyard. In the backyard, like, you go out there and there's a clear area next to the carport where I can like kick the ball around with him and he can run and follow me, not be too worried.
Have any of you guys watched like the behavior panel when you listen to Greg Hartley? He's always like, if someone fills in all the little details, all the extras that are unnecessary, the unnecessary extras, the gap fillers, that's what she's doing.
That's what we would play up there. He would always be attracted to that old rusty truck behind the carport. So,
but we know that, the playpen, the pack employee, he wasn't strong enough, tall enough, big enough to crawl out of there on his own. So whatever has happened to Dylan at this point, he was picked up out of that.
What was it? Any type of medication biggest pity when I was asleep. I would have heard that. I would have heard my door opening. I would have heard all of that.
Now it's the medication
I would
step.
have been prevented from whatever happened to my child happening to my child. Whether it was him or a stranger, I would have been able to prevent it.
Or you?
Have you had anybody?
Oh, you dirty. Well, give it to you.
When the kids are playing out in the yard, any passersby just randomly come up and start talking to you. Hey, how you doing?
There's a white male that's come up and knocked on my door past multiple.
Of course, that one. Oh.
God told me to come bless you and your kids. And he came back the following week again, about 1 o'clock. Knocked on the door. And I said, who is it? Whatever. And he said his name. And I was like, do you need anything? Are you okay? I didn't open my screen door. That was still shut. No, but I had that. So I didn't open the screen door part. I was like, what do you want? What do you need? Are you okay? Do you need assistance? You call somebody. He said no, and then he left again. And the last time I seen him was, I think, 2 days ago when I had all the kids, including Scott, all of us route 7 for him.
Chase Hughes is awesome. Awesome. Now he's a hottie.
You ever try to engage or interact with the kids? Like, hey, buddy, how are you doing? You ever seen something like that?
Every time that he knocked on the door, came to the yard, he's always, hey, how you doing? What's up? My church is this, and God bless you, and give me a hug.
So now it's the preacher.
Any sort of bad vibes? Did you think he was an upstanding person, legitimate, or there was something?
There was something off about him. I mean, one person living next to somebody
really?
at that time of night to say, God bless you.
So someone trying to convert you to their religion does so at 1 a.m. in the morning. You know what? I don't even think I need my bullshitometer to be recalibrated because it's going off.
So what else? You have no idea, like a car or anything?
I've never seen him in a car. I've never seen him in a car. He's always just come walking over the road. I can tell you he's about 5'11", black blue eyes, 106 pounds, maybe around 19, 20 years old. He looked young. He's younger than me. He looked young. Other than that, that's the only person that's popped up recently at all that's been random out the blue. You know, completely unexpected and at very odd times. That's it. Give me a piece of food.
Yeah, you got a dry socket with that. You're probably a lot of pain right now still, aren't you?
It's all it hurts. It's the whole area. They took
You poor thing. It's
this
all love.
They took this tooth, my wisdom tooth, the one in front of it and the one in here.
Just hold tight for that.
Yeah, no, there's actually a YouTube channel called The Behavior Panel, and it's got four different body languagey. No, the sort of body languagey one. Actually, two are ex-military. Greg Hartley is like a military interrogation specialist, I think. Chase Hughes is very, very, very educated, and I think he does a lot of training. And he's part of that panel, and he's got his own channel as well. And then there is there's two others. One's English, I can't remember his name, and he's more. It's not body language, but it's how they present themselves, the language they use. They all give their own like perspective, and so the four of them analyze the videos of different defendants and stuff. It's really interesting, really interesting. The Behavior Panel, it's called. Check it out.
And if you could just, do you need anything around to come back in? You want anything?
Just let me know I can smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Oh, is it over? Please tell me it's over. Oh, yay.
Now, that last line of questioning from Special Agent Snyder was about whether there had been any suspicious strangers around the house anytime recently, right?
Yes.
And in that nearly hour-long interview, is it fair to say that most of the questions focused on whether Danny might have been responsible?
Yes.
There
It
were
was
also questions.
it was either Danny or her medication and a stranger. She didn't hear it. Or this preacher mystery stranger guy at 1 a.m. maybe.
About whether there could have been an accident.
Yes, several times.
And there were questions about whether Quinton could have just gotten out of the pack and played himself and walked away.
Yes.
And she denied that that was impossible.
Yeah, she said he wasn't capable of doing that.
There were questions about how Paul treated the kids and what his relationship with the children was like.
Yes.
And she said that he treated the kids well and that their relationship was good.
Yes.
As she had said for Danny.
Yes.
Who was, in her words, afraid to even pop them.
Did you notice how quickly? Did you notice how quickly she deflected as soon as she said, you know, she couldn't have done it in her mental state, but you know, I'm only 95% sure of Danny.
Is it fair to say then that you all as an investigative team kept an open mind about what might have happened?
We did.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I think this might be a good time for a break.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. It is 10 after.
Yeah, she's digging herself in deeper. All right, let's skip the break and get back to, I think we might have a new witness on the stand. Why have we got words and no?
Partners and the team that's out there doing the neighborhood survey, they give them a series of, it's like 3 or 4 pages worth of questions that help to stimulate and provide us then investigative leads, whether that be video or somebody saw a vehicle or something. And we try to make sure that we hit every single house and every single adult resident in the house to ask them these questions so that we're making sure we catch as much data as we possibly can. So in this particular case, we did both.
How do we go from her to him?
And the mobile home park.
I think Court TV is stuffed up and started a new witness and not put the camera on. So this must be Brian Osden from the FBI's.
We can also customize those questionnaires if we have something specific. We can add 1 or 2 extra questions, and I believe in this case we did that as well.
And is all of this part of the FBI's best practices for investigating reported child abductions?
Yes, this is all part of the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team's handbook. It's provided to state and locals. It is considered best practice.
Now, from your perspective, did the investigative team comply with best practices and follow the advice that you're giving in this case?
Yes, sir, they absolutely did.
And that starts with calling you all in the first place, I suppose.
Correct.
Now, at some point, were you involved in making contact with an outfit called Team Adam?
Yes, sir. It's because of my involvement on the CAR team and I've worked a number of these kinds of cases. One of the things that we bring to the table as the CAR team is the outreach that we have through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. One of the resources that they have is a group called Team Adam. Team Adam is a group of retired volunteers, former law enforcement. They have a number of services. They'll come out and help do neighborhood canvases with you. They'll come out and help do any kind of search. One of the very specific resources they have is a landfill team, and they're experts. It's a couple individuals that are really experts on landfill science. And if you've worked at these kinds of cases, that is definitely an area of concern when you have missing children as landfills. So I, after being briefed on the case and kind of seeing where some of the data was going, I reached out to our CARD headquarters at FBI headquarters, and then we reached out to Team Adams landfill team to bring them on as part of our assistance team.
And did anyone from Team Adams landfill team respond to Savannah and to the Savannah area and assist in this case?
Yes, sir. Two individuals that were experts in that field came down to assist myself and the investigative team over the course of that weekend.
Where, and by that weekend, are you referring to the first weekend of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
So talking about Wednesday, October 5th. So we're talking about like the 8th or 9th of October.
Yeah, and I don't remember the date specifically, but I know that Monday was a holiday, so it might have been Monday, the holiday day that they flew down. But I want to say they flew down on Sunday, and we met at the landfill that Monday morning on the holiday.
And by this time, a specific landfill had been identified?
Yes, sir.
And had a specific area of that landfill further been identified?
It had been. So we had, using the data that we had kind of uncovered up to that point, we were able to provide the Team Adam experts and the landfill folks some of our initial findings, and they were able to identify an area within the landfill that was most likely to contain the garbage collection from the areas that we were most interested in.
And then going forward from that, once you have an area of interest at the landfill, what services that Team Adam then provides? What do they do?
So Team Adam they speak the language of the landfill experts, and it is, I've learned, a very technical science, if you will. The way that garbage collection is brought into a landfill, it goes to a transfer station from the trucks. From the transfer station, it's very specifically put in an area that they designated for that particular day or days, whatever the length of time it is. So that these experts, they can communicate with the landfill engineers, so they can tell you that if this particular garbage truck, if you will, collected from this area on this date, it went into this particular section of the landfill, which then gave us, it's still a needle in a haystack, but it's a smaller haystack. So it's still very difficult to find, but it's a much smaller area than before.
And do they perform calculations designed to kind of guide you in estimating how much garbage you're going to have to search through and how long this might take and how many people it might take and so forth?
They do landfill searches, and I've been part of several of them. They're very difficult. They're personnel requirements and hazmat requirements. So by having these experts tell us exactly where they feel and drawing the box and narrowing the scope of the search, because we also talk about compression rates as the truck pushes garbage down. So even though you may be looking at a small area, you may have thousands of cubic feet of trash to go through. So they help us with all those calculations. And in this particular case, they were instrumental in finding an area and then helping us decide what resources we would need to logically be able to go through that area.
What do you remember about the estimate that they provided you as in terms of how long this might take and how many people it might take?
It was long and it was going to be expensive, but it was not undoable. It was short enough that we felt like if we wanted to find Quinton Simon's remains, that would be it was worth the efforts to do it.
Was it on the order of weeks?
Yes, sir. I believe it was more than 3. I can't remember exactly, but it was definitely not going to be more. It was definitely going to be more than a couple weeks.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to just briefly go back to the Henry Bubba Moss aspect of the case. Did you have ongoing contact with him for a period of time?
I did.
And how did he communicate with you?
We communicated through text, through phone calls, and through in person.
So had he provided a phone number with you? Or to you, I mean?
We got it, I think, first, but then he confirmed that was his, and I talked to him. Mostly, he was very difficult. He works, and he's a laborer, so he's often out doing stuff and doesn't have immediate access to his phone. So I would sometimes text him, and he would get back to me later to meet up. There was several meetings that we had through the process.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 82?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do recognize that.
Is that a screenshot of a portion of your text messages with Henry Bubba Moss?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that portion of the text messages?
It does.
And more importantly, does it contain his phone number on it?
It does contain his phone number.
Your Honor, I would introduce this into evidence as States Exhibit 82.
I don't have any objections, Judge. I've already reviewed it.
Very well. States Exhibit 82 is admitted.
Now, can you read from that exhibit and tell us what his phone number was?
His phone number is 706-526-1970.
Text messages from during the investigation, not recently, right?
They were during the investigation from my phone to his phone.
All right, thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
I don't have any questions for the witness, Judge.
Very well. Thank you, and there's, I presume, no reason to not excuse him.
No, you need to excuse that.
Your excuse, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just these documents.
You can, are those documents, hand those off to Mr. Dean. Say Mr. Dean is probably going to give those to the clerk. Okay, Mr. Dean, who would you call next as a witness?
I'm ready to resume with Detective Lemons, if I can remember where I left off. I'm ready to do that. I don't know whether anybody wants a break before we do that, or if we want to carry on.
Okay, I see lots of motions that say keep it going. You're not doing what everybody's doing. Okay, so Detective Lemons, come back and take your place at the witness stand. You are under oath. You remain under oath. And Mr. Dean, whenever you are ready.
Thank you. All right. Going back to State's Exhibit 13, which has been introduced into evidence and identified as the October 5th, 2022, day one interview recordings, okay? And this is the very last frame of the last interview that we watched. Can you look up at the timestamp and tell us when in the day this interview ended?
It is 10/5/2022 at 16:32.
4:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after this interview was over, did you guys take a break?
We did.
And during the break, what was happening?
We were gathering as a case team, discussing everyone's separate interviews, what information we've collected from the scene, from the interviews, and what we were going to do next.
And was one of the next things you did, or the next thing that you did with the defendant, is ask her to write a written statement?
We did.
And how did that begin?
So we did that with her, Paul, and Daniel. Each one of the groups had a form that we read from explaining what we were looking for in the written statement. They all agreed to do it.
Now, before you, was she in the interview room still when you asked her or approached her about writing a written statement?
Yes.
Okay. Before you did that, did the two of you at some point go out and smoke a cigarette together?
We did.
Are you a smoker?
I'm not.
You were that day, though?
I was that day.
Okay. While you were smoking a cigarette with her, I presume that was outside.
It was, yes.
Okay. Did you, two of you kind of engage in small talk?
We did.
Did she talk to you about her family, things like that?
Yes.
Did she mention anything in particular to you about Zane and her relationship with Zane, her oldest child?
She did.
What do you remember her saying?
She talked very fondly of Zane, how he got her through a lot of emotional issues in her life.
And did you catch in one of the recordings that we've already watched her saying something about the importance of the first 24 hours of a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
What did she say about that earlier, as best you remember?
She was just stressing the importance that we find Quinton within those 24 hours. And I believe she mentioned the odds were going to decrease after that 24 hours.
Did that seem to be her understanding of how these things work?
Yes.
That if 24 hours goes by without the person being found, and the odds kind of tank?
Yes.
While you were outside smoking a cigarette together, did she repeat that same thing?
She did.
And did she say anything to you while you were smoking a cigarette outside about her relationship with Bubba, with Henry Bubba Moss Jr.,
You never
father?
ever
during the time
procreate
period
with
that she was
someone called
pregnant?
Bubba.
Yes.
What do you remember her saying?
Lord.
That
What
her
were you
and
thinking?
Bubba had already split up before she even found out that she was pregnant. And then she talked about how Bubba didn't believe that she was pregnant, and that she had Quinton by herself. Like she gave birth to Quinton by herself.
Yeah.
It was after that cigarette and that conversation that she was placed back in the interview room.
Yes.
And sometime after that, you all approached her to write a written statement.
Correct.
One moment, please. I'm going to try to turn this TV on. So I'm opening up from State's Exhibit 13, a file labeled Interview Room 1857 to 1947.
So we've talked about a lot.
What time are we at now?
1858.
6:58 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what's about to happen here?
We're about to read from the form her instructions for the written statement.
And there's some things that I'm sure you want to, be sure that we completely understand. And so because of that, I'm going to take the time and just have you write, from start to finish, what we talked about. And I got a couple of things here I want to read to you. And then I'm going to leave this with you and then give you opportunity to put in your words, what happened, from really, starting yesterday. Yeah, forward to when you made the 911 call. Okay. So I'm going to put today's date on here. Today is October the 5th. So 10/5/22. So I'm just going to read this out. I'm going to read this piece of paper with you. And you can read it again. I want you
Miranda?
to understand kind of the purpose and the thought process in this statement. So you just read along with me. Okay? Before recording in your memories on today, take as long as you need to picture in your mind where you were, what you saw, what you were thinking, how you were feeling at that time. Why should you do this? Thinking about the event before writing down your memories will help you remember more details. So don't just what that's saying. Just don't start randomly write things. Take a minute and figure out how you want to put your thoughts to paper. Okay.
So make a lie diary.
Visualize what happened in your mind. Think about the following things: where you were, what you were doing, who you were may help sometimes to close your eyes and kind of process this and think about it. And there's a lot of things you talked about. There's some things that, I don't want to call them lies, just things that we had to come back and readdress. So I encourage you to take the time to reflect, and anything that we haven't talked about, feel free to put that in there as well. And then once you're satisfied you've managed to fully remember the event, turn the page and continue. So right here, this is just, some limited, lines here and the space provided with today's date. Write down the things you remember them. It doesn't matter if you remember the things out of order in which they happened. Don't leave out any of the details. Write every detail you remember about the entire day, no matter how insignificant it may seem. The time that you remember when you put the spaghetti, on the stove to cook the noodles. That's the type of detail that we're looking for you in this statement. Okay. Use as many pages as you need. Take as much time as you like. Don't guess about the details. If you can't remember, just put basically, I know this happened, but I can't remember the exact time. And just make sure it's complete and as accurate as possible. And we're going to give you as much time as you need to do this. Don't rush it. This is the biggest thing in my life right now. I know it's the biggest thing in your life. So just know that we're here and we're going to continue to, like I told you earlier, turn over every leaf possible. Okay. You have any questions at all? Okay. So you're more than welcome to read through that again. Your next chance gets this one goes down. We're going to step outside. If you need anything, just knock on the door. And we'll be more than happy to come here and accommodate you. Okay?
All right, after those instructions that we just watched, did the defendant proceed to complete a written statement in the interview?
She did.
And did she eventually come to the door and let you all know that she was finished with it?
She did.
And did she give it to you?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 17?
I do.
You recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
So the front page is the instructions that we had given her, and the following pages is her statement. Or her.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the original written statement that she completed?
It is.
Right, I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 17.
Objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 17 is admitted without objection.
Now, those instructions that we heard Special Agent Snyder reading on the video, is that what he was reading from the front page of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish this to the jury now by having you read her written statement. Not all the instructions, because we just heard this, but what she wrote.
Okay. My fiance and I picked up the kids from the babysitter, Michelle McCarta, around 4:30 p.m. When we got home, I started cooking dinner. I was cooking the sausage and the hamburger meat for the spaghetti while Daniel, my fiance, was getting the kids settled down and cleaning the room. After we ate, I put Zane, Quinton, and Sky in the bath to start getting ready for bed. I then took them all out of the bath, dried them off, put pajamas on them, and gave Zane and Quinton both a cup and their tablets. It was probably around 8 p.m. I decided to put a movie on and played with my kids for about an hour and a half. So no, it's about 9:30 p.m. and I just laid Quinton in bed with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I gave him his tablet to help him lay down and started to relax for the night. After I laid Zane down with his cup and tablet, Quinton was very talkative when I finally took the tablet away around 10 p.m. But it didn't even take 20 minutes before he was fast asleep. During this time, Danny was cleaning up from dinner, doing laundry, and laying on the bed with Sky. After Quinton fell asleep and Zane fell asleep, which was no later than 10:25 p.m., Danny and I started to get into it. And because I had just gotten my wisdom teeth removed earlier.
Hidey, 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 ho.
Hi.
Hody, hody, ho.
Sorry, I'm so late.
Oh, that's all right. Was it good?
How do I sound? Was it good? How do I sound?
I know what you're up to. Yeah, you kind of.
That's my new microphone. Look.
Oh, look at you, swanky wanky.
Yeah, what a nice present, hey?
Yeah.
There we go. You should see the software that comes with it. Oh my gosh.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to adjust.
My square's not very big.
Yeah. It won't let me.
There you go. I did it. It's fixed.
What?
It's fixed. I fixed it.
What have you fixed?
Me.
How can you have fixed you?
What do you mean? I made you the same size as me.
I can't see that. How did you do that?
It's the layout button down the bottom.
Yeah, I'm in that. I'm just trying to. Oh, look, that'll do.
Press Shift +6 if you want to do that. There you go.
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
I see what you
There
did
you
now. You in small dust.
Yes. Hi, Teresia. Hi, Uday.
Udi. Udi.
Udi. Sorry.
No, her boyfriend is.
Not me. I did 1 year of guitar lessons in primary school, and I think the teacher gave up on me.
No. Oh. Oh.
Go back to this one.
Okay. All right. We're where are we? We are. Have you been listening to any of it? It's just.
Yeah, some of it. Yeah.
Oh God, there's more of the interview. So we've got about.
Yeah, this blonde chick's pretty good, isn't she? I'd hire her.
Yeah,
I'd
according to
hire
Uda Hef, yes.
Hi, Elizabeth.
About an hour and 15, I think, left.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
What I might do, I will bump up the witnesses to 1.25, and then when she comes back on, I'll back it down because she's jabberjaws.
Yeah.
What goes up must come down.
Oh, Uda, if you're in love with it, you can take her home.
Yes.
Yeah, it is dedication, her smoking a cigarette. I bet you could notice, though, like people that don't smoke and then they try and do the drawback and cuff their guts up, or they just take a little mouthful of smoke and puff it out, you know. I'm a smoker, by the way.
I've left my vape in my bedroom on charge, so I'm going to press play.
That day, I was already aggravated because my mouth hurt. So I decided to take a quick drive to 204 to pay back $20 we owed on a front to a guy named Red. Before I even left the house, I checked all 3 kids. All 3 of them were fast asleep. I left at 10:33 p.m. I arrived at 204 at 10:44 p.m. and arrived back home at 10:54 p.m. I then checked on all the kids one more time before I crawled into bed with Daniel. I then attempted to get some rest, but my mouth was keeping me awake. I stay in bed for about 2 hours until 1 a.m. until I finally had enough of my mouth hurting. So I got up, called Circle K to see if they had any Orajel, and they didn't. So I got in contact with a old coworker of mine named Misty, and she did have Orajel. So I left the house at 1:13 a.m., rode up to the Chevron at the end of Buckholter, and got some Orajel. When I got back home again, it was 1:25 a.m. I went to the bathroom as soon as I got home and applied the Orajel. I then checked on all the kids again, and they were all perfectly fine. Zane was asleep in his little race car bed with his tablet on his chest. Quinton was asleep in his playpen with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I moved his hair out of his face, and little man moved a little grabbed his blanket, snuggled up to it. Sky was asleep on the couch and Danny was laying on the bed. I then crawl back into bed after double checking the locks on the door at probably around 1:45 a.m. I go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 8:59 a.m. on the dot. The very first thing I noticed was my door was open. I immediately closed the door and checked to make sure all the kids were there, but they weren't. Zane was, Sky was, but Quinton wasn't. I start to panic. I searched the whole house, top to bottom, inside and out, and my baby was nowhere to be found. I called Danny because he went to work at 6 a.m., asked if he'd seen Quinton or took him to the babysitter. He said no, that Quinton was in his playpen when he left and that the door was closed, not opened. So at 9:17 a.m., and I call 911 to report my son missing. After I called 911, I called Michelle, the babysitter, to urgently come help me look. Danny was at work when I called him and came straight home. He was home before the cops arrived. All I could keep saying was, I need my baby. Where is my baby? Note, please, please do everything possible to bring my little man, my monkey, my Quinton home to me, please.
Now, in the instructions that are on the front of that form and that we heard Special Agent Snyder read, is it fair to say that the defendant was urged to be thorough?
Yes.
Fair to say that she was urged to be truthful?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that she was urged to include every detail?
Yes.
Okay. So if she had wanted to revise her story about what she was doing at the drug dealer, would this have been a good time to do that?
It would have.
If she had wanted to say, I wasn't actually at the Chevron, I went next to the dumpsters at Azalea, would this have been a good time to do that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, was there any mention of throwing trash away at Azalea in this statement?
There was no mention of her going to Azalea.
Okay. Any mention of throwing trash away anywhere at all?
No.
Would these instructions have called for that detail?
It would have.
Now, while she was sitting in the interview room between interviews, what was she doing?
She was eating a few times, talking to some of the officers walking by or the ones that were sitting there watching everyone.
Now, at some point, did she make a disclosure to an officer out in the hallway about anger problems, behavioral issues?
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
Oh, she didn't expect that, did she?
Your Honor, at this time, I would publish from State's Exhibit 13 a file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
You may proceed.
Now, what time is this at?
So the timestamp on this is 21:01.
What I miss?
Just go back like about a minute. And this police chick, or FBI she is now, reveals that the conversation that the defendant had with some police officers in the hallway while she was waiting to be interviewed or do her statement or whatever, that was recorded as well. So I don't know what was said, but her face.
Is it that bit?
Yeah, it's just a little bit. It was like the last question.
Oh.
The blonde chick was on. When the blonde chick was on a couple of seconds ago.
So I'm opening up from State's Exhibit 13.
So we've talked about a lot. And there's some things here I want to read to you.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've already seen that.
Yeah.
Some rest, but my mouth was keeping me awake. I stay in bed. Stay in bed for about 2 hours until 1 a.m. until I finally had enough of my mouth hurting. So I got up, called Circle K to see if they had any Orajel, and they didn't. So I got in contact with an old coworker of mine named Misty, and she did have Orajel. So I left the house at 1:13 a.m., rode up to the Chevron at the end of Buckholter, and got some Orajel. When I got back home again, it was 1:25 a.m. I went to the bathroom as soon as I got home and applied the Orajel. I then checked on all the kids again, and they were all perfectly fine. Zane was asleep in his little race car bed. with his tablet on his chest. Quinton was asleep in his playpen with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal.
Covered in
I lifted
vomit.
his hair out of his face, and little man
yeah.
moved a little, grabbed his blanket, snuggled up to it.
I thought I'd run out
Sky
of
was
pod.
asleep on the couch, and Danny was laying on the bed. I then crawl back into bed after double checking the locks on the door. At probably around 1:45 a.m. I go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 8:59 a.m. on the dot. The very first thing I noticed was my door was open. I immediately closed the door and checked to make sure all the kids were there, but they weren't. Zane was, Sky was, but Quinton wasn't. I start to panic. I searched the whole house, top to bottom, inside and out, and my baby was nowhere to be found. I called Danny because he went to work at 6 a.m., asked if he'd seen Quinton or took him to the babysitter. He said no, that Quinton was in his playpen when he left and that the door was closed, not opened. So at 9:17 a.m., and I call 911 to report my
he's
son
still
missing.
asleep, isn't he?
After I
He said that Quinton was in his playpen when he left at 6.
Yeah.
No. He was dumped at 1:15.
Yeah. Exactly.
called 911, I called Michelle, the babysitter, to urgently come help me look. Danny was at work when I called him and came straight home. He was home before the cops arrived. All I could keep saying was, I need my baby. Where is my baby? Note, please do everything possible to bring my little man, my monkey, my Quinton home to me, please.
My monkey.
Yeah.
Now, in the instructions that are on the front of that form that we heard Special Agent Snyder read, is it fair to say that the defendant was urged to be thorough?
Yes.
Fair to say that she was urged to be truthful?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that she was urged to include every detail?
Yes.
Okay. So if she had wanted to revise her story about what she was doing at the drug dealer, would this have been a good time to do that?
It would have.
If she had wanted to say, I wasn't actually at the Chevron, I went next to the dumpsters at Azalea, would this have been a good time to do that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, was there any mention of throwing trash away at Azalea in this statement?
There was no mention of her going to Azalea.
Okay. Any mention of throwing trash away anywhere at all?
No.
But these instructions have called for that.
She should.
It would have.
Now,
This one.
while she was sitting in
This one,
the
Joe.
interview room between interviews, what was she doing?
Now.
She was eating a few times, talking to some of the officers walking by, or the ones that were sitting there watching everyone.
Now, at some point, did she make a disclosure to an officer out in the hallway about anger problems, behavioral issues?
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
See that look? Oh, you missed it. Did you see the look?
From State's Exhibit.
That's on part. Oh, sorry. I'm not allowed to say that.
From State's Exhibit 13, a file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 21.
I'm going to screenshot that.
Yeah, the look was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was worth going back for.
Where is my little...
Forward a bit more than that.
Let me just get
Okay, we did that. I'm going to go make a coffee because I didn't think you were going to be on that long.
That sounds delicious. Light with 2, please.
Yeah.
Behavioral issues.
Oh.
Your Honor, at this time I would publish.
Wow.
Anger problems, behavioral issues.
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
Got it. That's going on a... That's got to go on a thumbnail, surely. Or something. There we go, save. Okay. Anyway, continue. Resume, as you were.
Your Honor,
No.
this time I would publish from State's Exhibit 13, a file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
You may proceed.
Now, what time is this at?
So the timestamp on this is 2101.
So 9 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna keep asking.
I know.
And who's she talking to?
I believe she's talking to Officer Carlson and Agent Solomon.
Okay, Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what are we gonna hear her say, more or less?
She's talking about her anger issues and how she can snap into anger very quickly.
And I'll publish this now, Your Honor.
There are days that I wake up or days that something so little just might happen. Just like a trigger. Snap. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you, everything, even my tone of voice. Can you feel that happening? Yeah. It's like normally when it happens, I finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment that it's like a switch. Yeah. I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that for no reason. And then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like a slowly transition or whatever. It's because I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I've had a good day overall, and then something might trigger, it's slower. Okay. I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today, with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, that's snap.
Now, sometime after that, did you and Special Agent Snyder interview her again in the interview?
We did.
Okay. And before that, had you further searched her phone?
Yes.
And had you seen messages in her phone about buying and using Percocets?
We did.
And is that, at least in part, what you wanted to talk to her about?
Yes.
And did you all talk to her
We did.
about that?
Yeah.
What did she say about the Percocet messages?
That she was buying them for a friend.
Friend named?
The
And
friend.
Did you ask her
Always the friend.
whether she uses any drugs other than marijuana?
We did.
Now, she had mentioned smoking marijuana earlier, right? But hadn't mentioned any other drug use.
That's correct.
And in this next interview, when you asked her whether she does any drugs other than marijuana, what did she say?
She said that she had in the past, but not currently.
Your Honor, this next interview is something close to an hour long. I'm ready to play it, but I will just float that to the court and the jury, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is
Oh.
4:20.
If it's cramping, Elizabeth, Buscopan. It's really, really good for cramping, tummy cramps. And I think Masindol. They actually, I don't know that they're my brand names over here. I'll look them up for you.
5. I think we should take a quick break. So we're going to fit this this exhibit in. We're going to hear it. I want to give you guys a quick break before we sit you down for an hour. Okay. So let's take a quick break. Let's make it 10 minutes. It's 4:25. We'll be ready to go at 4:35. We're in recess.
While you're exiting.
All right. Copy. I'll put it in chat for you, Elizabeth. That is the drug name, not the generic name. So, you know how you have Tylenol and it's paracetamol? Well, this is Buscopan and hyoscine butylbromide. For cramping anyway, no cramps mainly. Or anything with codeine.
Thank you, Williams. All right, let's take a break. See y'all in 10.
Percocet would probably work too. Depends how far you'd like to go. My doll. Okay. Cool. I've caught us on a short break. Come on. I think I over-L'd. Oh, there's another sucked lemon face.
Showing of the video.
Thank you. So when we left off, you said that you looked through her phone a little further and seen some messages about Percocets, I think.
Yes.
Look, see, I should have been a nurse. You can take Tylenol with it, just the paracetamol as well. And you can take stronger. It doesn't interact with paracetamol or codeine. Hope you feel better soon, sweetheart.
You were going to go in with Special Agent Snyder again and ask her about those messages and ask her about her drug use.
Yes.
Of which she had told you to this point that all she'd done the night before was smoking
Marijuana.
Smoking marijuana. And did this interview start at about 9:26 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. I'll go ahead and publish from State's Exhibit 13 a file entitled Interview Room 2126 2229.
Anything? Voice of housing involved?
Perfect espresso latte macchiato.
Thanks so much. I appreciate you.
Gotta do well.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
As much detail as I could, but I was being like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here. So we appreciate you taking the time to.
And I was trying my hardest to think about exactly what Danny was doing when I was in here, getting the kids ready and all this stuff for bed. I can't get the times on, but I do know that he was cleaning up the dinner too much.
Yeah, your memory is, it's impeccable when it comes to the exact times. Yes.
There's a lot to do with Life 360. We're trying to keep a schedule with my kids.
Um,
Trying.
I never really got the morning time, so.
Now, anything in particular you can remember when we went to be read at any area of Flacco was talking? Is there anything you remember about that? Any cars that you saw? Anything that stuck out?
No, I can do this remember where I watched Fred pull off and go the opposite direction of where I went before I pulled off.
And raspberries.
Not towards opposite of 95.
That's better.
Was there any other cars in the parking lot?
No, none of all that I could see. Not probably not.
So did we see what she said in the hallway?
And how about the origin?
The origin.
I wonder.
I called my friend Misty, but she already had some.
I was here, but I don't think I absorbed it. What?
Oh.
What did you say? No. Remind me.
Don't worry. Well, we don't know. That's the bit we're up to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So okay, and they didn't have any. I got in contact with her. And I had to get off the text now. I would push her phone's not on. Whatever. So I did that. I met her right there at the showroom. She walked up there. She handed it to me. She remember how. So that ordeal, you will find it in the bathroom.
And you don't see anything at the showroom? Any cars there at all?
Just the U-Hauls that they normally have parked there.
Okay, how many of them get to the showroom on the corner?
Book halter.
Book halter. Yeah.
So when you get to that light, if you're coming from my house, heading towards 17, you would go right, and that's literally immediately on the right hand side. There was only one time, and I really didn't think this was really, because it was months ago, that I left that Jasmine's food mark about 9 o'clock at night. Thank you.
Looking at her. Big sister.
I left there in a free charge to take it up a couple of years ago, and there was this little tan car that followed me almost all the way past to school. But by the time I passed to school, it was going into the driveway. I stopped and turned around, so I didn't take much of it. But they did pull out for Jasmine's the moment I did. and walking all the way down that road until I passed that school. What time was that? It was about 9 o'clock that night. I can't tell you exactly what day it was. I don't think when I know it was about 9 o'clock that night, because I had work at 6 o'clock that next morning. And I was working 12 hour shifts. So it's probably on Wednesday. And that's when I first started. It was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday shift. It was probably a couple months ago that happened. Yeah. But that's the only time that I can ever remember anybody following me, and the person looked like he was following Mexican.
So this is how long after the kid went missing?
Well, I think it's the next day or the day after, because
and they haven't found the kid.
No, no.
I'd be saying, if I was innocent, right, I'd be saying, what are you doing here talking to me?
Yeah, yeah.
Get out there and find my son.
That's right. That's right. And that was one of the very first testimonies that we had in her behaviour. And yeah, she just embellishes on everything, adding all these extra little details and thinking she's so clever because she saved her Life 360 app. But what she didn't realise was there was cameras at the place that she said that she went to, which was next door to where she dumped the son. And so her Life 360 wasn't close enough, and it didn't pick her up on the camera, so she got caught there. She thinks she's clever, but she ain't. She's a victim.
Another Sarah Boone.
Oh, I think on the lie scale, I think this one's worse. Just
but what I don't get, you watch all these American cop shows, right? And none of them ask for a lawyer. These idiots.
That's right. That's what Elliot said before.
And none of them. What was the other thing I was about? No, you interrupt me. It's gone.
Sorry. Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah. So none of them asked for a lawyer. And what was the other thing I thought of? And the 24 hours thing. I mean, she obviously watches, 24 hours or 48 hours, which is another cop show. And, and they've got one job, mate. Get rid of the body. And they can't do it effectively in America.
The thing that is annoying me is that she's sitting there and they've told her a number of times how many people are out there looking for her son and the resources that are involved and being wasted. And she knows. She knows. And
he's out there.
That's what gets me. And these poor, I know that they've got an inkling of what is going on, these detectives, but they're still being really, I can't imagine what you're going through, and showing her all this compassion, and she's just lying through her teeth.
You're right. Yes, like, Jesus, I could think of 100 things, mate.
Wombat holes are good.
Come on. Yeah. They've watched Breaking Bad in America, haven't they? Come on, the bathtub thing. Really? Okay, you do it on the bottom floor bathtub, not the top floor bathtub. That's certainly one way to do it.
I haven't watched it.
I'm sure Udi has. I'm sure
he has. I've had a meat grinder.
I thought Tony Soprano did that a couple of times, didn't he? I mean, it was great. Haven't they watched The Sopranos even?
The male actor, the older male actor in that series.
The Sopranos.
No, in
The
Breaking
Sopranos,
Bad.
It's Breaking Bad.
I just can't stand him, so I couldn't watch it. I started and I just couldn't. I couldn't.
Really? The young guy, his partner, is just absolutely fantastic, mate. He makes such a good role.
Yeah, no, I just couldn't get past the old guy. And it's every movie he's in.
Walter, his name is in Breaking Bad. I can't remember his real name.
Don't know. Couldn't do it.
Or after that, it was like 10:54. Just before 11.
And then you made you woke up at 9.
Yes.
You woke up at 9. Did you wake up at all before that? Were you lying awake in bed, or your teeth was hurt so that you were out until you woke up?
I was out until I woke up. When I finally was able to get enough relief to actually go to sleep, I was out. Like, I didn't Phil didn't get out of bed. I didn't hear no alarms. I didn't hear any doors shut. I didn't hear the car cranked up. I didn't hear the pool filter come on just right next to the corner of my room where the bed is. I didn't hear anything when I got up at 9. That's what was that? So between about 1:45.
Ah, Brian Cranston, yeah.
And walk me through it again. We'll tell you, that's what I understand exactly when you look at what was give me step by step.
My cats are trying to break in.
Hold up.
My cats are trying to break in.
I've got one asleep on my diary, one asleep on the floor beside me, and the other two I put on Brian Cranston. I put on cat TV in the bedroom for them when I went to get my vape. So they're up there going. They know the intro
Cool.
to it. They hear the music and it goes do 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 do, and they both go.
I put on a fish one on my iPad for Loki one time, and I even locked the screen. And that cat, he must know my password or something, or our thumbprints matched. He still got into that iPad and bloody changed
I nearly
it up
lost
to
the
something else.
TV. I had a TV on a stand, on a like a cabinet thing.
Yeah.
And put that on, and Felix got up there and was batting at the string and stuff that was flying across the screen and nearly knocked it off. So I play it in my room now where it's safe and sturdy.
That's like when I lived at my last place. I decided to put the 80-inch TV up on the wall after watching Game of Thrones with my bull terrier, watching calmly Game of Thrones, but he really liked horses. And he jumped up on the bloody she jumped up on the bloody coffee table and was just about to dive through the TV. So yeah.
Don't they? All right.
I seen the door was open. I got up immediately, went and shut the door, and went to the kitchen. And when I noticed Clayton wasn't there, I searched the whole house. Up and down, in, out, front yard, backyard, side yard, everything that I could search. Couldn't find him. So I called Eddie.
What makes you know it was exactly that time? Did you have your phone with you, or how did you know what time it was?
Just like when I woke up, the first thing I did was look at my phone. Like, first automatic reaction was look at my phone, like, got up, making sure, because, like, if it was like 7 o'clock, I went back to sleep, because my kids weren't going to be up yet.
You're talking a mile per hour.
So I got up and said immediately, went to shut the door. Looked at the couch. Stopped it there. Looked at the bed across the front of the playpen. Same right there. Looked at the playpen. Clayton went there. Called Danny. And I searched the house inside.
Call Danny.
As soon as I woke up, like I got up, looked at my phone, seen the time, looked at the door was open.
Tell him all the kids are in bed when you left. Yeah.
Always locked on a side.
And then tell me the call pattern. So who did you call? Did you go see Paul first upstairs, or did you call Danny?
I called Danny first. Called Danny first, and then I ran upstairs to Paul when he said no. I ran upstairs to Paul, and I said, for some reason, is he in your room? Because he's not anywhere else in the house, and he's not outside. No. All right. So then I called 911, and then I called Michelle. And I called Michelle to come over and to pretty much try to help me look and search more while I got the 2 kids in the house. So and she came over right away. She was there for the cops got there.
So was Danny with you?
He was at work.
But when you called 911?
No.
He was not with you?
Nah, getting the story straight with the babysitter too.
I think he had called me as soon as I got off the phone or something like that, saying that he was about to be home. So he was on the way. I called him, and he was there like 17 or 20, something like that. And that's good timing. It was leading to 20-minute ride to work.
Right. You mentioned that you and Danny had some sort of argument. You were frustrated.
Yeah, I was frustrated. It wasn't like an argument. It was more like I don't understand why you don't want to touch me, type of stuff. So once again, I was going to work this over there pretty much. And the only way I could make myself get away from that and to try not to get 100% into that type of mindset was to take off running.
And so when you left the house last night, 10:30. So you left the house at 10:30. Was it kind of one of those situations where you leave and you slam the door and like you're not on good terms with Danny?
It was fun. I looked at him and I was like, that's the best way to face myself before this escalates and gets to where we're arguing and I'm keeping everybody up in the next I'm just going to go away for a minute.
They have read her Miranda rights.
So,
yeah.
we're better to 204.
I wouldn't. this would not have been admissible if they didn't. They wouldn't have been allowed
Yeah,
to.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Fruit of the poisonous tree.
Give him $20. I got that. I got like a crawler in bed. I crawled in bed with what I had and all the kids. I got back when they were laying there for a minute. Just talking. Did you talk about the problems you're having? Yeah. We were talking. He was talking about how he doesn't know how to explain that the kind of father, I think, it had a lot to do with his sex drive. His like sex drive. Has it changed some? It's fine. It's not all. So it's changed a lot, and it had a lot to do with the way I've been feeling about myself too a lot lately. Because I'm thinking that it's me. Maybe it's something about me. You just don't want anymore. Were you trying to do something before? No, it was like I can hold things in. So what I was talking to him about was a few days ago. Like it started and then he lost his time in less than 2 minutes. He didn't try again. Yeah. So I didn't say anything about it for a couple of days. And I finally said something less. And I didn't want to turn to argument, which is why I didn't say something when it happened. Yeah. So when it started getting heated with us just talking, I was trying to avoid it. Left and go pay rent when we came back. We were able to live there for a minute talking about it. And I finally stopped talking. And I told him, I was like, we got to the end of the like that. We're good. Whenever I laid there for a minute, he went to sleep pretty quick after we finished off here. Me, she kept laying there tossing and turning because of the pain. So Percocets help some. If I had Percocet, he never prescribed me 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. So you didn't get a Percocet for red? No. I just gave him $20. And even if I did want to get a Percocet, that'd be $35. When's the last time you got some? Last time? I was like 4 or 6 months ago. I don't do things like that. Like, if anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is fucking weed. Because I was going to help us weed. I'll be honest about that. Everything else, no. My mom's a drug addict. I watched her weed. I see her she covered up in these.
How many times has she said this?
Anything that's not homegrown or
What?
the convenience store, I don't want. When I mean homegrown, I don't mean cooked on stove. I mean cooked.
She has told these detectives at least 3 times that her mother has OD'd and she's had to pretty much get her out the gutter and shit. Like, what's that got to do with it?
Don't know. Her mother doesn't live with her. Her mother's dead or what?
No. They all live in the same house. They've
Yeah,
got
that's
like,
what I thought. Yeah.
yeah, they've sort of got this end of the house, one end of the house where they live in filth.
Yes.
But yeah, the mother apparently has a history of drug abuse as well. Yeah.
She was only getting weed, wasn't she? Not crack, or what was she getting?
Well, she just said she's OD'd 3 times. So
yeah, no, she was talking about her mother, but didn't she go? Oh, that
she's
she's
admitted to just using weed, but prior, like that was her first statement. But she's now admitted to cocaine and amphetamines as well.
oh, so she did. Why would you have? Oh, at the same time?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, right. Because I was going to say, why would you have uppers and downers at the same time, man?
Yeah.
That's just wrong.
As well, I think there's a whole, yeah.
But what did she go buying that night before?
She said she was paying a debt of the boyfriends.
Oh, that's right.
I think
Yes,
she got
yes.
Percocet. I think.
Oh, gee, yeah, $20. She got 2 points, mate.
Yeah, maybe. It's different over there, though. I don't know what it's called over there. I think they call it crack cocaine or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But their cocaine, I think, is different to what we consider as cocaine. I think.
It can't be. Cocaine's cocaine. It comes from. It's not a manufactured drug. It's real.
Yeah, but they mix it with something and smoke it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
So they crystallize it somehow. They crystallize it somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Righto. That's my song for today.
There's some things that you just you have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding.
Baking soda.
You know that we gave some authorization to.
That's right.
There's text messages in there about you purchasing.
Oh, baking soda. Is that what they use for crystallize?
In the past 24 to 48 hours. So just. Is that dated or they tell me understand that? Is it dated?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to snort that shit, would you? You'd have to smoke.
Crosby, who lives in Florida, and she will call me from time to time. I still call log. She called me not long ago, asking for births or whatever if I can get it, and I'll pay for it. I'll drop it off. Whatever, where I'll get dropped off, and she'll come pick it up. So, but no, we haven't been messing with the burger service.
When was the last time that you actually exchanged a text message with somebody about using Percocets or buying Percocets for somebody else? What do you think?
It's been a couple of times the past couple of weeks. Okay. So you can't tell you exactly the last time. It was probably this day before yesterday. I want to say that probably was.
So we got to go back to that accident taking place at the house. What happened at the house with Quinton? And I'm looking at you in the eye, and I'm being as passionate and as serious and as genuine. And I hope you see that.
I do. I do. I see. I really do.
All we have to do.
I want to tell her that there was no.
It's fine, Quinton.
There was no accident. There was no plane in somebody's head. There was no, oh, the TV fell over or something like that. Nothing like that at all happened.
But there are all the other things she thought about.
See what I mean about the extra information?
The night went normal night is what I don't get.
We know that from 11:40 until about 9:22 that the door didn't open. You have a pretty sophisticated ADT alarm system.
Ah.
Sorry to interrupt, playback, especially at 5 to 5. What Special Agent Snyder is saying right here, we know that the front door didn't open until 9:22. Where had y'all gotten that information?
From Leilani's brother, Joe.
Had Joe come into the precinct as well?
Yes, I drove him. I drove him there.
You drove him there, and had he sat down for an interview with a different detective?
Yes, Detective Noble.
Okay, and Detective Noble will talk about what Joe was able to show him on Joe's phone in the way of ADT records?
Yes.
Okay.
So we know the door never opened.
What an idiot.
You tell us the door was open.
The door was open. When I woke up, that door was open. That door was 100% open. And like, the reason why I can tell you that for a fact, no matter what you say about that camera system thing is, since my cousin William was staying at that house, you know, that camera is in front of the house or whatever, he unplugged it the moment that he moved in. You know, so the security system is not a security system. It's not being used properly. The door was open about that far. From here, the way it shuts, about that far. That was open for a fact. It's hard not to wake up and see the sun shining right in your face. Life was normal night, food, bed, bath, movie, everything that we normally do, TV on, laying down, we had that, you know.
At least you want it to be normal, but something happened that night that was not normal, and that's all we're looking to do. You've been through a lot of trauma in your life. You were.
And the thing is, like, if something did, it was not normal. I was not aware or made aware, or it was when I was not home or was asleep, because not one thing went weird or wrong or out of the ordinary after we got the case at 4:30. Not one thing. At all. Not even when the kids were acting or behaving. They were doing just fine. I really do mean this.
Were you both home until you decided to go out and talk to Red? You and Annie?
Yeah, both home. Annie was the only one home when I left. That's how we got that call. So.
And it's just y'all that drive the cars too?
Yeah, us three. We drive between the three of us, we drive the truck and the Dodge. That's all we drive.
And then Paul's the one that drives the.
He drives the truck, not the truck. He drives the truck more often. We drive the Dodge more often. It's better on gas.
Oh, what kind of car's the Dodge?
It's a 2015 Dodge Journey.
Okay. Is that what y'all went to go pick up the kids in?
And we picked up the kids in. That's what I used when I went to 204 and when I went to get the overtime.
Okay.
That's exactly what I used.
Gotcha. You just did the normal route down Buckholder for both of those?
Okay.
And what time was that again? She picked up the kids.
4:30.
4:30.
14. We're down to 14. It's nearly single digit.
So when she went to see her, just pause it for a sec. Can I do that? Or yeah, okay. When she went to see her, the pay off her boyfriend's $20 on the drug debt or whatever he had. So he was at home looking after the kids.
Yeah, he was at home asleep, I think. because they were both supposed to go to work the next morning, and he couldn't wake her up, so he got annoyed and left because they were doing the
Yeah,
same
but
shift.
she had the teeth out and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I've
Yeah.
had wisdom teeth out, mate. I understand that one.
Had one wisdom teeth
yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's bad enough. Like, I don't know how you felt having yours out. I thought it was a pretty bad day.
I haven't had my wisdom teeth out, but I've had plenty of.
Oh.
I've had plenty of teeth had to be cut out of my jaw because of the prednisolone. The tooth itself crumbles and leaves the root in. Actually, I've got to go and have about 6 of them taken out.
Yeah, I've got a few too.
Boy.
So yeah, so who said he couldn't have woken up and done it and just gone back to bed, or and then
Well,
he
no,
did it
she's blaming
accidentally?
everyone. She's blamed
And
the
did it
boyfriend. She's blamed. Apparently, she had some religious nut come and knock on her door at 1 o'clock in the morning, trying to convert her. She's blamed him.
She should have given him a hash cookie.
She's just deflecting left, right, and center.
Yeah, because I mean, he could have done it.
Hey? You are?
Why couldn't have he done it? Why did they only charge her?
Because of her phone records. She just handed her phone over, and it was only her that left the house at that time. And
oh my God, why did they hand over their phones?
Well, because she thought she had it covered. She got the Life 360 app out showing that she'd gone to pick up this oral gel from a friend's place, which was near where the dumpster was. Yeah, so she thought she had it all sorted, but the place
And
that
she
she
didn't turn
said she
off
went
location
to,
settings on a phone.
well, the place that she said she went to, which was next door, they had security cameras, and it showed that she didn't turn up there. So, yeah, she thought she had it all set in the bag, and then she said that when she woke up at 9:20, that the front door was open, and that's what they're going through now. That the house has got security.
But then he
system on
also
it.
said when he left at 6, all the kids were there.
Yes, it
That's
did.
not just her, you know what I mean?
No. It's just a whole lot of BS.
Yeah.
Baking soda.
Yeah, I can see why they smoke it, I guess. You wouldn't want to snort it. You know, when you make the Anzac cookies?
BS
You know, when you
baking
make the
soda.
Anzac cookies and you use bicarbonate, which is what they call baking soda. And it goes.
It's actually really good for tenderizing meat.
Yes, they used to have a product called meat tenderizer in a Master Foods jar, and I'm sure that's all it was bloody bicarb soda.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great for tenderizing. That's what it's really big in Asian cooking. All right.
But we left at like 8
Okay.
or 7. 7:30 we left work yesterday.
Gonna eat my strawberries and mango now.
Whatever they had me in there by 8:30 out by 32. Something like that, 9:32. Whatever. And then we went and dropped off prescriptions. We went to Kroger's. We went to the house. We straightened up the house down. Whatever. And I relaxed for a minute. Some salt water and watched Netflix. HBO Max. I don't know Netflix on. And then I told him to text Michelle, make sure it was okay. We picked him up at 4:30 because I was still okay. Let him know what was going on. Like, yes, we are home, but this is what's going on. And that's what we did. And we picked him up at 4:35 to be exact. Well,
I don't doubt your memories are impeccable. I mean, some of the exact times you have on here, to a certain extent. And again, it goes back to the trauma that you experienced. And you gotta understand that bad news doesn't get better all the time. Okay.
And that's what I'm freaking out the most about. This most dark time. It's already dark. The weather's getting cold. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's warm. I don't know if he's fed. I don't even know if he's okay in general. And that's what I want to know. I don't understand the feeling of being so strong.
Where are the tears?
But there is nothing about last night that stood out, but it was out of the ordinary, where that didn't go as a normal night goes. Minus the me whole and tell when I did the pain red and get orange out. That was it. That was the only two things that did not go as normal.
But these accidents happen. Accidents happen. Things happen that in your mind that you want to suppress, that you just want to push as far away from reality as possible. And that happens. That happens in everybody's life. But there's things here that just aren't adding up. And I want you to help us understand that. Okay?
And I've been
Your car, your Dodge Journey, you drive that. What's the white powder that's scoped in the back?
The God's journey.
I used to Dodge Journey with your tag up in north and south. I want to get you over that 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yesterday, because I was sick, he was fucking on with the beer.
So that was him driving.
That was most likely him driving with the beer. I don't remember leaving at 6. I don't think I left at 6. No, I didn't leave nothing at all.
What kind of beer is he drinking?
National Legs.
Where does he put the cans when he drinks?
We have a bag, that bag that we time closet in my bedroom. We're going to put them in there. And I'm like, if I want to do in the car, he tells me up and down. And he does drink in the car. But I've done 5 bottles of Fireball and cans before. So that I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I just we have a combination of a lot of things here. We have you having, you told us the normal issues that you're going through. You have a wisdom tooth pull. You're a heavy sleeper. We have Danny, who you told us is a drinker and combined, beer with Fireball. We have the door that we know with a pretty good degree of certainty. I mean, again, it's not what you believe, but the door didn't open between basically 11:54 last night and 9:20 this morning. And then
how
That can't be right either. How did he go to it?
Yeah.
He climbed out the window. Maybe he went out the back door.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
His car was parked out the back or something.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, and that's crazy because you keep on saying that. But after I got back from getting the orange out, I walked out on the front porch and smoked a cigarette before I laid down. So that door has opened between those times. And when I woke up, that door was open.
But you got back home at 10:55.
That was after I paid rent. I said after I went and picked up the orange out. That would have been about 1:30 that I stepped outside on the front porch in the morning. But no, nothing got nowhere near.
But you didn't get up any other times throughout the night?
No. I didn't get up any other time after that.
Does anybody else come or going from the house?
No, they ain't went to work. That was the last time anybody should have left the house after I got back.
So help us help you, okay? That's the only way that we are going to get to the bottom of this. That we have to stay here.
You need to understand.
Oh my God.
I don't want anything to go away. I want him to be found. I know that, and I've given you everything that I could. I've even sat there when I was writing this out, over reading it, rereading it, writing and checking and making sure that I was writing down every little thing that I think that happened between then and now, and I don't know where my baby is. I don't know what happened to him. And all I know is I'm gonna sit here constantly trying to ask me to help you find him, and I'm doing the best that I can, but nothing that I'm gonna tell you is gonna change. I'm gonna be honest. Nothing else is gonna change when you come in here and ask me.
Oh God, I've got to turn her down.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it to me, I was honest about it. So I don't know what happened to my child. And I don't know where my baby is. I don't know if there's an accident when I left and nobody said anything about it. I don't know. But all I know is I need my baby back home. That's all I know. I need her back home. I need my family together.
Whenever they ask her any questions like that are, insinuating things, that's when she starts getting hysterical. Every time. No tears. Just
Yeah. That's what I said, crocodile tears.
Uh-huh.
And that was like in that fake suicide video note thing.
Oh, that was just I just kept looking at it thinking, wow, her mouth is huge. Sorry.
Julia Roberts' mouth.
I was just watching her mouth. And you watch the video, it's huge.
She was awfully close to the camera.
Not the front door, but the living room door, the dining room door, open somewhere between 15 and 25 times throughout the night.
What door?
The living room door.
The living room door.
The living room and dining room door.
The dining room door.
Any other door in front?
I was gonna say the dining room door. People are quite in and out frequently. Now the other door, nobody's been in and out.
Last night specifically.
Last night? Well, I know that at one point I went out the back door to the play side.
It's just you trying to help.
I know. I looked in the back of the play side to try to collect all the cups and stuff that I always find everywhere. Because 11 something, I had already went to red and came back. I had already went to red and came back. It was 11 something. I'm just trying to help. Just straighten up and clean up. That's all that was. I opened the door, but that door only opened that door, and that side only opened twice. The other one, Paul going in and out, Danny going in and out, letting the dogs out. You know, that's the only time.
Let the dogs out.
It doesn't come down until you call it. Danny is sound asleep because when you get home, you guys lay them down together, and you go to sleep. So, the front door, I'll give you that. Okay, maybe it doesn't trigger you when it opens one time.
Yeah, you're talking about that thing at the top of it? That hasn't worked since I've been in that room. That little white thing has not worked since I've been in that room or since I've been in the house. That has not worked. Anytime you open that door, it does not talk. Does not make a noise at all.
So, do you think when you came home from red and you brushed Glenn's hair, was he alive at that point?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. He was warm, his cheeks were pink, and I touched hair, moved it. He moved and curled over like this. Grabbed a blanket, curled over. So yes, I mean, he's alive. Don't say him and you think that he's dead. Please don't do that. He's not. Whoever he is, he's alive. I can't live with that. I can't live with that. He was alive last time I seen my baby. He was alive.
Yeah,
He
now.
was moving. He had color in his face. He was my happy baby.
You're talking about, I can see the joy when you talk about Quinton.
He was my happy baby. He was my happy baby.
She's talking about him in the past tense. He was
She is
my happy
too.
baby.
Yeah. Bit of a
It
giveaway.
was my happy baby.
Was, not his.
Was.
Posted at 22:08:01 to ask that question. Resuming playback now.
I need him to come home. I need him to come home. I gotta make sure he's okay. He could come home.
That's all we want to do. We want to find him wherever he is. You know, if he needs attention right now, like that's all we want to do is bring him back to his mother.
I don't know. I'm
If
trying
an
to.
accident happened, we have to do some sort of accident happen.
What is the thing? It's like, I don't want to.
Just tell us what happened. That's all we want to know.
There was no accident. There was no somebody falling. There was no horse playing. There was no door being left over and a child walked outside. There was none of that. None of it at all. Then whatever happened, somebody picked that baby up out of that playpen and they took it with them. That's what they did. There's no way he can get out of that playpen on his own. No way. At all. Now that being tipped over by his brother or somebody picking him up or having a toy in there to step on. He could not get out of there. So I don't know where he happened to him. I don't know where he is. I don't know if something happened when I was back home. I don't know. I don't know who to trust. I don't know who to
How big was Mickey Mouse?
Really does the worst thing to you.
Was he big enough to step on and climb out of the playpen?
What?
She, Quinton, he had a Mickey Mouse toy, she said, and in his cot. And she just said, oh, unless he had a toy to get out with or his
The
brother's
Mickey Mouse
knocked it
toy
over.
was
or-
found in the garage.
How
on the
big
floor
was
in
the
the
Mickey
garage.
Mouse toy?
Hmm?
How big was it?
Not very big. It was like
Just a little one.
Yeah. Wasn't anything substantial.
All right.
It wasn't big enough for him to step up on and get out. Anyway, and it wasn't.
Yeah,
even
well, just when
quarter
Jake
size.
was little, he had a 1.5 meter long stuffed caterpillar, but it was that once he started climbing on that. Didn't put him in that playpen when we were anywhere else.
But she's got the baby sleeping in the playpen, so no proper mattress,
Yeah.
and he's 18 months old.
Oh my God. Oh, 18 months.
Yeah,
Well, Mum would have been
Yeah.
able to farm out of that by then.
and it's filthy. He vomited the night before, and they took photos of it, and they
And the other
shouldn't even
copper
cleaned
that
it.
couldn't smell a thing. The original copper, the one making the stupid decisions not to take cans. That one. I can't smell any vomit. No, I didn't smell anything. And then this other chick gets on there and says, oh man, as soon as I walked in on video, it says, oh, it smells like vomit.
Yep, that's the one.
Not be left alone with nobody again.
What, you don't trust Danny 100%.
That man, because of what he's done to me, the cheating, that's why I don't trust him 100% when it comes to my kids. I've never done him. My mother has. My mother's done him before. I have never done him. I have never come home and seen marks on my kids. I have never came.
Do you think he takes care of it when he's...
Yes, he does. He'll take care of him, that man.
What if I told you that if you're not home by the time you said you're supposed to be home, and Danny's there with the kids by himself, that he just leaves? He just leaves the kids there unattended. Would that be a surprise to you?
Yes. That would be 100%. That's something he would not do.
That's something he does.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
I don't. Did he say that?
We're looking at every possible.
So he's left my kids unattended before when I wasn't home.
And that's what we're trying to get to. What else has Danny done? What accident happened?
I don't know if there was an accident.
What did he talk to you?
He
say anything?
said nothing at all about the kids when I got home. Nothing. He just lay there and he was just talking about my anger issues, my mental problems, what makes him turned off about me. And I did the same and told him about what turns me off about him. And so I'm not understanding.
What a great relationship.
Yeah. She's so full of shit.
Yeah.
No lead on him at all.
We were working nonstop. And we're not going to stop. I promise you, when you leave here tonight, there's folks working throughout the night and tomorrow until they find Quinton. We really lean on you right now. Based off everything that we know at this point, I think we'll both agree that something happened. Quinton was crying. Somebody got frustrated. Maybe something happened that you weren't expecting. And Quinton felt unconscious.
That was yummy, clumsy.
Danny didn't know how to handle situations like that. Danny didn't know how to handle situations where, you said you don't remember him falling. Like you said multiple times throughout the interview, we've gone back and forth. He was mad. Sometimes he was crying. And he get frustrated. I've got 3 kids myself.
He's not like ever since he's been able to walk or crawl. He's always in the battle with me. And it doesn't frustrate me. I'm used to it. And then I got Zane, and then I got him, and then I got Scott. Whatever. If there was something that happened, I don't know what it was. I would not. Like you both told me.
Yep.
I would not pick somebody over my children. Never would I pick somebody over my children. I would not. I don't care how much I love them. Okay? I've never once seen him hurt my kids. I have never seen marks on my kids. And nothing else. The way last night made me feel like he would have done something or was acting somebody like he was trying to hide something. Nothing at all made me think like that. And I am an overthinker. Okay? I am a serious overthinker. So even one little thing.
You think?
Nothing. He was just being Danny, being normal. Everything was being normal. Everything's good. So something is not fucking normal. I don't understand anything.
What's that?
Why? I went to bed thinking that I was gonna wake up just like any other day and then breakfast for all of my kids. I didn't think I was gonna be waking up calling the dogs and then here to find my kids.
I can't even understand her.
No, I know.
I don't know where he is. I don't know. If something happened to him, I don't know at all. Okay? I don't. I've written down everything I know. I've told the cops. I've told y'all. I've told everybody everything I know or could possibly think of. Oh, my routine, what we did, what kids did, what I did, what Danny did. I just did everything I could have written down. I wrote it down. I know I'm evil.
This is just going around in circles.
Oh, isn't it what?
I don't think we've got much longer. Maybe 10 minutes.
Oh, right, fair enough.
But I can't fast forward her because she talks too freaking fast.
Yeah, that's it. We may not understand it. You can't either.
He drinks, he smokes marijuana, he doesn't gamble, not involved in any sort of hardcore drug abuse, doesn't have a lot of debts. So no one really, from what you told us, has any sort of ill will against Danny. So the motivation for somebody to go take your kid because they're mad at you or mad at Danny, isn't there. You don't have that. Like you're good people as far as that goes. Then we go down to your baby daddy. We talked to him, and we know that he hasn't been in Chatham County in probably 3 weeks. I don't know. So there's the first thing that we think of stuff like this is hey, is this a parental kidnapping? Is there a custody dispute? Well, the only custody dispute is between you and your mom. And that's somewhat of a paper trail that you guys have done so you can still be the mother that you want to be. Your mom, granted, you don't have the best relationship with her, but she was willing to put her neck out there for you to say, hey, I'm willing to put money in paper that I'm going to be the primary caregiver of these children. But she's in Chicago or wherever for 3-4 months at a time. So you got all these pressures on you as a 23-year-old young mother. That's dipping and dabbling into drugs, dealing with Danny, who's call it what you want, probably a heavy drinker.
What did you do?
Oh no, it was a notification.
Alcoholic, fiance, boyfriend. So I can't imagine what it is that you're going through. So naturally, all the things that develop leads for law enforcement, there's not a lot of angles for us to pursue. Right?
I'm getting cold.
And I want you to understand that that's why we're going to have to continue to rely on you and you being truthful for us.
What temperature is it?
Because if Quinton's dead right now, nothing is going to bring closure to this other than us finding you. We don't know that. But at this point, you have to understand, based off what we just walked through and we explained, that there's not a lot of angles for us to go down. Other than something happened at the house that you may not be aware of. So we're asking you to take a hard look at that. Don't. I know you love it. We can tell.
No, my kid's more than Danny. I love my kids more than Danny. Every single morning, and I would do anything for my babies. Every single one of them. I don't know if there's an accident that happened. I was gone for what? Total of over maybe max of all the times that I left. So I don't know. Everything was normal when I came back in. There was no sudden movements. There was no awkwardness or trying to avoid me being around. There was nothing like that at all. There was nothing that would make me sit there and look at somebody and say, what the hell did you do? Nothing at all. No, okay.
I know that's all we want.
I've given everything that I've could, everything that I've been that I could think of that I could clarify. I have done everything I could. I searched that place, helped him multiple times before the cops even got there. Multiple times straight out into the woods in the back of my house.
I don't know what no comment means.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if he's okay. I don't know if he's bad. I don't know if he's safe. I don't know. All I know is that I want him home. And I'm willing to give whatever I got to for him. And I have. This is everything from the time that we picked him up to last night to when I went to sleep to this morning. I don't know everything I know and everything that I've seen. There was no voices that I didn't hear anything. Nothing woke me up. Nothing woke me up. Danny saying that he kept me behind everything didn't wake me up. So I don't know.
Oh, that's better.
Makes you feel like you want to get a fork and stab in your
Can
eye.
we just read the CCs?
Yeah. Some of them are hilarious. Did you see the oral gel? How many times did it say all different things for that? That was really good.
Right. Maybe I'll just turn it. I've got
Oh,
her
she
boost.
wiped her nose on a sleeve. I'd at least
Yeah,
ask for
she's
a
been doing that
tissue.
all night. It's disgusting.
And then wipes her eyes.
Mhm.
I've never seen him. I've never, like, the most violent I've ever seen him get was here
That's
recently when he
better.
played a little horn and cussed somebody out in traffic
I had
because
the
it was
I had
raining.
it boosted. Can you still hear it all right?
Yeah.
He doesn't even leave a red mark when he pops him.
I've got it turned down to
Not even a red
50%.
mark. Not even a pink one.
I had it boosted to 360%.
Quinton had this thing about outlets. Trying to take things and put them
My
in
bad.
outlets. Or
You're
he
bad.
climbed up on counters into the pantry. That was Zane. He climbed up on the counter one day, turned the sink on, had
Oh, no one
everything in there,
cares.
and it was like a water park in the kitchen. Okay? So there's things like that, just the everyday typical things that people get onto the toddlers about. Getting too close to the pool, getting too close to the stove, you know, playing in the toilet, putting the toilet paper and stuffing it down the toilet.
Uh-huh.
Discipline. Yes, Paul will pop them too. The only people that are allowed to remember their immediate family. So Paul is uncle, he's allowed to get on. Daddy's allowed to get on too. And my mom and Thomas, anybody else has to get me or you don't know. Not often, maybe once, twice a week. And it's only like for an hour or two. Yeah. Like we can go pick up food or grocery shopping and come back home. Okay. Type stuff.
Is his does he can he just come downstairs or is there like a different way for him to get into y'all's area?
I know he has to come downstairs. Like there's that door entrance to the bathroom that leads out to the dining room and out back, and then the front door. So he has to come downstairs, walk around the kitchen, through the dining room, just to get to the house.
Is Paul doing the same job that y'all are doing?
Yes, he works at the same place. He works 2 10. He works the second shift. The same exact place. If y'all need the address where we work too, I can give you that.
So she's trying to blame him now.
Uh-huh.
Oh my lord.
No, I didn't feel it though. It wasn't full. Like I was still like this, you know. No, and then I told him he didn't be cheap. And then when I touched his face, I just went over and literally took
She said this 4 times.
She has. I was thinking, did you accidentally rewind it or something?
No.
See?
No.
Mickey Mouse.
Where was that? Where was the Mickey Mouse and the blanket and the pillow you got up that morning?
The Mickey Mouse wasn't in there.
He didn't have it all.
It was like when I put him in bed last night, it was in there. When I got up this morning, it wasn't in there. I told one of the officers that too when he came in there asking if everything was there. And I was like, well, I can't touch anything, but I don't see his Mickey Mouse. There's a little Mickey Mouse stuffed in him, just like a regular old little Mickey Mouse. Never that big. He's stuffed in almost everything.
Does he usually take it around with him when he's not just sleeping?
No, carry it on him. By that foot or by the
And where was the blanket?
The blanket was in the corner of the playpen.
Okay.
Almost like, you know, like someone picked him up and the blanket fell.
This 19-year-old that was around the house, you said knocked on the door random times, about 3 times.
I haven't seen him since the last time.
Anybody else other than you seen him?
Paul has. Paul can probably give you a description of him for a fact. Paul was on the Paul answered the door the very first time I heard him knock. So he can give you another description. He's got curly hair, big brown hair, not blue eyes. If I weighed 160 pounds, I'd be weighing a little bit more than that.
Y'all get a lot of like foot traffic over there?
No, not normally, but here recently there's been a lot of people walking up and down the roads. A lot of people.
Oh.
And my babysitter can confirm that as well, that she had somebody randomly pull up into her driveway and like attempt to go into her house with her stuff until she had turned the light on and the person ran off. So.
Does Paul usually hang out at night a lot?
Paul works night shifts, so if he does hang out with somebody, he hangs out with them before he comes home.
We're gonna step out, let you eat some of this. I want you to think about a couple things. One day tonight, don't think you should go back to the house tonight.
No, No, I wanted to request if I could go to my grandmother's house that we would keep her phones on. I could give her phone number as well.
We'll come back in and we'll get all that stuff.
Oh, and everybody, it's too loud. I won't be able to go to sleep at night. Anyways, at least I can go home to babies. Right? I can go home to babies.
With the search having been done, it's not a good idea for you to go back to the house. And I think you
No, my God.
comment you without telling me.
That would probably be better. Honestly, I don't have to know 30 minutes. I know my grandma. I'm in every school to keep Sky over there if we needed her to, and I could pick up the chain and go over there and stay for the night.
At a hotel.
Not my grandma's house. It's right near Quinton. Okay. It looks like we're staying there for the night and then going back to the house in the morning.
If you find a hotel tonight, would you?
If we can find one tonight, I would prefer to be closer and then y'all be able to.
Oh, is that it? Please tell me that's it.
So what we just watched there pretty much represent the end of that interview session.
Yes.
Oh, thanks, fudge.
I think I'll reserve my follow-up questions for tomorrow.
Very well. And at
Good
this
job.
point, this will be a good time to release the jurors for the evening. Just a moment. I got to tell you a thing or two. So I'm going to release you for the evening. Obviously, the trial is not over. We have more to get to. So I want to once again reinforce my instructions. Please don't do any research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Avoid anyone who tries to talk to you about the case. Avoid any news stories or any.
All right,
Jail.
whatever.
I gather she's
Bye-bye.
been in jail. I gather she's been in jail, not on bond, or where has she been?
I have no idea. I've not watched.
Because she's put on a bit of weight. She's put on a bit of weight.
I would
I mean,
assume
if Sarah
so.
Boone put on a bit of weight.
I would
So
assume.
maybe jail makes you put on weight. I don't know.
What is
Never
it? 3
been.
hots and a cot? Is it a good Sally sleeps on their belly? All right. Well, whilst you're here, the other trial, the burned husband trial.
Yes.
The defence is apparently resting today. Then
are they?
tomorrow, the jury is has been excused because they're doing charging conferences. I think to go through the jury instructions. I don't know if they're going to televise it. I would assume they probably would, but don't know. And then resuming Thursday for closing arguments. So I will flip from here to the next stream, which is the last day until closing arguments.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay,
So,
cool.
thank you very much for being here, for joining us. And thank you everyone for watching. And stay safe, well, warm, cool.
And let's
And we'll
pray for
see you at the
17
same time.
more.
Same time, same place, same back channel.
You are currently being recorded.
Adios, amigos.
Adios.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.